This story happened about 5,000 years ago in one of the oldest villages in the village of Air. The village of Air was divided into several clans that fought among themselves. Our main character, whose name is John, once went on a deep journey in order to save the comrades of his clan of the elements. Since the village was small, people discussed recent events with John. The most amazing thing was that our main character immediately became disabled after falling into a trap. He lay all exhausted. There were huge wounds and abrasions on his body. In the village, he was famous as one of the best warriors of his clan. But suddenly the hero was visited by one of his worst enemies. Brucin was from a very dark clan. There was a girl named Kimberly nearby. She came from a very influential imperial family. He grabbed John by the throat and continued to gloat over him because earlier, before this incident, John should have married Kimberly. Bruce was a very strong warrior, no less famous than John. But what distinguished him from our main character was that he was very cruel. Bruce continued to mock our main character, gloating that he was disabled, and nothing else can do. The most amazing thing is that Bruce has literally taken away all the delights of life that our main character had. And most importantly, his wife. After all, she went over to the side of John's enemy because of his wealth. And she also claimed that our main character became her fiancé only for the simple reason because her father wished it so. However, Bruce killed the parents of our main character, and John himself simply became a disabled person who was no longer needed by anyone. It seems that the evil fate of fate played with our main character, how he ended up beaten, broken, useless to anyone. Kimberly clung tightly to her future husband because she believed that their couple would become leaders in the village. She extolled him above all others, comparing him to the gods. Mocking the disabled man verbally, they continued to stand by the bed where John was. Our main character felt very sad. Because he had the best life in one moment, everything was literally gone. When these scoundrels left, our main character heard some strange voice inside himself, some ominous and demonic one. He asked our main character if he wanted to go back and become healthy. Some otherworldly, incredible power enveloped our main character. He literally hovered over the bed, and he was filled with some kind of unbridled energy. And it seems that this demon wanted to endow John with abilities so that he could become stronger than he was in life. Suddenly, he found himself on the bed again and was very surprised by what he was experiencing at the moment. Even his wounds healed. He abruptly jumped out of bed, as if nothing had happened, and felt an incredible energy that literally overwhelmed his body. John couldn't believe his eyes because he could move his legs and arms and was no longer disabled. Something completely different gnaws at him. Why should he return it now, when his grandfather and father are literally dead, and he cannot influence this? He was terrified because he could not influence the situation that had happened earlier. Now he had only one goal: to kill Kimberly and Bruce, who were responsible for the death of his grandfather and father. He surprised all the inhabitants of the air village with his appearance, as he wanted an explanation. But before punishing these freaks, he decided to appear at the wedding ceremony to talk. Bruce had mixed emotions on his face. He was at first angry and surprised, but nevertheless continued to smile, not believing his eyes. He threw our main character away, literally like a child. John has not yet recovered. After all, after he beat our main character incredibly badly, he also sent him to the village of completion. And under the scorching sun, John was literally dying in his blood. But suddenly someone handed him water. However, he was saved by a girl named Samantha, who saw him die and decided to give him first aid and also go out. Every day she tried to put our main character on his feet, seeing the state he was in, and literally did not want to live. He was an incredible warrior who was ready to literally do anything for the sake of his emperor, even give his life. What upset him most of all was something else. And what made him angry was the fact that his savior Samantha was killed, and they did it extremely cruelly. Now our main character was defeated. He wanted to avenge his savior. Returning to the air village, he realized that Kimberly and Bruce had gone somewhere. Apparently it was a honeymoon. Now he was no longer that kind, glorious warrior who obeyed the imperial dynasty. He was a servant of the devil. However, Bruce became the head of the demon clan, and everyone obeyed him, while his wife became the mistress of death. Such a duo has become literally dangerously deadly for anyone who decides to resist them. Also, all the evil forces from all over the world and from all the villages rushed against our main character. John, is there no other choice but to enter this fierce battle against such an army? The enemies clashed in battle with our main character, wanting to turn him into splinters. But John was doomed. He was so surrounded, he lost a lot of strength and blood. But he wished not to die alone. He decided to pull with him all these creatures that appeared from the underworld. What happened at some point amazed these freaks. The main character was about to make some kind of unimaginable attack. He decided to commit suicide, thereby killing everyone at once. He concentrated a huge spiritual chakra inside himself and managed to turn it into a nuclear explosion. He wanted to banish his enemies to hell forever, and so that they would suffer, burn, and not walk on this holy land. In search of wisdom, our main character received some incredible power from a scroll that he had previously read. After reading the scroll, you will be able to control the power of nature, as well as the animals that surround it. Now he began to exercise, to experience how strong he had become and what kind of energy was literally blazing inside him. He managed to summon some ferocious wolf demon in some kind of demonic guise with horns. The demon from the underworld, which our main character summoned, really had some amazing abilities and could also destroy everything with one attack. Now he became a truly skilled warrior who was able to wield this demonic power. He was literally maddened by how strong he had become, but his anger and thirst for revenge consumed him. John was surprised that Brendan, the elder of his clan, appeared in front of him. Slowly coming to his senses, he was in shock because he saw our main character no longer disabled. What was most surprising was that Brandon and John's father were sworn friends who were capable of doing anything for each other. At one point, the Brand became a traitor, and he destroyed almost the entire clan of our protagonist. Now John wanted only one thing: to kill his father's former friend for his betrayal. Brandon continued to gloat, seeing in front of him not a rival of some upstart, not realizing his guilt. He felt joy seeing our main character become so unhappy and literally an orphan. John knew that with one attack he could destroy this old dog, but it seems he was not quite ready yet. Brandon began calling our main character a creature and accusing him of being to blame for everything. What infuriated Brendan the most was that he served the clan of our protagonist, but for quite a long time he was not rewarded with anything. But John didn't want to listen to this anymore. He only wanted one thing: the death of this old man to avenge all his relatives. His eyes glowed with rage. A power that was literally demonic filled his body. Brandon decided that he would defeat our main character with ease, since he considered himself a skilled fighter. But at some point, he didn't even notice how the fist of thunder of our main character rose across his face. John managed to literally thrust it into the concrete, breaking it completely into splinters. Brandon was in incredible pain. The main character literally squeezed all the vitality out of him. He also added that now this dog himself will rest in the underworld and that he will suffer. And in an instant, John managed to kill this old man with his last attack, which was incredibly weak. John felt incredibly dominant over himself and over everyone. He felt like he could move mountains, and the desire for revenge literally moved him forward because he wanted justice and a lot of blood. The old man, who was previously responsible for the security of the clan, lay bloodied and died on the floor. And here she is in the village of Pain, which was ruled by the enemies of our protagonist, whom he madly wanted to kill. They had a lot of servants under their command. They guarded this imperial dynasty. Also, the wars among themselves discussed all the power and deceit of these two villains and how strong they were. Their captain immediately decided to stop and not discuss Bruce and Kimberly under any circumstances, because this would be fraught with death. Emily was a devoted servant to Kimberly and Bruce for many, many years, filling the mansion with warmth and comfort. Suddenly, she decided to disturb Kimberly. Apparently, she wanted to ask if she wanted something. At this time, Kimberly admired herself in the mirror and prepared some kind of letter. She demanded that the maid Kimberly come in. She became somehow ominously beautiful in literally every way. The maid reminded that it was time to go to the palace, and so as not to be late for an important event. Kimberly was serious, but her eyes would literally glow with some kind of river of blood. The musicians began to trumpet that the bride and groom had arrived at the mansion of the chief emperor. The emperor was a great man. Several villages were subordinate to him at once. At his command alone, could any issue be resolved? Bruce Kimberly was already standing in front of him, walking up those steps from the red carpet that had been laid out for them. In the emperor's mansion, it was customary to dress in such attire, especially if they were members of his family or relatives. Bruce and Kimberly bowed before her father, saying that they had arrived and longed for a blessing. Emperor Richard was truly a great man. He was respected and feared by many villages. He told Bruce to take very good care of his daughter and not to hurt her, since he himself will pay in full. So the ceremony began. The bride and groom extended their hands to each other to tie the knot. Also, in front of the service and in front of the emperor himself, it was necessary to perform the rite of oath to each other. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge cloud of dust and an incredibly sharp and long spear pierced the gates of the imperial chambers. The blow was so strong and severe that the emperor's servants literally scattered like chips on their sides. Literally, some kind of whirlwind scattered the soldiers from side to side. They could not cope with it in any way. The Emperor was horrified. He was surprised by the impudence with which this unknown person burst in, and at such a crucial moment. Now even Bruce was surprised by the appearance that our main character managed to make and was shocked. After all, before them now stood either John, an invalid, in some sense a very strong warrior who thirsted for revenge. Plus, to all this, his techniques have become much more powerful than they were before. Yes, the confidence, the anger that he felt was ready to literally amaze everyone. It seems that he had no lack of self-confidence. Bruce and Kimberly were horrified. How did a disabled person manage to rise to this level and appear with such unprecedented power? The servants were also in incredible shock. The rumor spread throughout the entire area, and in several villages it was clear that John would no longer be the same. His enemies stood and wondered how he managed to do this. After all, his tendons and bones were literally torn apart. The Emperor understood the seriousness of our protagonist's intentions and that he would not miss the chance to send them all to hell. The Emperor only now realized who he was dealing with. He began to grin at John. Continuing to joke, he said that our main character should get treatment and not be here, and especially since he was not invited. Now the smile from the Emperor's face disappeared forever. In front of his face was the blade of our protagonist. John also accused of betrayal that the family, and indeed the clan of our main character, always served him with truth and faith, and he betrayed them. However, he demanded an explanation about this. Why was it necessary to kill his entire clan and himself? But the Emperor did not utter a word. He stood in a stupor and was silent, because he understood that his life depended on his next words. John also added to his words that he would not give peace and life to the Emperor and his entire family. People were shocked. Previously, they also knew the fact that John was simply disabled. But here he is of sound mind and sound body, as well as in spirit. Suddenly, Bruce decided to shut up our main character, telling him to stop. There was some kind of sinister energy around him, because he was enslaved by evil and treachery. And he also saw his mistake in that he could not kill our main character when there was an opportunity. But it seems that John's intentions were much higher than Bruce's assumptions, because the pain that John experienced is incomparable to anything. He also possessed incredible spiritual power, which was capable of defeating 1,000 warriors at once. All the servants came to the Emperor's defense, because they feared that in one moment, our main character would be able to destroy everyone. Plus, before all this, Bruce and John were considered equal warriors, because their spiritual strength was equal. The Emperor asked not to kill John, but rather to weaken him and take away all his spiritual power. Bruce listened to the Emperor and was already ready for his spell, which was very dark. But John did not back down. He knew how strong he had become and how confident he was, because now he was awarded some incredible spiritual energy. Bruce began his spell. He decided to summon a sword that could forever chain the soul in him. The sword possessed incredible spiritual power because it was capable of depriving anyone of its power by touching it. Kimberly continued to gloat as she believed that our protagonist didn't stand a chance against her fiancé. The rest of the residents, and even the servants, were in global shock, because they understood that if Bruce resorted to this spiritual sword, it meant one thing: that his rival was doomed. However, do not forget that this is considered the secret weapon of the Bruce clan, Masters of the Elements. But Bruce did not realize the fact that our protagonist had in his hands a divine spear, which feeds on the blood of warriors and strengthens its power. Bruce was outraged by the fact that our protagonist was going to fight with a regular weapon against his Zanpakuto. Suddenly, he began to attack our main character, collecting all the energy in the blade. But the power that John possessed, or rather his internal one, he can summon a demon, which is capable of combining with the weapon of the one who controls it and being truly an incredibly powerful weapon. John combined the blade and this devil in order to make his counterattack. It looked ominous. Just as Bruce was about to cross arms with John, something happened. Our main character's spear, filled with demonic power, began to lengthen and go behind the enemy's back. Bruce was even more agitated by this. It seemed to him that our main character was underestimating him, and he repelled the attack as hard as he could, sharply turning around with his spiritual blade. But what happened a moment later shocked everyone, because his blade, which was filled with spiritual power with incredibly strong steel, began to crack after being shaken by the spear. And in a moment, Bruce was literally crushed, because the spear pierced right into him, nailing him to the concrete. It pierced him through. He was really amazed. But most importantly, the force that tore his internal organs in the spear. Servants and residents could not believe their eyes, because they considered Bruce to be truly an invincible warrior. It seems that the Emperor was shocked by what he saw. After all, previously no one could reflect the attack of spiritual balls and also turn it into fragments. Kimberly didn't know what to do. Her fiancé was in a very difficult situation. It seems this is the end. She started screaming for Bruce not to give up, but to get up and continue to fight with our main character. John didn't care. He wasn't happy. His main goal was to make him pay for everything they did to his family. Now all of Bruce's self-confidence had disappeared somewhere. Now he was not such a valiant warrior as he considered himself. Our main character grabbed his spear and began to put pressure on the body of the enemy who deserved it in full. John pulled his spear out of Bruce at one point, saying that he was pathetic and a charlatan. The rage of our protagonist was simply incredible, the way his enemy lay bloody. Bruce asked the question of where our main character got such a weapon, because before, he hadn't noticed it. I give his family, and the clan didn't have such a find. But John commented that it was a secret of his clan and was kept as a secret weapon. Plus, he also explained that he was able to combine the soul of the devil into his divine spear. Now the Emperor understood the omnipotence of the John clan and realized how dangerous it was and that it was worth taking into account. Now he was scared to realize the very fact that the guy actually still had quite a lot of tricks hidden. However, the Emperor also added the following. Marrying Bruce was the most fatal global mistake. Bruce tried to justify himself somehow. My excuse wasn't worth a penny. He was incredibly angry at our main character. Firstly, he managed to defeat him without using a share of his strength, and also disgraced himself. And it seems that at one moment he was simply distraught by the current situation. He was incredibly angry and wanted to destroy John. However, Bruce decided to use his technique, which was passed down from inheritance to inheritance among his clan. His face, as well as his body, literally changed. Some ominous spiritual energy was burning over him. He looked like a demon. He took off from the ground at the speed of light, leaving a hole underneath, rushing towards our main character. In an instant, he appeared in front of our main character, trying to attack him on the fly. However, John beat him to the punch with his heavenly fist, which literally startled this upstart. He flew away like plywood over Paris with incredible speed over a huge distance after John's blow. Now nothing could scare off our main character or stop him, because his rage and thirst for revenge were incredible. Pathetic Bruce lay there, bloody. I don't understand how it happened, and it turned out that he was a perfect fighter. Once again, our main character began to attack. This time he stepped directly on the deep wound he made with a spear. It seems that the thirst for revenge literally consumed John from within. He did not want to stop in any way and wanted to commit punishment. Now he decided to make the last attack, which would literally destroy his enemy, waving his hands, raising his spear above himself. He had the strength to point it at Bruce. Kimberly screamed for the Emperor to stop this murder and save her fiancé. She was terrified. Bruce, realizing that he was about to go to the underworld, began to shout for help out of nowhere. Some kind of spiritual energy appeared, most likely. It was directed by the Emperor towards our main character. John noticed this reckless attack in his direction with a sharp glance. His determination was incredible. With some incredible power, the knight managed to repel the attack of our main character, even throwing him away from his place. Our main character was amazed by this phenomenon, because his attack was really very powerful. This knight was very fast, swift, and shocked John with his unusual appearance. He grabbed the hero Bruce with his huge hand, apparently wanting to take him to a safe place. It was a guard of the imperial castle, whose name was Patrick. It was the Emperor's personal guard. Jonah was aware that this guard's skill was truly of the highest level, and he understood that the battle would not be easy. Kimberly screamed for Guard Patrick to destroy the guest who was disrupting the wedding ceremony. But the most important thing was that he entered the Emperor's castle without permission, and this is fraught with death. The Emperor ordered the guards to beat up our main character and send him to the cemetery. Patrick replied that he would carry out this order. His zeal and desire to serve the Emperor was unimaginable. He was ready to give his life. He immediately took off, wanting to deliver his crushing blow to the guest. The speed at which he approached was truly incredibly fast, like lightning. How in an instant he was able to literally hit our main character on the spot. John bounced to the side like a ball. The force was truly unimaginable. John was incredibly hurt and annoyed. How did this guard manage to create such a sensation? But that was not all. When our hero stood up from the concrete, Patrick rushed after him again. He wanted to kill him. It seems that John was able to summon his spiritual energy even in this position. A moment later, his body began to glow with some incredible power. Our main character managed to summon this spirit from the underworld, which managed to stun Patrick. The guard did not understand what was happening. Where did our main character get such incredible power? Because he was an ordinary weakling. John managed to catch Patrick by his huge hand to keep such a giant on the fly. You also had to have amazing abilities. Now it's time for a counterattack. John, now the giant is in really big trouble. Gathering all his spiritual power, he dealt a truly crushing blow to Patrick. The guard couldn't figure out how he could lose to such a dog, because he was considered one of the invincible warriors of the kingdom. Now, with a pronounced look, it was clear how much John was superior to all these incompetents. Taking his huge divine spear, he decided to put it back into its sheath. He was incredibly determined. It seemed like he was ready to destroy them all with one blow. The way he looked at his enemies was truly amazing. The Emperor was indignant. He understood that there was no way he could cope alone against our main character, because his strength had reached unprecedented heights. But the Emperor objected that John had forgotten the most important point, and that this was considered disrespectful. Our main character was a little confused. What does this pathetic Emperor mean? The Emperor explained that one should not underestimate the entire imperial dynasty and how powerful their power is. Now, at some point, all the knights, guards surrounded our main character, taking him by surprise. This didn't scare John at all because his goal was one, to kill Bruce and Kimberly. Our main character, with incredible speed and lightning attacks, literally dealt with this bunch of knights. The attacks were so crushing that the guards never understood how they were able to defeat them. Now, in a moment, he approached the Emperor, grabbing him by the Adam's apple, and, it would seem, he was about to rip it out. The Emperor was scared out of his mind because earlier, no one could hit him like that, especially not dare to attack him in his own castle. Kimberly was horrified to see his father grabbed by the throat and knew she was useless. The guards were also confused about what our main character was, how dangerous he was. Approaching him was a fatal mistake. The Emperor tried in every possible way to dissuade our main character from the idea of killing him, because there are a lot of guards around, and they simply won't let him out. But John didn't care about himself, because his goal was to overthrow the Emperor, as well as kill those responsible for the death of his relatives. Although the guards were truly skilled warriors, they had one weakness: movement. John began to squeeze the Emperor's throat more and more tightly. It seemed that he would strangle Ivanov like a goose. It seems that the Emperor had no air left. The injected person compressed the airways, which slowed down blood circulation. But our main character cannot be stopped. He was ready to commit at least 1,000 sins. The main thing is that the guilty were punished. Suddenly, some extremely strong energy with a spiritual admixture began to hover in the air. John even stopped by his Emperor at some point after noticing this. He was surprised how this thing suddenly appeared unexpectedly, and such power. Suddenly, against the background of this energy, a man appeared who tried to reason with our main character not to do this. John was really surprised, because this man was not so strong before John was disabled. This was the head of the elemental clan, Anthony, and amazed with his unimaginable energy that arose out of nowhere. The elemental clan and the Emperor had truly deep ties, which meant that they would be obliged to come to the rescue at any time. Our main character tore the Emperor off the ground as if it were some kind of kitten, continuing to strangle him. Bruce suddenly shouted at Anthony to kill our main character, commenting that he was dishonest and had broken the law. The Emperor began to be sarcastic about this, because he understood that his life was now safe. However, John was aware of the fact that he was in no way Anthony's rival. Anthony also added that if he lets the Emperor go and is left alive, he will be officially forgiven by the elemental clan. This time, he criticized all the actions that Bruce had previously committed and said that upon arrival in his native lands, he would be punished. Plus, he also decided to relax this situation a little. He also demanded the Emperor's recognition of what he had done earlier and what involvement he had in the death of John's relatives. The Emperor immediately agreed and did not argue with Anthony, because he understood what followed. Anthony once again asked to let this pathetic Emperor go, not to threaten his life. John was incredibly amazed at how this elemental clan leader was able to summon the spiritual energy that was hindering our protagonist. This technique subordinated the target to the actions specified by the person using this technique. He managed to wrap the hand of our main character, and it unclenched on its own and removed itself from the Emperor's neck. John knew this technique, the subordination of which was mastered by the Clan of the Elements, and in particular by their leader Anthony. But at one point, our main character dispelled this technique with his chai he did not want to put up with, and he again grabbed the Emperor by the throat, and it would seem that he was about to kill him. The leader of the Elemental Clan was in deep shock, because no one had previously been able to dispel this technique. It seems that John went mad. His rage reached some kind of epic, and he was ready to literally destroy the Emperor. He managed to use a spiritual blow on the Emperor's neck. The Emperor began to choke on blood. He was in incredible pain. He fell like a sack to the ground, experiencing this horror. Now, it seems, everyone was scared. That the inhabitants under the Emperor could not believe their eyes, that someone dared to kill their ruler. The guards immediately rushed to the aid of their Emperor. but the master of the elements still continued to stand in a stupor, seeing the superiority of our protagonist. Grabbing the emperor by the act, he began to swing it from side to side. As hard as I could, I threw this pathetic imperial dog like a ball into the crowd of minions. But Anthony managed to catch the emperor with his wing, preventing him from hurting himself. And at one moment, our main character decided to fly away from the palace, promising that he would return to fight the master of the elements. What happened was that I didn't expect to see John because they weren't going to let him go anywhere. Anthony used some kind of controlled technique that literally struck down our protagonist. He also added that John is too self-confident. In vain, he underestimates the people who opposed him. Our main character was terrified, as he could not prevent this technique and could not move at all. He again began to call upon his spirit, the demon he had previously summoned by overthrowing Bruce. Whirlwinds of the demon's furious forces literally circled around the area. The strength was on a completely different level. Now John began to attack the master of the elements, and it seems that he did not have the slightest doubt about his victory. At some point, she changed her attack, directed it towards Bruce and Kimberly, apparently wanted to get rid of them once and for all. They sat in horror because they understood that death would come to them very soon, and they could not do anything about it. But Anthony had prepared some special attack. It seems he didn't take John seriously. He created some kind of incredible spiritual shield over the guys in order to prevent our main character from completing the attack. It was just a diversionary maneuver. It was originally conceived by John in order to have time to leave the battlefield. The Elemental Master didn't want to let go because now he was really ready to take the fight and stop our main character. But at the same time, John advised him to stay with Bruce and the Emperor was about to end his life. Anthony stood in confusion because he was aware of the fact that he should rather help his successor from the Elemental clan. But he grinned and seemed not to be ready to give up his intention to stop our protagonist. He liked John's fervor. John became a truly great warrior and not what he used to be. Still, he let John go on his journey. Our main character quickly left the vicinity of the Imperial chambers. However, Anthony still decided to use his regeneration technique for the benefit of Bruce's life. He also managed to heal vital organs specifically from the wounds that John had previously inflicted. It seems Bruce had one goal, to kill our main character, which is what he asked the Lord of the Elements to do. To which he replied that he should not worry, since in any case, sooner or later he would meet and kill John. Anthony also observed how much the Emperor was in pain, and realized what a non-entity he was. Kimberly had incredible courage. There is a moment ago her father was still alive. Anthony added the following. Since the Emperor her father died, when she is obliged to please Bruce in everything. But apparently she had no other choice. Now she was left alone and agreed with Anthony. The Lord of the Elements addressed the residents and all those serving the Emperor, declaring that the Emperor was dead and could no longer serve as ruler. He also ordered his clan to obey the elements, and first of all to find John and detain him at all costs. But the guards, the residents turned to Kimberly. She is the successor after the death of the Emperor? Without hesitation, she gave the order to obey the clan of the elements and follow its instructions. It seems that Anthony experienced some number of aviation. He was pleased with the fact that power was slowly passing to his clan. Our main character made his way through the expanses of the village at incredible speed. John was aware of the fact that by killing the Emperor, he declared a hunt for himself, and this would not stop until he killed everyone. It seems that another moment haunted our main character. Where did this master of the elements come from, having never appeared before? John wanted to leave this village as quickly as possible in order to rid himself of his pursuers and catch his breath. Also, hawks were involved in the search for our main character, which, having discovered the target, will immediately report his location. Now our main character found himself in a carriage, so as not to attract attention, which was heading to a large village. Traveling with him in the carriage were also very strange personalities, whom he had never seen before. Also, one of the girls cast her languid glance towards our main character. John understood that he had to get out of this state as quickly as possible, so as not to fall into some kind of trap. The girl who was sitting with her grandfather was watching this wanderer, our main character, and she was frightened by the sight. Grandfather was incredibly kind to me, at the same time a wise man. He was in a hurry to stop his granddaughter from drawing conclusions, convincing her that John would help them. The old man also added the following. The path ahead is long, because our main character is also going to get to the village of happiness. The granddaughter became interested, especially at the moment who could still threaten his cart. Our main character heard the name of this old man, Sean. He was a very famous person. He single-handedly defended villages from attacks by demons and other unholy forces. What was most surprising was that the old man and our main character were closely related. They both disliked the Elemental clan. Suddenly, at some point, the gaze of our main character fell on the granddaughter of this beautiful warrior in the past. But it seems John was acting a little arrogant towards this girl. This literally hurt and angered her because she considered herself far from an ordinary lady. She fell into such a rage that the carriage could be heard throughout the forest through which they were making their way in the carriage. Our main character was still under surveillance, and now the demon's scent began to attack his tail. Incredibly fast horses really galloped not at low speed. They were trained for long distances. Now there was not so much distance left to the village as it had been before. One of his minions screamed. The old man asked to quickly increase his pace because he had some doubts about the safety of the village. The old man was far from stupid because he realized that our main character was in some kind of danger. John admired the wisdom of this old man and how far-sighted he was in his thinking. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a hail of arrows rushed through the horses. They literally struck them down. Sean's minions, also our main character, perked up at one moment. Now things were wrong. Johnny and the girl were terrified because they saw some kind of huge axe flying towards them. Also, the axe was accompanied by some kind of witchcraft, which literally cut the carriage into two parts. Now there is literally nothing left of this transport. You need to spend a lot of time to collect it. Sean's minions, also our main character, now stood and watched as some girl controlled spiritual power. This is an unusual girl. She has mastered very serious magic. Her main technique was torpor. The old man immediately found out where she came from because she wanted to take Sean's head. He also warned everyone to be on their guard because this girl is from the clan of death. Now John, realizing the seriousness of this attack, understood what they were capable of. It seems that the servants fell into horror. They did not know what to expect. They were afraid of these killers. The beauty was serious. She decided that she could deal with the old man in an instant and destroy his minions. But the old man's dream was not at all simple. As it was in history, he fought with literally 20 demons and managed to defeat them. However, we should not forget that the guards of this old man were also not very special. They were also helpless and endowed with very strong spiritual energy. Well, this friend actually had quite a few trump cards up her sleeve. While everyone was distracted, out of nowhere, a spear filled with chakra flew from above. John immediately noticed this primitive attack because he was a skilled warrior. He immediately grabbed his divine spear and filled it with spiritual power in order to repel the attack. At one point, two really powerful weapons are an arrow that possessed the fire of a phoenix and the strength of our protagonist. The old man was shocked to see John's superiority over his opponent because his spiritual energy was on a completely different level. John guessed what kind of attack it was. Firstly, it was the flames of a phoenix, trying to stop the arrow, began to have fun from side to side. But nevertheless, our main character, with the help of a whirlwind created by a spear, managed to hit the arrow, cutting it in half. After some point, it became clear that the attack was not strong at all, and not strong specifically for John, and so he jumped from a height. But it turned out that he really gave a lot of his strength and energy to repel the attack. Most likely, this is because he had to fight with Anthony Da, and his spiritual energy had not yet recovered from the battle that took place in the Emperor's castle. One of the demons, the girl, was quite amused by how our main character managed to repel the attack. She was impressed. She had not been able to fight a stronger opponent for a long time. After all, at the moment when the Phoenix's arrow reaches you, you are doomed and it will literally incinerate you. Sean managed to fight these demons before because it was non-stop. A lot of raids were made on his village, but he also understood the plan that the demons wanted to carry out with all their might, to capture him at all costs. The old man decided to turn to these demons who were in the clan of killers, and in order not to complicate the situation, he decided to surrender, but on one condition: if all his comrades were free. His granddaughter was horrified because she didn't want to let this happen. This is the last relative she has left. The killer. Somewhere I was even glad that there would be no resistance. But John didn't want to just let go of this situation. He decided to help throw his strength into saving the old man. That he was very surprised by this exclamation, because no one had stood up for him before. John also said his name and promised that he would protect everyone, and that the clan of killers would be in trouble. These two warriors were amused by the fact that this was indeed not an easy opponent in front of them, and they were gladly ready to kill him. He also asked them to introduce themselves, since he believed that if he killed them, and I don't know his name, it would not be considered an honor. They called themselves Miranda Tahura, excellent assistants to the leader of the assassin clan. Our hero realized that these were two sisters who, together, were capable of literally killing dozens of warriors that stood in the way. They also managed to earn fame, like our main character, making their way through the unknown desert. But they fought with Bruce, and Bruce managed to behead him once and for all, so our hero did not consider them rivals. John had some crazy ideas about this, convinced these two killers to go with him. Miranda, without thinking twice, began to attack, pointing her extraordinary axe on a chain towards our protagonist. John didn't know defeat. He was really inspired by these girls. Instead of approaching, he simply sent the spear forward, filling it with spiritual energy. And so the weapons crossed each other. It was quite epic. Literally, sparks flew to the sides. All the guys stood around. They were in shock, because there was literally a cloud of smoke floating in front of them. In addition to all this, our main character understood that the weapons were almost equal. Of the killers played ahead of the curve, she decided to attack John from above with her axe. John was able to parry this attack, however, under him. The ground literally left from this force that the killer put into the axe. It seems she guessed that it was a divine spear and that the battle was taking a completely different turn. The second sister was ready to once again send her divine phoenix arrow towards our protagonist. She was sure that as long as her sister distracted John, the arrow would definitely reach its target and destroy him. When suddenly our main character literally changed the position of his weapon. Firstly, he repelled the axe with which one of the murderers attacked him openly. And he also managed to deflect this incredible phoenix arrow that was heading towards him. The killer did not want to give up. She was confident in her victory and that she could destroy John. She decided to use her signature attack. Firstly, it enlarges her axe, and secondly, it gives her a divine form. Now my eyes were blazing with some kind of rage. It seems she was too confident in herself. Now the blade of the flaming sun was literally rushing towards our main character. But John was a skilled fighter. He immediately summoned his ghost, the demon, and he managed to expose the wing of this demon literally to the attack of this killer. Our main character also spent a lot of effort repelling this attack. After all, he still hadn't reflected her, and this girl was gloating about it. She dispelled the ghost technique that John summoned. It was truly amazing. He literally flew away like a ball, not understanding how it happened. And it would seem that at some point he lost heart, finding himself on the ground in confusion. The whole problem was that he had not fully mastered the techniques that the demon gave him. For some reason, he began to smile and try to somehow play off the killer, saying that she is not strong enough. But it seems that this made her even more angry, and she apparently wanted to direct all the rage at our main character. He also added that she was still completely unskilled and had not yet mastered the true power of her axe. But at the same time, he praised her for being able to master such a technique. The killer decided to attack again when the main character began to call upon his creature from outside. He managed to create some kind of devilish whirlwind that literally enveloped him from head to toe. How did he suddenly grab his divine spear and again point it towards the killer? He managed to repel the attack, throwing away the axes, and now he was standing with his spear right in front of his chest, the killer. She didn't even have time to understand how it all happened, because it all happened in an instant. The point was that our main character analyzed this attack and found a gap. The second sister could not stand still and watch. She decided to point her phoenix arrow towards John. His gaze was infinitely confident. It seems that he did not feel the least bit of danger. He also tried to convince one of the killer sisters that you could help her in mastering her skills. According to all the canons, it was accepted as follows. If your opponent is stronger than you, then it is better to let him kill you than to leave in disgrace. She immediately shouted to her sister not to stop and finish her attack. She concentrated all the power she had and fired the rest into this arrow in order to intensify the phoenix's fire. Our main character got very sick. He realized that as a couple they work very harmoniously. Granddaughter, Shauna, also realized how strong John is and that this is not the limit. It seems that the old man was right. He knew all the hardships that our main character had to go through and how strong he would become. It would seem that you were about to take her life, pressing a spear towards her neck. The sister tried to stop our main character so that he would not kill Miranda. She dropped her weapon and fell to her knees, asking for her life in exchange for her sister. John thought about this situation. His goal was not this at all, but on the contrary, reunion. He lowered his weapon, no longer threatened the life of one of the sisters. On the contrary, he even said the following words since they could not defeat him. Is there any point in staying in this worthless clan? She was indignant that he knew too much about her clan, because he was unknown to them. John replied that he knew everything, because he had previously been a skilled warrior. Also, the head of the clan was going to let him in like cannon fodder. After all, he doesn't value his clanmates. This instantly shocked her, and she thought that the head of the clan was really a man who gave his life for his guys. However, that's not all. Everyone who was killed by the murder clan was tortured. One of the sisters objected to this statement, saying that their head is a worthy person, and he would never do such a thing. John tried to convince them to check everything themselves, and not sit and argue over trifles. After all, his proposal still remained in force to reunite as a team. They again watched closely to see what our main character would say. After all, his mercy is not in vain. He invited them to leave the clan and for him to become a leader whom they would listen to. One of the sisters was even a little amused, because they clearly did not expect such an ending to the battle. Moreover, if they renounce the clan, certain death awaits them. Therefore, the sister was not going to come to terms with this situation and the proposal. Our main character was in no hurry. He decided to give them time to think about it all. He also added that he would wait for their answer in the Village of Happiness, in one of the coolest courtyards at that time. Immediately, one of the sisters promised that they would gain strength, and I would definitely punish him for leaving them alive. But our main character continued to follow the right path that he had chosen, and it is unlikely that anyone will be able to convince him. He smiled sarcastically and said that he would wait any time if he needed to fight. Miranda was left at a loss, because she now did not understand what to do. The other sister wished for a place because she was disgraced and could not come to terms with it. She also threatened the old man not to relax so much as they would come and quarter him. Therefore, she suggested that he be on his guard, because soon they would come for him, and then he would be in trouble. And in an instant, they literally disappeared from the battlefield, leaving behind a heap of dust. The old man could exhale. Our main character protected him, and not only protected him, but also drove away these girls. Granddaughter that she thanked John for saving him, and for standing up for them impartially. It was an honor for our main character to be thanked by the granddaughter of such a former great warrior. And now he is really a noble figure? He also suggested to the old man that he become related to this granddaughter by taking her as his wife. The granddaughter was named Emily. She was truly a beauty, and many warriors followed her. The old man was encouraged by this situation to see that in addition to the fact that a powerful warrior stood in front of him, he was also very self-confident. Sean responded with the following: that he would think about this proposal, since it really needs to be agreed upon. However, then he began to greet all members of the Sean clan and his minions. Most of all, the old man was afraid for his reputation. Emily guessed when she heard about the name John, and that almost half the world was being searched for him, because a reward was announced for him. What outraged her most was that the old man didn't say a word to her about it, although he immediately guessed who it was. That he was not against the reunion of our main character and his beautiful granddaughter Emily. After all, this spoke of a strong offspring prospect. Emily was very embarrassed because she was still a virgin. This is really not an easy step for her. It turns out that our main character was just joking about marriage, trying to somehow diffuse the situation. Now she was annoyed. It seemed that at some point she was glad that she would not remain as a girl. But on the other hand, she was embarrassed that half the world was hunting for him. They finally arrived in the Village of Happiness to their treasured castle. It turns out that he was the king of the village. They greeted him. Everyone really respected him, because at one time he fought to the death in order to defend the honor of the village. So rumors spread that the old man and his servants had come with such a guest. The people in this village were incredibly kind and sympathetic. They also saw Emily, that is, Princess Emily, next to the man who was being hunted. King Sean was especially greeted by Adam, who was the son of this old man's best friend. He also added that they were looking forward to the return arrival of the king. After all, when he is not in the village, there is chaos everywhere. The old man also greeted him and thanked him for being so eagerly awaited. I'll also go up to the old man's granddaughter, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time and that he was looking forward to meeting. But it seems that Emily didn't really like him. For her, he was somehow too sweet. The most amazing thing is that he still harbored hopes that when you would manage to marry Amelia. Now our main character began to tease Emily about this young man, asking if he was her fiancé. I'll give it to him. He considered himself handsome. And it's true, in his dynasty, everyone really had a beautiful appearance. This made Emily very angry that she was considered the bride of this young man. But she took a proactive step, hugging our main character, calling him her beloved, in order to divert suspicion from herself. The zone was quite outraged by this, as it decided to take advantage of the situation to change the situation. It turns out that this clearly suited others, specifically the union of Amelia and John, especially her grandfather. And it seems that Adam's heart was broken into 1,000 pieces after what he saw. She continued to play the role of our protagonist's lover, and seemed to really enjoy it. Adam created some incredible spiritual energy around himself in order to stop her intentions and show how strong. Emily continued to play the role of the bride and groom, saying that they would soon get married. It seems that Adam did not want to put up with this fact. On the contrary, he somehow tried to diffuse the situation by offering to eat together. He also suggested throwing a big banquet in honor of the old man's return. John didn't mind at all because he wasn't really tired, plus they had been under a lot of stress along the way. The Village of Happiness was indeed quite unusual. In the center of the village, there were always some beautiful performances taking place. The huge rhinoceros moved, holding the king of the village and Emily on itself. All the eyes of the residents were focused on them. It felt like there were ants all around, and there was a sense of dominance over people. Beautiful views, especially the view from above. The view of the enchanting mountains that surrounded the village literally took your breath away. Also with them were our main character and Adam. Clearly, they were dissatisfied with each other. Adam especially, it seemed to him that John was his rival and an obstacle that must somehow be overcome. And it seems that at some point he could not stand it and decided to tell our main character what feelings he has for Emily. He also even threatened John that he would regret coming to this village. Adam was incredibly angry, and even promised our main character that if he didn't get out of the village, he would kill him. Our main character, smiling slyly, replied that he would definitely leave this village, but not now. Such a false smile was hidden behind the true feelings that John experienced. This young guy began to experience some flashbacks about the fact that our main character and Emily would give birth to a child. And he still couldn't calm down, threatening John and promising to deal with him. John continued to make fun of him. They talk about him completing his revenge as soon as possible. They already miss him. Adam seemed to be obsessed with Emily. He didn't seem to think about anything else other than killing John. And our main character just wanted to follow his path, as he had planned in principle from the very beginning, but clearly did not expect such problems. Now they found themselves in the courtyard of a clan of weapons that they had been making for 1,000 years, the highest quality weapons. According to all traditions, each clan had such torches that meant that their ancestors did not die in vain. Finally, everyone arrived. This young man also jumped off the animal to show the way forward. He shouted to Sean and Emily that it was time for them to go to the banquet, and said that they had been waiting for them for a long time. The Weapon Clan's yard was truly an amazing place. Everything sparkled and sparkled, because they literally did everything by hand. True, it was incredibly beautiful, especially the weapon itself. It had its own style. Without being humble, Adam said that it was his father who forged both the gates and the weapons, and so they entered the living room. It was incredibly huge. It seems that more than 200 people could fit here. At the moment, his father was not there, apparently somewhere urgently. He moved forward. And while he is gone, Adam is the master of the house. Our main character also liked this wonderful place. It's like you're plunging into some ancient times of war. The dishes that were set on the table were very appetizing. There was everything: bread, vegetables, meat, and fish. Especially at this time, meat prepared from the dragon's paw was dangerous. Adam decided to show off such dishes and knowledge about them to Emily. He also began to talk about the true usefulness of this meat and the fact that it gives enormous strength and energy. Here is our main character, with incredible hunger and appetite, literally ready to pounce on this shin. Adam immediately rushed towards our main character to stop him, and without letting him eat it in the first place, he cooked it for Emily. But in an instant, John couldn't stand it. He literally knocked off this young man's hand, and with such force. He was horrified because he didn't expect such a seemingly simple guy to have such power. And at some point, he literally devoured this piece of meat, leaving one bone. Suddenly, after he finished eating the meat, he felt some incredible energy in himself that was literally bursting through his body. All the fatigue of the main character instantly disappeared somewhere. Energy really overwhelmed him from everywhere. He couldn't help but rejoice at the fact that his body was already completely different. After all, he had never experienced anything like this before. He immediately began to reap all the fruits that were on the table with a great desire to try. What will happen if he eats one more dish? Meanwhile, Adam started a conversation with the king of the Village of Happiness. He had some particularly important news. He wanted to boast in the sense that he was finally able to raise his skills to the highest level. Sean was even puzzled somewhere because it would seem this guy is clearly not a warrior. And he is also peace-loving. Granddaughter Emily also paid attention to what this young man said. She became interested in what exactly to talk about. However, he added one more thing, that Master Lee would appear in a few days and would be glad to see Adam and Emily's engagement. Now they were both at a loss. It turns out that this guy decided for everyone and at once about marriage. Was John truly surprised, realizing the fact that this youth was able to awaken such a technique? The technique of internal fire was mastered only by true masters of martial arts. These are hours of training. Also, this technique has 9 ranks, starting with the weakest one, ending with the last 9. If a person can master all 9 ranks, he becomes truly significant in this world. He is awarded the rank of martial artist. Our main character immediately realized what power this person of his rank has at the moment. 5, roughly speaking, he has already reached the middle. There was only one fire master on Earth who managed to curb all 9 ranks, but he died a long time ago. His spiritual power was on a completely different level. Now our main character realized that we should not underestimate this young man. He is indeed talented, apparently. His roots go far deep. He continued to talk nonsense about the wedding, which annoyed the young girl. Was she not at all happy with this arrangement? It seems that the old man himself was on his guard. He didn't quite like this whole picture. After all, whatever one may say, the last word should be with Emily. It seems that the old man was haunted by the fact that Master Li would arrive specifically for this wedding event. Our main character decided to leave the palace of the king, the village of happiness, which alerted the young lady. She tried to stop him and convince him that he could stay in this castle. Night was approaching, to which John responded as follows. Is she really so attached to him that she doesn't want to let him go? Or is it something like caring? My smile suddenly disappeared. He went too far with his statements and assumptions. Emily even got upset somewhere, apparently after his words. Looks like she just wanted to show courtesy. She turned around and with some sadness rushed back to the castle. It looked like she was crying. But the thoughts of our main character were not like that at all. He immediately liked this girl. He saw something pure and warm in her. Now our main character was sitting in the guest room in the Agura pose and thinking about everything. Suddenly, John began to practice his skills, or rather, the skill of the ghost he had summoned earlier. He did not have enough strength to hold this technique, and he was looking for something that could fuel it fully. Plus to all this, if he manages to master the second rank of his technique, he will be able to summon one more beast. His strength will increase significantly. At rank 2, he will be able to summon an incredible, fiery hawk that incinerates everything in its path. It seemed that now our protagonist was gloating to see Adam's face after using this technique with 2 summoned animals. Adam stood on the roof, looking into the courtyard. One of the servants appeared behind him, and he had information. He told Youngster that our main character is, and where he comes from, he is from the village of Air. At the moment, the Imperial staff is looking for him, as well as demons. History really captured all the edges of the villages because they all knew that John killed the Emperor. At some point, Adam even went crazy from the information he heard about John. Now he considered our main character a loser, and he also decided to wait, not to kill John yet. Everything had its time. Apparently he had some kind of goal. After all, he doesn't think about anything else, except how to marry Amelia and look into John's face. Meanwhile, our main character continues to practice his skills, sitting alone. He summoned some kind of fire scroll. Mastering the new technique that he wants to harness is truly a matter for the strong, and it will take a lot of time and concentration. He also had an idea about exchanging his trash for jewelry, which he could summon from a scroll. He decided not to wait and immediately got out of bed, filled with self-confidence, seeing the goal without seeing obstacles. He was determined to get rank 2 Fire Phoenix as quickly as possible. In front of him was a huge castle, and the full moon would accompany him, because with its light it is capable of illuminating everything around. The castle was very multi-story. There were people on each floor. Everyone was moving somewhere. There were some strange animals in front of him. His joy knew no bounds. He felt some kind of nostalgia for this place, and then they immediately greeted him, saying, "Welcome." He was met by some kind lizard. He asked what the wanderer, who suddenly appeared in this incredible place, wanted. But our hero was taciturn, and at some point he called the girl and asked her to do it urgently. It seems that the smile on the lizard's face immediately disappeared, seeing the determination of our main character. The lizard appeared in the chambers of this miss. Her name was the Green Mamba. She mastered the technique of summoning the many-headed serpent. But at the same time, she had charm and was incredibly beautiful, one might even say, devastatingly beautiful. She was surprised by the fact that someone was interested in her. She continued to smoke her pipe. And yet she went down to our main character. He greeted her with a malicious smile. But she went through her thoughts for a long time. You couldn't remember who was standing in front? John insisted that he wanted to participate in an underground auction. Where can you buy different things? From trinkets to priceless ones. The Green Mamba seemed to recognize him. Her breasts were incredibly large and beautiful, and at the same time firm. The lizard was still confused, because he did not understand what kind of wanderer he was who was talking so confidently to his mistress. The Green Mamba asked John to follow her immediately. The lizard continued to stand in bewilderment. Now they were already making their way along this corridor. It seemed somehow enchanted. Summoning her snakes, she decided to dispel. The lizard asked our main character to go through this door that stood in front of him. It seems that our main character could not get enough of the moment that he finally found himself in this wonderful place where the auction is taking place. The Green Mamba again lit her unusual pipe. Was it strewn with some special herbs? She was overcome with interest. How does John know her name? After all, she couldn't remember. Our main character again behaved strangely and said that this should not worry her and that he knows everything about the rules. He pulled out from under his clothes an ingot that was incredibly shrouded in spiritual energy, wondering how much it would cost. The beauty was overcome by interest, which prompted her to urgently open this scroll and find out what was so special about it. When suddenly her eyes went dumbfounded, she realized that it was a scroll with an unusual black magic technique. Our main character continued to stand with his hands folded proudly, and continued to smile in the hope that he would be appreciated. She asked John again whether he was really ready to put up for auction such an item, which was considered extremely rare. The Green Mamba understood that this scroll was essentially priceless. However, it could be sold for 3 times the price. When suddenly she screamed that she would give our main character more than 1,000,000 gold coins. John did not show his surprise, since he knew the true value of this thing. But nevertheless, he was glad in his heart. Having imagined how much gold it was, he was already wondering what he could buy. It seems that the deal was already completed. The Green Mamba was jumping up and down like a little girl in a fit of joy. She continued to smoke her herbal pipe, but she was increasingly surprised by another fact. Where did such a young man come from? Not a very cheap thing. She also asked if he wanted to take part in the auction. After all, it was really not ordinary people who gathered in this place. To which our hero replied, of course, that he would take part even with great joy. After all, he was still that gambling fellow. He was also informed that some expensive item would be exhibited today. The Green Mamba immediately decided to see off our main character. Her smile literally illuminated everything around her, and she was incredibly happy and satisfied. And so they found themselves in the room in front of the stage where the bargaining would take place. The Green Mamba greeted all the participants who arrived at this arena. There were clearly quite a few of them. What surprised the guests most of all was the smile of the beautiful Green Mamba, because previously she had always been reserved. But today, apparently, is some kind of special day, the guests thought. And finally, our main character sat down in a chair. He arrived in some kind of anticipation. And the place that he was awarded really made it possible to see everything in the arena. The Green Mamba also emphasized that only VIP clients or very dear guests sit in such places. Someone started waving to this beauty from afar, shouting her name as if they had known each other for 100 years. And it seems that the arrival of this guest was very surprising. The beauty was even confused somewhere. Her look said that you need to behave warily. Most likely this is someone from the rich. She recognized him, calling his name Richard. He often found himself in such a place, wanting to find some interesting find. Richard also sold very rare things to the Green Mamba, and it seems this time he did not come empty-handed. She thanked him for speaking so well about her auction. After all, Richard brought a lot of clients. This father, Richard, was a very rich man throughout the entire space, and he even wanted to marry his son to the Green Mamba, when suddenly he reached out, it would seem, to her huge breasts for no reason at all. She immediately raised her hand. She also raised the second one along with her pipe, from which grassy smoke came out. Richard looked like a little fool who rejoices in everything, and in some ways he even looked like a child in his adult guise. This freckled upstart continued to irritate with his incomprehensible phrases and habits that a man is not worthy to possess. It seems that the Green Mamba was already on her last pike, so as not to explode. Nevertheless, she continued to control herself. Suddenly a spark appeared in the eyes of our main character, because he drew attention to the little thing that was behind him. It was one of the divine spears and very rare. There was a legend that once upon a time this spear was damaged by the Lord himself. It seems that his instinct did not let him down, that extremely rare things would appear at the auction. At some point it seemed that he was full. He needed it like nothing else. Richard literally glared at our main character and seemed to be dissatisfied with something, when suddenly he put his hand right on John's shoulder, said that this was his place, and he was considered a dear guest. Noticing this, the Green Mamba immediately hurried to stop Richard and not show aggression towards the guest. He was very annoyed, because this place belonged to him by right. Every time he appeared at this auction, he sat down in this very chair. But our hero also didn't do anything wrong. He immediately turned around, answering that now this place belongs to him. Richard continued to call himself a great master, and that our main character is just a mongrel compared to him. John did not tolerate these statements for long, and with all his might he could, slapped an ignoramus who doesn't know any manners and prevented him from enjoying the auction. It seems that the upstart did not expect that such a difficult guy would act against him, who, without hesitation, would use force. Richard, like a small child, kept pointing at our protagonist, telling him he was wrong. John replied as follows: that if this upstart does not stop behaving like this, He will take his life altogether. Suddenly, Reacher began to create some kind of technique with the help of his spiritual power, and he was very angry, threatening to kill. But the beautiful green mamba hastened to stop him, because in her domain, no one is allowed to behave like that. Richard cast his gaze. The boy was so frightened towards the green mamba because he understood the seriousness of his actions. What would be the risk of disrupting the auction? Moreover, the rules were written in blood, and they cannot be broken. Anyone who breaks them will be blacklisted forever. It seems that this young man still continued to progress towards our main character, saying that it is not fair. Now this cutest girl looked very cute, and she was ready to shut up this young man. She managed to unclog Richard's pores. Now he realized his mistake and understood that it would be followed by instant punishment. He sat down on another chair and continued to grumble something to himself, a tray with an angry muzzle. Apparently, the desire for revenge was high. The upstart couldn't wait for this auction to end, because the desire to kill our main character seems to be his #1 goal. John continued to be watched. It seems that he did not suspect anything at all. He continued to enjoy the auction and its atmosphere. The servant, Adama, telegraphed with the help of his spiritual energy what he saw and also mentioned the conflict with Richard. Adam enjoyed the feast that took place in his room, eating grapes and peaches and hugging one of the young maidens. It seems he couldn't help but enjoy the fact that our protagonist had already made an enemy at the auction. Adam continued to gloat about the fact that our main character is in trouble. Using the telegraph, he decided to contact Richard personally. It seems that he had thoughts of how to annoy John. Richard was able to reply to the telegraph he had sent, while Adam sat with his idiotic smile on his chair. He told Richard the whole story, as it was, and how our main character was expelled from his village. Now, it seems, Richard did not take him seriously. The start of the international auction has begun. The green mamba greeted everyone present. It also threw up some intrigue in the sense that this time, really extremely rare things appeared. No one could stand it any longer. Everyone was waiting for the auction to start so they could quickly part with their money and buy some relics. She called her wards, who came up to her with special boxes in which there were gizmos, albeit of a low level. And here is the beginning of the demonstration of the first item. There was silence in the hall. All eyes were focused on this box. And then the green mamba opened the box, from which there was a bright blue light that the pearl emitted. The pearl concealed an unusual action. If someone gets cut or is mortally wounded, then it will instantly restore balance and heal wounds. The first bet that the green mamba placed was 10,000 gold. Immediately the heat began. Someone shouted 13,000, someone shouted 15, someone 18. There was an incredible noise in the huge arena. Our main character was clearly not interested in this. He was waiting for his find, which gave him no rest. He was already slightly squeezed, like a lemon, and did not sleep all night. And even at some point, he simply fell asleep. It's hard to imagine going without sleep for almost a day. Evil Richard still could not calm down. He wanted to quickly take revenge on our main character. The auctions also continued. Buyers were identified, some took some trinkets, some even took edged weapons. And now the next round comes, but the intrigue in the hall does not subside. All gambling lovers have gathered here today. The Green Mamba announced that this is now the last item to be auctioned. We were intrigued, and most importantly, our main character was extremely interested in getting this thing. It would seem that he will sleep until the end, and can sleep for about a day. But hearing that this was the last lot, he immediately jumped up inadvertently. His eyes glowed with inexorable interest. One of the participants shouted out that he would rather get this last weapon. It seems that he did not understand what would be exhibited there. Then the assistants came onto the stage, holding in their hands the last lot, in which there was indeed something unusual. And finally, opening the lid of this box, everyone saw the damaged divine spear. The following starting price was set, 1 million gold. This is truly the highest bet today. And then the same stranger jumped up again, shouting that he gave 1,500,000 for a spear. The Green Mamba knows him. It's like he was a misplaced Cossack and constantly reduced prices. John sat with a smile on his face. He thought that now it was his turn to bargain with others. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a girl in a dress appeared and named the amount 2 million. Our main character, it seems, recognized her. She was one of the sisters of the clan of killers. Apparently, she decided to do such a mischief. She deliberately sat down next to him and listened to everything that the main character said, literally watching him. The stranger continued to shout, and this time he shouted at one of the sisters, saying that she would regret it and had no right to even think about this spear. He also shouted and told her to get out of the auction and didn't want to see her. She cast her devilish gaze towards the stranger and was very angry. Now he realized that this girl was from a clan of murderers, and then his face literally scrunched up. He fell into a panic. He immediately shut up and sat down in his seat because he understood how much danger he was in. It seems that no one will bargain with her anymore, and she will be the only owner of this thing. But what happened? A moment later literally struck her on the spot. Our main character screamed, "What will he give 3 million?" Now he, smiling, watched the reaction of one of the sisters of the killer clan. And it seems he felt his superiority in monetary terms. This outraged Miranda and Richard. They just don't understand how such a poor guy could have so much money. The bargaining continued. The Green Mamba was waiting for someone else to offer a higher amount. But looking at what was happening in the arena, no one seemed to have that kind of money, and everyone was confused. Seeing that no one can offer more, she still reports that this damaged divine spear is taken by the person in the front row. That is, our main character. Our main character perked up after she blew him a kiss. He clearly did not expect this, but the time has come to move on to the next and last lot. The same weight of the whole arena tensed. This box, which was held by one of her assistants, contained exactly the black equipment that our main character had previously wanted to sell to the Green Mamba. Here it is, the incredible sparkling scroll of our main character. It's strange why she left this artifact for dessert. Many were very happy about this little thing and were immediately ready to bargain. After all, excitement filled their blood. The starting price set by the Green Mamba was 5 million gold. Then, out of nowhere, everyone started screaming. Some gave 6 million, some gave 7 million. Richard did not want to be left out. He offered the highest amount of 10 million gold. Once again, the stranger made himself known by offering 12 million. It would seem where this simpleton got such money. Richard was indignant. He tried to dissuade the stranger from purchasing this, since he believed that this thing was vital for him. The stranger replied that he was ordered by the head of his clan to buy this scroll, and he could not do anything about it. He jumped up again, calling a figure even greater than 15 million. It was as if he had gone completely mad. This is a simple scroll, but Richard was furious. He was not happy with this situation. He doesn't like being a loser. The Green Mamba again began to provoke the crowd, calling Richard's amount very small. But then Miranda raised her hand, calling the amount 18 million gold, as if the whole arena had gone crazy. But John tried to stop her, covering her mouth and dissuading her from this bet. To which she was quite surprised. She clearly did not want to listen to what he said, since she considered him her worst enemy. And now, it would seem, she is ready to again announce the amount she will pay for this scroll. But she immediately changed her mind, considering it unreasonable and making a purchase. She didn't want to be made a fool. Our hero was pleased with this outcome. She was also left with a misunderstanding. Why did she listen to him? I didn't do it any other way. The floor was given to the Green Mamba. Since the amount of more than 15 million gold was not mentioned, the stranger jumped up, clenching his fist in his hand, rejoicing at this moment, which attracted the attention of everyone else. What made him happy was not the victory itself or the acquisition, but the fact that his clan would have this scroll. John once again tried to reason with Miranda and asked him to obey, also adding that he knows what he is doing. Now he was about to leave, saying that he was at King Shan's guest house and would be waiting for her there. So he left this arena. After all, the plan that he originally conceived was realized. The Green Mamba, smoking his favorite pipe, decided to exchange a few words with our main character. He answered her that there was no need for gratitude. After all, thanks to this scroll, the Green Mamba became incredibly rich. She thanked him from the bottom of her heart, smiling to the infinite, because she had never managed to hit such a jackpot before. Our hero was quite surprised. He did not expect that she would be able to sell the scroll for such an incredible price. John asked if there was anything else he could do to help the Green Mamba. After all, his goal at the auction was over. She hugged him very tightly, apparently wanting to copulate with our main character. But John was not at all against it. On the contrary, considering how hot his blood was, he hugged the Green Mamba tightly to him. He also needed something from this girl. He had a small request, holding her tightly to him. She seemed all embarrassed. Her eyes were like emerald stones. The gaze of our main character literally hypnotized her. He would have refused to let their lips touch each other, and as if there was some kind of spark between them. But at that moment, our main character changed and asked for his thing, which he bought. She suddenly, out of nowhere, took out a ring. The ring was very unusual. Is it some kind of cell or storage for things? And to make it easier for John to carry the winnings with him, such a ring is given to all participants who can use it at any time. Our main character immediately put it on. He liked how this ring shimmered in the center. There was a stone that looked like a ruby. He then added that they would meet again someday, but in a more different setting. He also added that if she gets bored, she can find him at any time, and he will entertain her. Now we rushed along our own path. After all, he urgently needed to master the animal ghost skill. The beautiful auction keeper was extremely annoyed. She expected something completely different. White Day has come, and so our main character decided to take a walk through the center of the village. Thoughts never left John. After all, he did not achieve his goal. His goal was to kill Kimberly and Bruce. I remembered the distant times when the Green Mamba married a treasure hunter. This scoundrel was also a sadist. He mocked her, not allowing her passage, and was jealous of every passerby. He blamed himself for all this, because he had the opportunity to intercede at that moment. He was busy with something completely different. Our main character practiced his skills. You tried to achieve perfection in techniques. The sphere that was in the hand served as something like a tablet for an additional supply of energy. It took a lot of concentration to reach the next skill rank. However, the sphere that he had in his hands, there were such warriors who could immediately swallow about 10 in excess. But these are madmen. Our main character was, especially he could drink an incalculable amount of these pills, and you immediately rise to a new level. It seems to you that you are unattainable. The body is filled with spiritual strength and increases significantly. Also, having summoned this fiery phoenix, our main character will already pose a threat to Anthony and all demons. Here he is trying to concentrate all this energy in himself in order to summon the flaming fire phoenix. The moment of summoning, literally the whole body is torn. The muscles increase in enormous size, so much so that the clothes are torn to shreds. It's as if your consciousness is on something completely different, on some kind of divine. Now John really felt much stronger, because he had reached rank 2 perfection in his summoning skill. That surge of strength that he experienced was literally felt by every cell of the body. The chakra also moved along the walls of the capillaries. Now he could use the scroll at any time in heaven. Any battle would be turned upside down. Also, do not forget that in addition to summoning, you must also have the skills to control animal ghosts. It seems that our main character has decided to try to the fullest the power of the fiery phoenix. To our deep happiness, the phoenix obeyed John. Some incredible warmth emanated from it, as if you were standing right in front of the sun. The most amazing thing was that the phoenix could give part of its energy to John, and he could already dispose of it. It seems that the main character mastered this technique right away. After all, there was one nuance. The light that the phoenix gave him was like a sphere, and you can control all forms of this energy. Having realized this, John decided to use this sphere directly on his ring. And as if there was some kind of mini explosion, with the help of this day, he managed to free the spear, which was languishing in the ring, or rather, in the vault. It seems that our main character has an idea to restore this divine spear. It was incredible because the flame literally engulfed this weapon, endowing it with some kind of energy. Our main character is some kind of blacksmith. Now John has no doubt he can really restore this weapon thanks to the magical power of this fire that the phoenix produces. He began to take on his previous form. It's very exciting. It seems that every day our main character is becoming stronger. He managed to return the spear to its full form, and he also endowed it with the power of phoenix fire. With such a weapon, few people can threaten our main character. After all, his skill is already at a completely different level. The spear will help him master all ranks of summons. After all, it manages to concentrate energy for itself, and when you run out of strength, it will simply share it with you. It seems John overdid it. At some point, he just switched off and was exhausted. He slept like a baby. But most importantly, he managed to complete his first goal. In the vicinity between 2 villages, there was a crowd of servants transporting the master in a cart. High in the sky, there was some kind of flash, like thunder and flashing lightning. The old man who was inside the cart was very surprised. He had seen such flashes before. He immediately realized that this was a divine weapon. His goal was to take away from a person, whoever he was, this incredible relic, since it is considered powerful and powerful. There was some kind of evil smile on his face. It's unlikely that he needed the divine weapon for good purposes. And this is the famous palace of the Killer Clan. It even looked gloomy. And what happens in the basements of this palace is simply indescribable. Instead of a candle, the skulls of the dead burn. They are a source of light in the vastness of the clan estate. Sisters Miranda and Tahura arrived to the ruler of this clan, although he was no less powerful than our main character. They, on their knees, realized that they could not complete the mission that was entrusted to them. The head of the clan of killers, whose name was Harley, was very disappointed, since they could not kill the king of the village of happiness and buy the relic at auction. Now his further actions were unknown to the servants. The punishment that he could come up with was extremely malicious. Miranda immediately added to the words of the head that he should kill them since they did not complete the task. But he began to laugh. Simple death? For him, it's not even fun. This was already a fact. From childhood, he raised them and turned them into weapons of a clan of killers, believing that one day they would become his Valkyries. Slowly and deliberately, the head of the clan said that he was not going to kill the sisters. He came up with a mission for them so that they could cope with the head of the clan of killers. It seems that the sisters understood the seriousness of this task that Harley had prepared for them. He began to tell the backstory about John and how he killed the Emperor and declared war on literally his entire village. Also, the Demon Clan asked the head of the Killer Clan to capture our main character, so Harley decided to entrust this task to the sisters. They didn't argue, they immediately agreed, without asking where he was or how to find him. In one moment, they literally disappeared into thin air. After all, they understood the seriousness of this task and that they had to succeed at all costs. He began to be filled with hatred and anger. He wanted to literally tear these two girls to shreds, and he made a promise to himself that if they didn't complete the task this time, he would simply feed them to the cannibal. He himself performed rituals over those killed or those who were on the verge, mocking them. Emily stood in King Sean's courtyard, very puzzled, waiting for our protagonist. John had just woken up. He hadn't even had time to open his eyes when he felt a languid gaze on him. But the thing was that she decided to wake him up for a reason. She had some plans for our main character. She decided to set conditions for him so firmly that he would live in the palace and not in the courtyard for guests. Being sarcastic, he began to bring up the topic of the bride and groom again. John liked to tease people. She was very embarrassed by this because she knew that John was at the auction and took away the divine weapon, damaged, plus he had a fight with Richard. She also mentioned Adam, whom our main character also managed to offend. And now it turns out he has made two enemies for himself. He began to stroke her head, telling her not to worry, since he is a strong warrior, and then he has such support as Emily. She was also furious about another matter, namely that the clan of murderers were also hunting and wanted to kill him. He hugged her and said that she shouldn't think about the negative, because he's definitely not afraid and will be ready to fight at any moment. She was shocked as none of the news could upset John. Most likely this was what bribed her. After just a moment, they decided to have breakfast with delicious donuts, in which rice and meat were hidden. Also in the city center, there was an incredible show of jugglers who could emit flames. We rushed on for a walk. Our main character was interested to know how the Village of Happiness lives. Suddenly, John and Emily noticed a girl in the distance. They became very interested in what she was doing here. Emily, it seems she recognized her. She saw her once but could not remember where and when. This incredible beauty green mamba continued to smoke her herbal mixture. But finally, Emily remembered that it was the owner of the auction, a green mamba. She was also surprised by the beauty and charm that she has. Our main character immediately began to convince Emily that she was also beautiful. John greeted the green mamba. Her beautiful cat-like emerald eyes were able to charm anyone. She greeted Princess Emily and our main character. She was glad to see them. Emily was incredibly happy when the green mamba affectionately called her by name, because no one called her that except her grandfather. In response, she said that she also missed her very much. After all, many years had passed since the last meeting. The green mamba asked if she had disturbed the peace of our protagonist, but he showered her with compliments about her beauty and sophistication. True, he was interested in the true visit of this beauty. At the moment, her speech changed from kind to some kind of excited or something, and Emily's presence did not interfere with this in any way. The green mamba decided to warn John that he was being hunted by a clan of killers, and they were merciless in everything. John was not at all scared by this, since he had already taken rank 2 in his skills and could control the Fire Phoenix. Seeing how self-confident our main character is, the green mamba decided to move on with her business. Emily wanted the green mamba to walk with them, as she had missed her for many years. After all, they used to be inseparable. It seems that John didn't mind either. On the contrary, he was glad that he would be between two beautiful ladies. He grabbed both of them by the waist so tightly, as if some kind of lovelace, which shocked the girls. They both blushed and were very embarrassed. John understood that they both liked it, and the green mamba had not had a man for a long time, and she dreamed of such a strong, self-confident male. They rushed off somewhere into the distance to walk through the magnificent Village of Happiness, and now they have already arrived at one of the markets of this village, which was famous for its diversity at that time. The guys were incredibly happy. It felt like they were inseparable. The merchant residents were quite surprised to see Princess Emily with our main character, and how some dork hugged her, plus next to them was the famous green mamba. Some residents knew who John belonged to the royal family. Moreover, he was not just a guest, but an honorary citizen. Somewhere, our main character even felt embarrassed, seeing such a stir around him and the girls. But the green mamba hastened to calm him down and told him to get used to it because he really attracts people to himself. Suddenly, our main character noticed how, very close, someone was hitting someone on the back with a whip. And he wasn't the only one who noticed this, as if the whole village surrounded the cage from which the girl was trying to escape. But the warden did not know forgiveness. He dealt a really serious blow to the girl in the area between the shoulder blades. The girl looked like a little demon. Horns were sticking out of her forehead, and her hair was so blonde. It turns out that it was not just an overseer or an overseer, it was her owner. He bought her at one of the markets. The green mamba didn't particularly like to watch such pictures. After all, she, being a girl, obviously didn't wish this on anyone. Beauty Emily was furious because she wanted, once she became queen, to correct the law on trade. The green mamba recognized him because he was from the weapons clan, just like Adam. Therefore, they feel unpunished and do whatever they want. Plus to all this, he supposedly has his own prison for such slaves, whom he buys in different markets. Amelia was infuriated by this situation, and that she could not influence it in any way. She was already thinking, how could she find a solution? But the beautiful green mamba immediately replied that there was no way to help, since he bought them. Can he do whatever he wants? This monster delivered another very strong blow with his whip, literally leaving a deep cut on his back. Blood flowed down the whip. The slave fell and lay immobilized. It seems that the blow was really very strong and biting. It seems that this fat man loved to mock his slaves. He shouted that he was teaching everyone who disobeyed him. Now the blood of this girl was literally pouring out of her mouth. The little demon Fatty was not at all embarrassed by this. He was mercilessly, and it seems he was waiting for some kind of apology, or, when he throws himself at his feet, they will beg for mercy. But the little demon girl stood up abruptly and very vehemently answered the fat man that she would definitely take revenge for her family. The fat man dealt a very crushing blow to the girl's chest area. She literally flew up. The girl literally cut through the air. She flew spinning, experiencing enormous pain. He continued to shout that she was his property, and he would do as he wanted because she was ungrateful. He caught her by the chain, and it was incredibly painful. Tears flowed like a river, and it seemed that her life would end. The fat man was simply insane. He knew no pity or mercy. For him, mockery was something like a game. The demon girl was terribly frightened by the way he looked at her furiously. John heard the fat man call the girl Sandra, and this name seemed familiar. The girls were even surprised. For a moment he smiled. It seemed he was up to something. Apparently he wanted to intercede. Emily knew that smile. It meant that something was clearly going to happen, and something bad was definitely going to happen. Now the next goal of our main character was to save the girl, a demon from the clutches of beatings. He remembered Kimberly. It brought back some kind of nostalgia, but a very bad one. The fat man simply threw aside to take a breath. After all, he really was very fat, huge. He turned sharply at the people who were watching this terrible picture and screamed so that they would not stare in his direction. Sandra's eyes glowed as if they were devilish. How she wanted vengeance. This brought the fat man into some kind of shock. It really looked as if she was drilling right through him. And he decided to hit her in the face as hard as he could. He did it in a really big way. But that was not the case. Our main character arrived in time and grabbed the hand of the fat man who was trying to hit him in the face with a whip. He was surprised that some guy in the act managed to stop his hand with a normal movement. He was furiously indignant because no one has the right to stop him from abusing his slaves. Our main character decided to offer the loon the amount for which the little demon would take the girl, but the fat monster did not agree with this. He said that it was his property, and he would dispose of it as he saw fit. But John added the following. Since she was bought against her will, he will simply take her. The fat man laughed while standing, thinking that our main character was some kind of simpleton and fool. The fat man said that he was a descendant of a great clan, and that our main character would be in trouble. John gave him one last chance, but apparently the fat man didn't want to listen and contradicted. The moment the fat man blinked, John's fist appeared in his face. The blow was so strong that the fat man literally flew into the air, not understanding what was happening. He flew several meters behind him, creating a cloud of dust. It looked comical. All the residents perked up because just now some guy dared to hit, or what to hit, to touch the descendant of the weapon clan. Now, residents and traders began to worry about the fate of our main character, because he did the unthinkable. Sandra was in the deepest shock. She did not expect that someone would come to her aid, and even throw the fat man away like a ball. The fat man was furious. He tried to get up. Anger literally overwhelmed him. the fat man will be able to call on the spiritual energy of the boar. The boar was dangerous with its tusks, as well as its stubbornness. He put the power of the boar into his left hand, which glowed with spiritual energy, wanting to kill John. But our main character stood and literally did not move. It seems that he was as confident as possible in himself and was not afraid of this attack. Some kind of lightning-fast spiritual energy began to come out of his eyes. It looked enchanting. After one moment, the fat man hit some kind of lightning shield. The fat man's face was literally crushed. Blood began to ooze from the mouth through the teeth because this happened by inertia. Plus, to all this, the energy ball had some kind of shock absorption, which repelled the fat man, which he himself did not expect. The technology was incredible. The country was able to throw the fattest man so far, and even in front of so many people. John gloated about this, that this fat guy tried to take down our main character with a simple rank 1 technique. However, John sought to quickly approach this demon girl, Sandra. After all, he had a special interest. Putting his hand on her forehead, he said the following: "Now she will be his." He also began to use some special spiritual technique. The girl did not utter a word. In one moment, with his incredible technique, he literally destroyed these shackles that restrained her neck. The girl was amazed that someone stood up for her and did not wish her harm. The girls were amazed by the action of our main character, despite the fact that the fat man was untouchable. John took the demon girl in his arms. There were really a lot of abrasions and cuts visible on her legs. Now she could calmly exhale and relax because she was saved and felt safe. Our main character decided to strive and move on. After all, the demon girl had to be examined. The residents continued to be indignant about the appearance of this wanderer, and why were Princess Emily and the Green Mamba still next to him? But they also understood that this incident would be followed by instant punishment. After all, the Weapons clan wouldn't just leave it like that. Princess Emily wondered what John was going to do. And why does he need this girl? In addition, the Green Mamba invited the girl to stay with her if our main character does not find a solution. But John did not doubt his capabilities one bit and believed that he would solve this issue himself. John understood that the blood of that same ancient demon flowed in her. Who were the legends about? Beauty Emily could not understand what our main character found in this demon girl, but John answered very succinctly, saying that he considered it necessary to save her. True, Emily didn't really like it. The thought haunted our main character because he was aware of the future of this girl. She is a descendant of a demon, and sooner or later will definitely become the leader. After all, this story was really difficult and distant. Its predecessor was also in slavery, until at one moment she turned into a demon who destroyed human settlements. Suddenly, he thought of her urgently changing clothes because she looked like a homeless person. The beautiful Green Mamba knew all the places where you could buy things and dress quite well. She immediately led the boys along. John liked her knowledge of everything. After going a long way, they finally arrived at this place. The Green Mamba was respected throughout the village. When they entered the courtyard of this market, there were indeed quite a few people there. A girl from the staff recognized the Green Mamba and asked how she could help. The Green Mamba has not been in these places for a long time, but she is remembered and honored here as a very important guest. She pointed to the demon girl Sandra and asked her to choose clothes to match her, that is, a dress. The girl immediately asked to follow her. They had a very huge choice. Our main character rushed up the stairs to the room where beautiful things were located. Meanwhile, Emily and the Green Mamba decided to wander around the village. By coincidence, Adam also had to pick up one of the dresses in the place where John came. He was surprised to see the beautiful woman there. Emily was madly in love with her, when suddenly he greeted the beauty and said that he had not seen him for a long time. But she was worried about another question. What was he doing here, and the purpose of his arrival? Was he following her? It turns out that he ordered a rather expensive dress here in advance, which he was going to give to Emily. In addition, he offered to go get this thing together. Smiling with a very goofy, she answered harshly and rudely that she did not need gifts, and especially not his attention. There was some sound in the fitting room. It could be heard even on the first floor. It seems that Adam also perked up and was interested in finding out where these sounds were coming from. All the guests, as well as the servants, were surprised because they saw a girl, a little demon in an incredibly beautiful guise. Our main character also showered Sandra with compliments. He was pleased that he could do at least something for her. She looked amazing. Her dress was covered in some kind of glitter and feathers. Adam opened his mouth and he couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed to him that this was some kind of princess from a fairy tale. Emily was very embarrassed because she did not expect such a transformation on the part of the demon girl. Emily immediately began to ask John where he got such a dress from, because it is truly divine. When Adam saw our main character next to this beautiful girl, he was instantly stunned. But what irritated him most of all was this completely different dress. He had ordered it in advance. It turns out that our main character was ahead of him. Here the zone literally almost attacked John with reproaches about the dress and that he wanted to take it first. The main character began to make fun of us, I asked. Did Adam really sew him up since he cares so much? This infuriated him more and more. He was literally furious. He didn't know what to do. Now he had already asked Adam about the dress. Did he like it? Especially when this girl is wearing it. But he didn't want to calm down. He began to ask at what price John would give him this dress. Our main character continued to smile. It gave him joy. That's the whole picture. Especially when Adam was angry. But the next moment he demanded the clan of weapons from Adam so that they, apparently, would do something for him. It became incredibly funny for the girls to see all this situation. How this upstart is literally furious. But John enjoyed something completely different. The fact that Adam literally rushes to extremes so as not to fall in Emily's face. The girl was really surprised. It seemed to her that at some point they would actually undress her and take away her dress. Now our main character began to provoke Adam, asking him what he could do. Once again, his spiritual black energy flared. It seemed that he was ready to attack. At that moment, his servant was running around the room, apparently trying to stop Adam. This greatly outraged him, because he was about to commit some incomprehensible act. Turning his gaze to him, he saw that this was the fat man who had previously kept the demon girl captive. He complained that he was beaten, and one of the slaves he bought at the market was collected. It seems Adam was beside himself. He couldn't believe what this fat man was saying. Suddenly, John appeared behind Adam, and he whispered in his ear that it was he who did this. The fat man immediately recognized our main character and wanted to take revenge for his action as soon as possible. Adam was in deep shock, because he understood that the honor of his clan had been disgraced. Now his gaze was really somewhat too angry. He apologized to Princess Emily, adding to this that he will kill John once and for all, that this cannot continue. But she hurried him to reason, because our main character was the main guest. The kingdom of the village is happiness. Oh yes, this made him even more excited. He couldn't believe that the princess was standing up for John. She again told him that she was going to marry our main character, and at one moment Adam fell into a stupor. He was broken, depressed, and it seemed that all his hopes literally collapsed in an instant. There was one moment. Adam promised his master Lee that he would marry Princess Emily. How did Adam suddenly decide to leave this mansion and leave altogether without uttering another word anywhere? But the fat man decided to stop Adam and remind him that one of his clan members had suffered. And at some point, in a fit of anger, Adam literally could not stand it and decided to punch the fat man in the face. Since he had really huge dimensions, he made a hole in the wall. And as if he fell into some kind of trance after such a blow, there was a huge hole behind him. Emily tried to warn our main character, saying that if Master Lee appeared, then John would be in trouble. However, he decided to somehow dilute the atmosphere by offering him, and specifically the girls, to buy everything they want in this room. They were incredibly happy. No one had ever done this for them before, but our hero was special. And instantly, he decided to make a joke, pointing at Emily, saying that she was the one paying. Now they showed up in the courtyard of the kingdom, exactly where John usually spent the night. The green mamba already thought that it was time to say goodbye and leave. She had not had so much fun for a long time. Emily decided to warn John not to do any experiments of his own and not to pester this girl he brought. He decided to break all stereotypes by hugging the girl and stroking her head. She was shocked, but it seems from the outside it was observed as something similar, like jealousy, rather than caring for the girl. John and Sandra had already entered the room. It was late, and it was time to go to bed. She was haunted by one thought. Why did our main character stand up for her and take her to him? But John was a man of few words. He simply answered that she should be happy that she was alive. The rest didn't matter. He also added that she should not worry, because John would take full care of her. Leaving her, he decided to go to another room to sleep, so as not to disturb each other. It seems that our main character is really tired. He still hasn't had time to come to his senses after the auction. He was worried, however, about one thing. When will Sandra be able to reincarnate into her true demonic form? After all, when this happens, the main thing is to be there and stop her in time so that she does not fly into a rage. She still couldn't believe that she had been saved and was puzzled as to why our main character did it. His father was sitting in the chair. He had finally returned from a business trip, and he was quite angry. After all, Adam upset him very much. Firstly, he did not defend the honor of his clan, and secondly, he did what he wanted without thinking about the consequences. Adam's father was very dissatisfied. He began to conduct moral teachings on how to behave and not be like a dog, but be proud. It seems that he also felt remorse for the fact that he really failed to resolve the issue. Immediately, the father raised the topic regarding the master and the fact that he would arrive soon and Emily would definitely become Adam's wife. In addition to this, his dad added the following. Since he is the head of the weapons clan and will participate in the competition, Adam should not upset this time. This time he looked much more confident. There was even some kind of sparkle in his eyes. He had something to fight for. Or rather, for whom? Moreover, the father had no doubt that with the support of Master Li, Adam would definitely win. Was that the goal? Become the best of the best and even cooler than King Shan was in his time. Adam, like an obedient dog, kept repeating, "Yes, of course, father," and that he will not let him down. It was deep night. Our main character was already catching dreams and traveling through them. But suddenly something happened. It seems that people appeared in his room. And here is the clan of killers. They differed from other clans in that they were very cold-blooded and knew how to choose the moment to attack. They attacked with their blades, wanting to take John's life once and for all, and thereby carry out the order. It turns out that John was not sleeping at all. He noticed them, a mile away from the kingdom. Miranda was incredibly confused. She was frozen in the moment. He saw her swing her sword and told her to pierce him. What was she waiting for? How did our main character suddenly jump on the bed and begin to stretch from side to side, kneading his bones? He also added the following. How can they call themselves murderers if before the action they think about killing or not? They took off their hats and decided to talk to John. Miranda seemed to be the most impressed with our main character. After they asked him why he was not sleeping, he replied that he could not sleep in the presence of such beautiful girls. Miranda immediately threatened her sword again, holding it straight at our protagonist's neck. But for some reason she froze again and could not complete her action. It was as if you were slowing her down. She reminded him that he was being hunted, and if they didn't do it, someone else would. But he had no fear towards these girls. After all, he did not consider the sisters to be murderers. They were not like them. Tohura decided to be proactive. She began to ask him, does he really not know the laws of the murder clan? John was not afraid. He instantly decided to remove the sword from his throat, since he understood that his sisters would clearly be useful to him. They also really had more information about our main character and his antics. Miranda explained that they have no other choice but to kill him. If they don't kill him, they will kill them. But John decided to convince them, leaving the clan forever. After all, he does not bring anything good. But she decided to upset John. After all, there were seals on them. In case of disobedience, the head of the killer clan will activate them and kill the sisters. And until the seals are removed, they can never become free. They have long used many methods to solve this problem, but nothing has helped. Suddenly, John got out of bed and asked one of the sisters to come to him. It seems he had a plan for this, but it seems they were on guard, as if he was up to something. But he decided to relax them, taking Miranda by the hand. He pulled her towards him in literally 1 second. She was in a panic and didn't understand what our main character was doing, but he summoned his spiritual energy, concentrating it on his fingertips to remove the seal. Now it seems he was ready to penetrate her body to remove this damage. He managed to summon again this fiery phoenix, which was filled with solar energy. He literally began to penetrate her. Now in her mind, she was one-on-one with this beautiful fiery phoenix. It seems that the Firebird had some special power that could cleanse the body of evil spirits. This was truly surprising, because exactly a few seconds later, the seal completely disappeared, as if it had never been on Miranda's forehead. She fell on people's laps. She seemed unwell. It was as if fire had entered her. She was literally smoldering. At the same time, he summoned the dissipation technique so that the remaining spiritual energy of the phoenix would completely drain out of it. Felt as if it was burning at some point, and assumed that this was one of the rank 5 fire techniques. But John had to upset her. This is far from rank 5. It was much higher and much more powerful. Now he explained to Miranda that he manages to wield 90 ranks of sacred fire at once. They were incredibly amazed. Both sisters sat on their knees and did not understand. Where did this warrior come from? Now he asked Tohura to come to him so that he could remove the seal from her. She was also in shock, because in just a moment, John managed to enslave the seal again. Now he could make the girls happy in the sense that they no longer obey the killer clans and clearly cannot control them. They were incredibly happy about this moment of truth. After all, they are no longer some kind of servants or puppets performing tasks, but real people. Now our main character has something else that interested him and haunted him. He asked if they would go with him through the thorny paths and be ready to serve faithfully. Their joy knew no bounds. They looked at each other without saying a word. When suddenly they turned sharply and swore an oath of allegiance to John, Now our protagonist had command. He also said several negative things about Miranda's technique, which she had previously used. But it wasn't a matter of skills at all, but the concentration of this energy, and he decided to correct it a little. He again began to use the spiritual power that the fiery phoenix gave him. However, I noticed something else. It seems that the chakras inside Miranda were blocked by the head of the killer clan, so she could not develop her even greater technique. And finally, John managed to really correct the concentration of chakra. Now she can truly master many techniques. She was unheard of, happy, and literally thanked our main character with tears for such help. Also, our main character wanted to improve Tahura's technique, because she directly controlled the bow and arrows, putting spiritual chakra there. John began to hit the girls again. He managed to pull out the bow and arrows from Tahura. He also unblocked false paths to strengthen her technique, and so that the concentration of spiritual power was not lost. She seemed to be filled with energy. The rays of the sun pleasantly burned her skin and internal organs. She felt it. How skilled a craftsman had John become in just a short period. One of the sisters wondered where our main character got these techniques from, since they obviously hadn't heard of them when he managed to get them. But he decided not to reveal the secret and leave it a little secret, saying that someday he would tell. You shouldn't forget that it's night outside, and it's really time to sleep, because tomorrow is a new day and new challenges. They were quite shocked. They clearly did not expect such an offer after what he did to them. But he decided to justify himself that he did not mean to sleep everyone together in one bed so that they could take another room. Now the servants, being our main character, were ready to begin the tasks that he would assign for them. He glanced at it but promised, they are standing and waiting for a truly exciting journey. Now he could lie down quietly and enjoy his sleep, just as he had been interrupted earlier by the members of the murder clan. But still he was very worried that while he was in this kingdom, he was clearly not safe. Moreover, the Sacred Fire competition will begin soon. Where will it be possible to find out who really is the best warrior in the vastness of the villages? And it seems as if all the elements will unite at once and produce something unusual. Most of all, John was alarmed by the fact that the master would appear, and he had already been the winner of these competitions. All his students had some kind of crazy skills, especially in combat. Those who can win the competition will receive a certain sphere in which the power of all the elements will be contained. But what was the most interesting thing about our main character? That he could summon 3 beasts after receiving this sphere. The third beast will be an incredible cosmic lion who was able to control several energy techniques at once. And even then, it would have been difficult for our main character to stop even such a skilled person as Anthony, who commanded the clan of the elements. And he will have no doubt whether he can defeat everything Imperial or not? Yes, with such spiritual power, I will be equal to the gods. His determination was very serious, and he was not going to retreat back only forward, only to victory. You could hear the noise of the crowd that was about to gather for the opening of these competitions. He was also on guard. He was incredibly interested in what kind of craftsmen would appear at these competitions. In addition, a lot of people came from all villages and from all clans, as well as warriors, who all wanted to take part. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a carriage appeared pulled by horses. The tramps perked up. It was one traveling with representatives of the temples and considered him somewhere even a saint. The pitiful residents would rather see this girl who represented the Buddha temple. This unusual beauty with an amazing look was called Jessica. She was respected by many villages. All the residents rushed towards her and enjoyed her beauty because she really could defeat anyone outright. She noticed our main character and how he looked at her, and he seemed somehow familiar. But she had a question in her head. Why did he suddenly run literally point blank into the carriage? How did he suddenly greet Jessica with his joyful gaze? His eyes were burning. Everyone suddenly turned their attention to John and could not understand how he could know this guardian. But suddenly he remembered that she didn't know him at all. It was once in a past life. She continued to watch our main character, wondering who was standing in front. Jessica's aunt decided to draw the carriage curtains back so they wouldn't stare. The purpose of these temple guardians coming to the competition was unusual. They wanted the winner to join them, and this task was entrusted to this beauty Jessica as ordered by the head of the temple. That is her father? Besides all this, will she be obliged to marry him if he does join their ranks? But Jessica did not agree with this, because she considered herself not as simple as she seems. So she decided to end this conversation once and for all and not mention it again. And so the carriage rushed further, moving through the expanses of the village, and at a very high speed. And then in an instant they stopped. They arrived at the royal chambers. Immediately the servants met them. Beauty, Jessica immediately tried to get out of the carriage because she was tired after a long journey. Jessica and her aunt walked across the yard, but a stranger stood in their way. This was a participant from the Sun Plane. A very gallant, handsome, strong representative. Jessica didn't respect him and didn't love him, because he always behaved in a way that was too impudent. But he hastened to dissuade her, saying that he had changed. I was no longer so naive. In an instant, she decided to turn around and go in a completely different direction with her aunt. This was incredibly infuriating Harry. He stood there furious. His muscles seemed ready to explode at an instant. Apparently, he decided that the time had not yet come to deal with her once and for all. What if this jock noticed our main character? He moved so freely around the yard. Our main character stopped Jessica and decided to help her get to the main prince of the competition. But the aunt was incredibly annoyed that he had imposed himself, and she would really like to get rid of him in an instant. And here came Harry's laughter. It seems he was making fun of how our main character was being kicked out. Now on his shoulder, it seemed as if the hand of this overgrown jock was on his shoulder. And our main character does not like such unexpected touches. Having embraced John, he added to Jessica that she has problems with taste, specifically in choosing men. But Jessica immediately turned around. It really pissed her off that he was following Faye's heels, meaning Harry. She was now literally feeling some kind of anger and was experiencing a state of rage towards this Harry. In an instant, his gaze changed. It looked like the gaze of an angry bull. Finally, our main character ran out of patience, and he decided to show the impudent man where his place was. Harry was surprised by the fact that in just a moment, John managed to summon incredible spiritual energy and literally enslave his body. Now our main character looked really scary with his spirit beast, Ghost. The pathetic dog of the son of the head of the Sun Clan didn't like it. It seems he also wanted to teach John a lesson. But after a moment, he saw the truth, the form of our protagonist's spiritual energy, and shuddered. Now the zone was impossible to stop. He warned Harry that if again he allowed him to say something in the direction of Jessica, then his father will be orphaned. Suddenly, Harry began to retreat. He realized that he was in danger and would be able to cope with our main. At the same time, he could not understand why John had an influence on him, and he was afraid of him. However, he realized that he was the son of the head of the Sun Clan and could not retreat. Pathetic Harry shouted to our main character that he would spare him and not kill him before the competition. It seems our main character was determined, and he gave Harry the opportunity to strike first. And at some point, Harry decided to use his spiritual power to make a sword. Having abruptly taken off from the ground, he was already heading towards our main character, trying to make an attack. Friend Jessica was shocked because she knew this rank 5 attack, capable of destroying an enemy with one move. And now, it would seem, he had already achieved his goal, and John was now in danger. The power of which Harry possessed was quite considerable. It seemed to him that he could finish this fight at once without consequences for himself. Apparently, he overestimated his capabilities, because at some point his blade, created from the spiritual energy of fire, suddenly dried up and burned out on the ground. Now the blade didn't look so intimidating. What did it look like before? John simply took and crushed this spiritual energy that Harry created. He was horrified by what he saw. It seemed to the main character that this warrior was too weak for him, and even more so, the technique that legends were about, he simply could not implement it. Harry was in a state of prostration. He did not realize how our main character managed to simply put out his blade. Jessica and her aunt stood aside, wondering what just happened. Now Jessica understood how powerful our main character was. Her aunt at one time also possessed truly enormous spiritual power, and even she was impressed by how John smashed this technique to smithereens. And it seems that she guessed how great John is, and what does he have? But our main character wanted to show a couple more of his tricks, because that was not all. Now Harry was in a state of rage, realizing that he was dealing with a serious opponent, and decided to use his best technique. But John stood without moving, because he understood that this was no match for him, obviously, especially since he had curbed the Fire Phoenix technique earlier. Plus to all this, Harry believed that John was cheating, which is why he lost control of his power. Now the old man, the king of the Village of Happiness, Sean, intervened. Was there obvious dissatisfaction on his face? He demanded respect for the competition, as well as for the place where they all were. Harry has already apologized to old man Sean, saying that one of the Sun Clan has arrived. Jessica also introduced herself and said that the guardians of the Buddha temples are also there, and it is an honor for them to be at the competition. Now the old man understood how serious everything was, and how hot the wars themselves were that would be involved. John understood that the old man was watching from the very beginning, but did not intervene in order to find out the true techniques that the guests possess. It seems that the king of the village was quite surprised, because he did not know how successful our main character was in spiritual energy. He immediately decided to invite John along, Apparently, he had something special for him. He smirked as he watched Harry's reaction, who was literally shattered. He felt indignant. He really wanted to take revenge on John. But in an instant, he turned around and decided to leave the yard for a while, collect his thoughts. Jessica disliked Harry terribly because he was always an upstart and incompetent and never minded his manners. The king of the Village of Happiness invited all guests to the hall to inform about the competition. He also decided to dedicate his plans to our main character, because indeed the competition is held once a century. But our main character decided to get ahead, since he understood what kind of event was going to happen. The old man realized that our main character is indeed a very quick-witted, intelligent, and unusual warrior. He also wanted to give John a ticket to participate, or rather, he suggested whether he would fight in this competition, although this was not necessary. Our main character decided to thank him for such a serious proposal. And was this a part for him? Jessica decided to express the following whether she has a desire to enter their incredible Buddha temple. True, our main character interrupted her a little, saying until he becomes the winner of these competitions, he does not intend to discuss this issue. She heard John and realized that she needed to have a lot of patience before this proposal. She turned to her aunt, who was amazed at how skillful John was and how self-confident he was. The aunt took out from her pocket a sacred ring that held the spiritual energy of their temple. As a token of gratitude for the reception, she wanted to give this to the king of the village, Sean. He was incredibly grateful for this gift because he understood how much the guests respected him. Now the aunt decided to express her opinion to Jessica about John. Namely, that she should take a closer look at this young warrior? What if our main character was called in the same beauty Jessica spoke to him? She desperately wanted to be alone with John so they could talk one-on-one. But our main character was not embarrassed at all. On the contrary, he wanted it more than she did. It seems to the old man that he realized, I smile and do not show my true opinion. He decided to wish them good luck and a good time. But the main thing is that they make it in time for dinner. After all, today hope did not fade about Emily, because he madly wanted to marry his granddaughter to John. And it seemed as if I had thwarted all my plans with my conclusions about dinner. And the beautiful Jessica is left only in her guesses? There seemed to be some sadness on her face. Sean still said, guys, don't waste time. In vain you can go and enjoy your leisure time. And the guys rushed on the road. The road! And the old man sat and thought about our main character. He also understood that the beauty Jessica, thanks to her charm, has a much better chance than his granddaughter. But nevertheless, he believed that Emily was much richer than the chances of becoming his wife. From behind the yard of the clan weapons came some kind of ringing laughter. It seems that they were having some kind of special holiday. Harry sat on the throne, frowning, wondering how he could win. Jessica. Adam was surprised by the visit of one of the members of the Sun clan. It was an honor for him. With a malicious smile, he tried to be as kind as possible, because he understood that the future fate of his clan depended on this visit. When suddenly Harry asked if Adam was going to participate in these upcoming competitions. He confirmed his participation in these competitions, but he is still waiting for his master. And so Harry began to talk about the fact that he met one very dubious person, and also told him that John managed to extinguish his sacred fire, or rather, the technique that he created. But Adam was incredibly surprised, because he certainly didn't know people who were capable of suppressing the spiritual energy of another. He created a projection of our main character in literally a matter of seconds, and asked if Adam knew him. Adam was horrified because again, the mention of our main character, he was already getting a migraine. Harry realized from his face that he recognized John and called his name. These two warriors were united by one. This is revenge. Now Harry guessed who he was talking about. It was about the man who killed the Emperor and set the clan of murderers and the clan of demons, as well as the clan of the elements, against himself. Adam confirmed his words and said that he really creates a lot of problems and also created for his clan. But Harry continued, because he knew the whole story of our main character being left to die in the desert, how could he gain such power? How suddenly did some crazy thought arise in Adam's head? He guessed that the zone needed a win in order to take away the sphere of the sacred fire. Harry continued to praise the ability of our main character Ionic and was really afraid. Now Adam said the following. Under no circumstances should he be given the opportunity to win these competitions. He confirmed Adam's words and was ready to take the following actions. Most likely he was planning some kind of setup. Adam dedicated Harry to his plans that they will appear tomorrow, is the master, and clearly can he come up with a plan? To overthrow John. Harry agreed with him and said that they would wait, but for now there was no need to get excited and create nonsense. It seems that he was already picturing in his dreams how our main character would be disgraced. What amused him most was the fact that he would be able to stop John's plans. It wouldn't hurt to take possession of the sacred fire. Also, his hope did not fade away, because if he wins the competition, he can automatically become the head of the Sun Clan. But at the same time, he understood that Adam and Master Li would be an obstacle for him, and he would have to somehow get rid of them. And so our main character decided to take a walk with Jessica, but they were as calm as possible. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Jessica's technique was activated, some kind of spiritual energy came out of her hand. It turns out that someone sent her information about his travel companion. She was incredibly surprised, because it said about John's story, how he killed the Emperor, and the fact that he was being hunted halfway around the world. She screamed the name of our main character, to which he turned instantly, asking, "What is it?" She decided to sympathize with him somewhere and what happened earlier in his home village. Our main character thanked her for such sympathy. But he also understood that he really liked her. This girl was somehow incredibly pure. She also promised that the Buddha temple would definitely provide him with help if he needed it. But on the other hand, this meant that the demon clan would also hunt the Buddha temple clan. But she is sure, she replied, that they are not afraid, and they have additional agreements on a pact on non-aggression. He thanked her again and said that this was his personal question, and he would decide it on his own, without interfering with anyone or endangering such a beauty. But on the other hand, there he realized that at any moment he could ask for help from the Buddha temple. Even this somehow made her happy, because it meant the following. By entering the temple of the guardians of the Buddha, he could become her husband. But he got ahead of her thoughts on this matter and said that this is not exactly what she thinks about. She was incredibly embarrassed. Our hero continued to smile, seeing this picture. Suddenly, one of the residents knew him, Jessica, and where she is from True. He was incredibly surprised why she was walking with some simpleton. Now everyone was discussing this alliance. But they also understood that this was exactly the guy that half the village was already talking about. Now they began to remember all his incidents. Firstly, he walked, Green Mamba, with Princess Emily, and now he is walking with Jessica, the keeper of the Buddha temple. Really, as if there was some kind of noise around, everyone didn't stop goofing off. Then he decided to solve them all, perked up with his cough, and the fact that it really wasn't very nice. Should we take it and discuss it like that? Immediately, our main character suggested that Jessica take a walk to another place. Adam also walked with his clan member, or rather his servant, a fat man. Apparently, the fat man wanted something from him. Don't let him move into the distance, smiling sarcastically. Adam suddenly became somewhat irritated by this. He asked what the fat man wanted. He asked not to be kicked out of the clan after experiencing such shame. In addition, he also reported that he managed to find several thousand more slaves for their clan. And at home, his fantasy suddenly began to play out in earnest. Girls, demons flashed in his head, and it seemed like everyone was naked, and he was around them. He also added that he chose the most beautiful ones, and what was there to look at? Adam sarcastically replied to the fat man to bring them all to his personal room, where he would do the selection. But the fat man was very surprised. How could he fit all the slaves in one room? How did the fat man and his master suddenly see our main character? This came as a shock. The fat man was indignant, because he also wanted revenge. But he understood that he was insignificant compared to this warrior. They were both furious, because they understood that simplicity, the situation could not be let go, and John must be punished. Plus to all this, they saw how the guardian of the Buddha temple, Jessica, was walking with him. The fat man was haunted by how this demon girl was taken away from him. Moreover, how he was disgraced. The fat man also learned something, namely that the residents don't really respect John. But he is madly respected by the king of the village, and therefore he clearly will not offend John. And it seems Adam has already begun to guess why the old man is so protective of our main character in order to marry his granddaughter to him. Adam didn't want to leave the fat man to the mercy of fate because he obviously needs him. Our main characters saw Adam and this fat man in front of them, who disgraced himself in front of the whole village. What if this fat guy decided to shout towards our main character and Jessica next to the owner and felt very confident and tried to snap back? But John decided to remind him again how pathetic and insignificant he is. The fat man was madly infuriated because they put pressure on him and he was furious. Now Adam defended the fat man's side and decided to charge John with kidnapping a slave. Plus, he also added that he himself would punish John for his trick and for the fact that he interfered with the weapon clan. Jessica was very surprised because she understood that a lot of people were hostile against our main character. John was no slouch. He tried in every possible way to mock him, participating in a verbal spat with these upstarts. He demanded that he return the slave right away and plus give it to the girlfriend with whom he was hanging out. Jessica was extremely indignant. She was enraged by this uncouth lout who behaved inappropriately. At some point, as if the devil had possessed her, she decided for these words to ask in full. John hurried to stop her and not to rush to conclusions, and also to be patient. He asked her not to interfere and gave our hero the opportunity to get even with these losers. John decided to continue playing, and he asked what would happen if he did not return the slave. What did Adam threaten him with, promising that he would behead him because he had broken the law? John wanted to joyfully receive this reward, which Adam promised him. How did Adam suddenly begin to reawaken his spiritual energy, concentrating his power? He decided to collect a thunderstorm. After all, this was one of his particularly interesting techniques. The thunderstorm managed to really surprise because it sparkled, literally blinded everyone around. His pitiful fat man even flew back with incredible force. It turns out that Adam knew how to control the energy of nature. After all, he even managed to correct the situation in the sky by creating a cloud with lightning. This is what Jessica was concerned about. But it seems that our main character was not frightened or staggered one bit. Adam was furious, and it seems that anger literally clouded his reason, because previously he didn't mind anyone who didn't use this technique. He managed to gather this thunderstorm energy in his hands, and he was ready to direct it towards our main character. With incredible speed like lightning, she rushed towards John. But our main character did not chicken out. He began to collect air, accumulating it in his mouth. And at the same moment, he summoned his ghostly demon, who also collected air, concentrating the energy in his mouth along with the demon animal he summoned. He released this incredible power towards his opponent. Adam literally flew up like a sliver. He arrived in horror and was stunned by this attack because he had never seen anything like this before. The fat man couldn't believe his eyes. He just saw how his master was literally thrown like a ball to the side, and even with such a gust of wind. And next to him lay on the ground, immobilized and defeated on the spot, and the fat man was in horror seeing how his master helpless. Now our main character simply exhaled after such a vehement attack. Turning to Jessica, he said that it was nothing and one of his level 1 techniques. She was amazed at how, just recently, Adam managed to summon the forces of nature, but John managed to cope with a lightning attack with one whirlwind. Now she understood how strong our main character is and what other techniques he has. Looking at the fat man, he asked him now he understands how much he got into trouble. John didn't want to stop. He wanted to teach the fat man a lesson too, so that such stupid thoughts would no longer creep into his mind. The fat man immediately fell to the ground in his eyes and begged for mercy. After all, he understood that ending his life was a mere trifle for John. He asked not to kill the main character. He also promised that he would improve, plus he wanted to give away all his wealth. It seems that out of all this, our main character was interested in wealth, because at any moment he can exchange it for something valuable to himself. The fat man told him that John would be clearly pleased and would not regret that he did not kill. John asked the beautiful Jessica if she would like to look at these riches and appreciate them. She happily agreed. Now John literally kicked this fat man like a ball so that he would apparently show what he had. He also added that his patience would soon run out and he should hurry up quickly. This was the fat man's personal room. Here he kept his most valuable things. This is where he lived. Entering the fat man's basement, our main character was stunned because he saw the weapons that the ancestors of the clan gave. John asked again, "Is this all the fat nonentity has, or is he hiding something else?" But how suddenly did John turn towards the fat man, saying that this would not replace his life? Now the fat man began to make excuses, saying that this is all he has. He saved it for many years. Then he threatened to deal with this fat man in an instant, without even blinking an eye. It seems that our main character split this fat man because he immediately began to talk about who he had chained captive. Our main character's patience was already running out. He hurried the fat man. It turns out that there was a secret door in his room that led to the basement. This was one of the secrets of the weapon clan. As soon as he pressed square, the door immediately opened. There was some kind of fetid smell and a lot of dust coming from there. Who would have thought that a fat man could hide something like this in his room? But our main character was overcome by interest. The smell was really disgusting, as if someone had rotted or died. It seems that John was quite surprised, and at the same time upset, how disgusting the fat man was. He began to apologize to John. John grabbed him by the collar and led him with him. He also asked Jessica to go. The smell was so foul that it was difficult to keep my eyes open and not inhale it. Walking through the room, Beauty Jessica was terrified because the prisoners managed to survive in such animal conditions. All the prisoners had some kind of demonic appearance. It turns out that children also suffered there. They were hungry, beaten, and each had chains. The picture was terrible. How suddenly one of the prisoners literally stretched his hand across the cage towards the fat man, trying to grab him. He was very angry. He wanted this fat guy to die so much because he destroyed his entire family. He desperately wanted to kill this fat man the way the fat man ruined 1,000 lives. Jessica was furious because her heart was bleeding seeing this. She also wanted the fat man to die. Fatty tried to somehow justify himself to the guests, promising that he would never do this again. But John asked him how he could call himself Person A and demons when he was acting like an animal. At some point, our main character stopped in front of one of the cameras that was in front of him. He became terribly curious about who was in this cage, right? It was as if there was no one there. The silence was pitch black. It turns out that these were two devils in latex suits. They were chained with chains and shackles on their hands and necks. John wondered how the fat man managed to get them. And he asked, "Is this his doing?" To which he replied that these were the most expensive slaves in his collection. And they are not very cheap. But at some point, John was even amused by this, because he had never seen anything like this before. It seems that the fat man even believed that he could be released and not executed. John let the fat man go and told him to get out of sight. The fat man seemed to be born again. He began to thank our main character without ceasing, when suddenly a hand flew towards the fat man, Jessica, who was already at the limit. She managed to pierce the fat man right through with such force, hitting him in the very heart. His eyes were blown out, blood was gushing from his mouth, and there was a huge hole in the middle of his chest. After all, our main character did not guarantee that he would get out of there alive. The beauty's eyes burned with such a bright, fiery flame because she could not forgive. The fat man was already lying dead on the ground this time. Jessica asked what John would do, but John decided the following. He would hand over all these prisoners to the king of the village of happiness, Sean. Now she admired our main character threefold, because she considered him merciful and noble. After some time, Emily and her minions began to free the poor fellows from the dungeon. On the one hand, Emily was glad that the culprit was punished, but there was no guarantee that such a phenomenon would not happen again. John tried to reason with Emily so that her grandfather would change the law on slave owners. Plus, he asked Emily to accompany Jessica, or rather, to be with her for dinner, but he won't be able to come. But at some point, Emily was furious. She spent the whole day preparing a very tasty dinner, and she was literally crushed, because most of all she wanted to see John among the guests. Jessica stood to the side and gloated, as she understood that there was a huge gap between John and Emily. Emily decided to touch Jessica, because she saw something literally before her eyes. She blushed, and she wondered why. But the beautiful Jessica began to make excuses that the temperature simply rose. She was overcome by fever. Amelia was left only guessing and did not understand why this happened. Now it was time for dinner in the king's courtyard, and it was already getting dark outside. John began to test his abilities again, trying to develop his skills to a higher level. His spiritual energy was already at a fairly high level, but it was not enough to fulfill his goal of revenge. He also tried to combine one summon of a demon and two summons of a fiery phoenix into one. In addition, he understood that the competition would begin very soon, and he needed to be prepared. These were the chambers of Richard's father. His name was Jerry. He often arrived there in the evenings. He met a guest who unexpectedly came to visit the clan. It was quite unexpected to see such a strong warrior surrounded by him. In front of the head of the clan stood the incredible teacher of the sword school Zabuza, and he came precisely to know who the clan would put up for the competition. The old man was at a loss, since he did not yet know who he could put up like Nadezhda. He believed his hopes about his son Richard. He was very upset when he heard the vague and non-objective answer. Even somewhere it irritates him. After all, with regard to participation, it was clear that the Sun clan would field its fighter, Harry. Regarding the clan, the weapon is Adam. Regarding the guardians of the Buddha temple, it was unclear. Forgot about the swordsman. Suddenly, he began to produce some kind of spiritual energy from his hands, giving the shape of a ball. Did he decide to give it? This sphere to the clan of the divine spear Jerry. But for a reason. The old man was in amazement, because he understood how serious this sacred fire technique was. Also, it was not just illuminated, but a rank 6 sacred fire, that is, it could pump up anyone. Apparently, the swordsman decided to provide a favor by donating his strength to the candidate who would participate in the competition. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the old man literally fell to his knees, because he understood how valuable a gift this was for their clan. He thanked Zabuza properly, bowing his head before him. How did his son Richard suddenly run into the clan's chambers? Thus interrupting the conversation, he came like a crying baby, asking his father for help. After all, he tasted a serious slap in the face from our main character. Zabuza stood in bewilderment, watching this little guy who was nothing. Richard asked who came to visit them, but seeing these symbols, he was really shocked. The father instantly became angry because his son literally ran away without showing respect to the head of the Sword Clan school. How suddenly lightning literally struck him, and he realized who was standing in front of him and how great a warrior he was. The sphere still continued to burn in Zabuza's hand, literally without dying out. Still, this warrior had incredible control over spiritual energy. Zabuza the swordsman asked only for one, so that the clan of the divine, the spear does not disappoint him. Otherwise, he will be angry. The sphere still continued to burn in the air after the swordsman left it. Richard couldn't understand what was so strong in the air, like fire. The father shook his son awake with a light blow, the incompetent upstart who always appears at the wrong time. After a moment, Jerry explained that this is a sacred fire of rank 6, which is intended for the candidate who will participate in the competition. The father also explained that they were honored and given the opportunity to win the competition. Richard literally looked at this sphere with drool and thought that this power was intended for him. At one point, he literally started laughing like a madman who had gone crazy. His goal was simple. He wanted to get even with our main character at the first opportunity. Yes, not just to get even. The main goal was to destroy John once and for all. Suddenly, the father interrupted these joys of his son, asking who it was that threw Richard in the face. Stretching out his hand, he literally absorbed this sacred energy. It seemed to him that he could not be defeated. He did not make excuses to his father, but in a state of joy and euphoria, he hurried away. His joy knew no bounds. He ran like a mischievous child from his father, fantasizing what he would do with this sphere. It was flattering to see that his son could also compete for the title of the best. Plus, to all this, the reputation of the Divine Spear Clan will rise with the help of Richard, so the father believed. It seems that someone else began to arrive in the village on a carriage carried by subjects. Adam was here, as it seemed. This was his treasured master, whom he was joyfully waiting for. He was incredibly happy to see his teacher because he had something to tell, but at the same time, something to upset him with. Now the servant suddenly stopped, putting the carriage on the ground. It seems like he's about to come out. After saluting, he greeted his master, trying his best to be polite. At some point, he asked Adam to come into his carriage urgently. "I'll give it back." I didn't understand that any word the master says must be immediately followed, especially orders. But he came for a reason. 1. What interested him was the wedding that he had to represent. And 2 is victory in competitions at any cost. To raise the clan, weapons to a completely different level. Suddenly, Adam's tone changed abruptly, and he wanted to initiate his master? The fact that a man appeared in the city who killed the emperor in the air village, Master Lel's eyes took on completely different shapes. He was excited, and at the same time angry. Now the master's thoughts all came together in his head. He realized that John already had incredible strength, and most importantly, he managed to put together a divine spear. Adam also spoke about the battle between Harry from the Sun Clan and our main character. But the master of this pathetic old man seemed to have thoughts and plans of how to overthrow John. Master Lee managed to summon an incredible technique that he had been accumulating in himself for many years. This sacred fire that he was able to reproduce was truly terrifying. Isn't it strong? Rank 6. Holy Fire Technique. And it was intended specifically for Adam. Was the master happy to reward the young man with his technique? Adam could now combine his spiritual energy and this incredible sphere, turning it into an ice age. Now he was 100% sure that he could defeat our main character. These were the chambers of the same old man Sean, or the king of the Village of Happiness. The thing was this. Adam and his master were supposed to come to visit him, which is what upset his granddaughter Emily. But the old man pointed to our main character, and that only he would be able to stop this upstart. But it seems that our main character just wanted peace and relaxation, and he clearly did not want to solve all sorts of issues. Also, the beautiful Emily asked John for a favor so that he could help protect her from Adam. But now Adam was standing at the entrance and was the master? They got to the king pretty quickly. John felt this energy that came from Adam, and that his rank 5 spirituality changed to almost 7. It seems that John guessed that the old man managed to reward this incompetent with such incredible power. Adam bowed his head and decided to say hello to Princess Emily. Why was she clearly not happy? He again mentioned that Master Lee was going to marry her with Adam. Now she again, according to the old scheme, took our main character by the hand, repeating that this is her future groom. The old man made his guess about John, asking the others, but our main character was not timid. He immediately answered, "Why is he the killer of the emperor? And he himself comes from the village of Air." But suddenly the master's tone literally changed to anger. Was he irritated by another fact, that he was not from these parts, and wanted to tie the knot with Emily? Pointing to his student, he decided to boast that this would be the future winner of the competition, as well as a great skilled warrior who was worthy of Emily. But the beautiful Princess Emily immediately objected, saying that John also has a good chance of winning. John watched her reaction, and the way she tries to protect the interests of our protagonist was truly amazing. Our main character was far from stupid, because he understood that they were trying to provoke him. But first of all, they would want to get rid of him as soon as possible. The old man responded to Emilius's words that there was a chance that John would win the competition. But he also asked, "What if our main character loses? Will you get married, Emily?" To which she argued that this definitely would not happen, because John is a skilled warrior. Plus, somewhere it sounded like an argument. Adam added the following statement: "If he becomes the champion of the competition, then she will marry him." Now she turned to our main character to try to win, and not give this upstart the opportunity to take Emily away. The old man couldn't wait to see our main character fall in the competition. Emily was still angry, and she wanted John to punish them properly. But then he answered the following: "Adam is no longer such a weakling as he was before." Now he explained to Emily that he is almost rank 7 spiritual power, and this is already a problem. But she, like a little girl, continued to prove the opposite, that he was not a warrior at all. But after a moment, she finally understood that I meant our main character, and couldn't believe how this could happen in such a short time. However, John added that now there is not much opportunity to defeat him. He continued to smile maliciously, and Emily was literally broken and annoyed. After all, Sean understood that our main character was really just kidding. After all, the old man realized that no matter what equipment his opponents had, they were doomed when they met John. Immediately, the tearful Emily turned to our hero. And now she understood that everything was serious. John felt somehow uneasy. After all, they had such high hopes for him. Night fell. John still tried to master this technique by training his spiritual energy. His eyes were full of determination. He did not doubt himself for a minute. But nevertheless, there was something to pay attention to. The power of the Fire Phoenix had not yet been fully revealed, so it took time. And finally, John managed to reunite 2 beasts that he could summon with his spiritual energy. He even tried to combine 2 spheres together in order to enhance the effects, turn the technique into something extraordinary. He came up with some kind of unusual sphere. It looked like the sun, but incredible energy hovered around it. And at some point, he managed to absorb himself back into light energy. Now and then, the spiritual part looked much different. He really wasn't the same as before, but also a lot of effort went into concentrating this energy. After all, summoning 2 spirits was very difficult. Suddenly, he collapsed like a sack on the bed and literally passed out, falling asleep. This was undoubtedly the arena in which the competition would be held. Fans of residents from different villages literally rejoiced at the start of the competition. They were incredibly interested in who would perform. Now, Jessica and Old Man Sean watched with joy as the crowd cheered. The spectacle was truly amazing, as if some kind of magic surrounded this arena. Was it only the master who was apparently bored watching this picture because he had high hopes for his student? The fans who were cheering also wished they could be in the same place as the competitors, but they didn't have the energy needed. Adam, for some reason, considered himself better than everyone else, believing that he would easily win these competitions. Now, Richard and Adam were exchanging words. It seemed to Richard that his friend had become much stronger, but Adam was still that fruit. He decided to tease his friend, saying that the tribunes were on the other side. But Richard wanted to keep the power that he possessed a secret, assuring Adam that he would have something to see. It was as if some kind of spark had been created between their gazes. They saw each other as rivals. But our main character appeared on the horizon. He was full of determination and confidence in his victory. Those 2 idiots were looking at him with an angry face. You understand that the main rival is him. Therefore, they put aside their childishness and decided that until they defeated John, they would not have conflicts with each other. Our hero, I see a picture of 2 crazy people trying to argue. I just decided to move on. But nevertheless, he decided to greet them, wishing them good luck and to hold out for at least a minute in the battle arena. But as he believed his provocation had worked, Richard was beside himself. After what John said, accordingly, Adam did not stand aside. He was infuriated by the smile of our main character. He wanted to take it off his face. Now, all the participants were in place and awaiting the next instructions that would come from the competition management. It seems that they were also interested, because this time, the most serious representatives of their clans gathered. But our main character was considered the most serious warrior. After all, the news about him spread throughout all the villages. One of the leaders was very surprised to see him and remember who he was. How did she suddenly evaporate instantly? Apparently, she wanted to get into the arena, to our main character. The beauty was amazed that she could descend from a height on her umbrella. She also landed very impressively, which startled our main character. She couldn't believe her eyes that John was standing in front of her. She literally admired him. Was this the same Samantha? Who was able to save him in a past life? I also didn't expect to see him at these competitions. She was even more surprised. But John very modestly noted that he could not help but come to this competition. But most importantly, she was the sister of our main character's enemies. She also condoled with him about the loss of his father and uncle. He touched her head, trying to somehow calm her down, and so that she would not worry about it, and also asked her not to blame herself, because she should not be responsible for the actions of her relatives. Now the girl who was watching all this also recognized John. However, she realized how closely John and Samantha were connected. This somehow surprised even her. The rest could not understand why our main character communicates with this very famous figure. But then a green mamba appeared on the horizon. She was glad to see John in health. Plus, she emphasized that our main character always manages to be close to some beautiful girls, which embarrassed them both. Samantha had to pass and wished John good luck, smiling back. She was very worried about the outcome. What could happen to our main character? So she rooted for him with all her heart. True, Jones was not worried. He was truly as collected as possible. It turns out that this girl with blue locks was the sister of cousin Samantha. She also added that she shouldn't worry so much about John. He'll handle it himself. At one moment, everyone perked up as they saw one of the warriors, and she was not a simple warrior. John himself tensed a little, because he had never met this lady before. Moreover, he did not expect that the girls would take part too. This girl's name was Chloe. She was from the Moon Clan, a very ambitious warrior. Many fans, as well as other warriors, began to discuss her. After all, at the age of 16, she possessed the 6th rank sacred fire. The residents were also indignant, because from infancy she had literally already been trained in incredible techniques. At some point, she even approached our main character, which left him a little dumbfounded. Adam and Richard were beside themselves that a beautiful girl was hanging out with John again. But most of all, our hero was surprised that a girl named Chloe knew his name. Afterwards, she added that her clan and the clan of the elements of our main character are closely connected. If she has to fight and kill, she will definitely kill. However, John was only amused by this. She looked very young, so he didn't take her seriously. Now all the warriors and members of other clans were in place. They were waiting for the start to sound. The wars continued to discuss each other and the arriving guests, as well as our main character. Suddenly, John's attention was attracted by 2 girls who looked like half-demon people. Now he wondered who they were, since he had never met them before. This girl looked very intimidating. She got to know everyone. She also said hello to our main character and was too kind and friendly. Accordingly, he greeted her, but the green mamba was indignant. She was infuriated by the fact that John was too open with everyone. It seems that John remembered her, because in his past life she was the winner of these competitions. She seemed friendly in appearance, but in fact, she was infested with demons. She also destroyed all her rivals with defeat and disappeared. Her name was Kibby, and our main character wanted to find out the true identity of this she-devil girl. Master Lee decided to shout into the crowd that the competition would begin very soon. Now, at one moment, the king of the Village of Happiness, Sean, and Master Lee descended into the arena. He asked everyone to shut up as there was important information, without which the competition will begin. He decided to greet everyone and also declare that they would fight for the sphere of the holy fire. Now the old man decided to convene all the representatives, and there were 4 of them. They were observers, and you have already seen them before. These were very strong wars. Their sacred fire ranks were much higher than the rest. Now they were ready, standing in an unusual diamond shape. It wasn't every day that they managed to meet like this, but at some point they decided to join forces, producing some form of energy, and they succeeded. They literally charmed the crowd of participants, as well as the spectators. It was some kind of incredible, beautiful, but expensive fragment, similar to a precious stone. That's right, it was a heavenly gem, quite a rare thing on this earth. Richard was also at a loss, but he knew the legend that by possessing such a gem, you can easily increase your spiritual energy rank. Everyone looked as if they were hypnotized because before, they clearly had not seen this. They had only heard. Only our main character looked at this picture. I'm not the least bit surprised. In a past life, when he was banished to the desert, there was a whole mountain of such precious stones. Jessica decided to tell everyone the story about this gem and that participants should thank God for the opportunity to see such beauty. If someone manages to win, specifically, to a person who is a member of a clan of these 4 representatives, then this clan will own this heavenly gem for a whole year. The picture really fascinated both the spectators and the participants of this competition. Beauty Jessica turned her attention to John Yes for a reason. After all, she was head over heels in love with him, especially with his charisma and self-confidence. The son of the head of the Sun clan, Harry, announced the rule that round 1 will be something like a duel. The winners will advance to round 2. It was something like a draw. Each participant had to draw his own sign. It seems that everyone was alarmed, but nevertheless they stood in line in order to get a sign. Our main character approached these lots with some apprehension. After all, he had previously had some kind of conflict with Harry, but Harry demanded respect and did not want to be addressed. After all, our main character believed that he would get some kind of setup, but Harry said that it is not a fact that John will even get to the last round. But John did not doubt himself. He continued to move on, taking his lot, whistling. Next, Harry began to explain the following rules for the fight. Who has the same numbers, therefore, will fight each other. Our main character got the number 5. He was even a little intrigued. He wondered who he would get in the first round, a strong or weak warrior. Now Harry has already announced the following. Whoever has number 1 on the tablet must remain on the battlefield. Whoever does not have to leave. And here the first 2 warriors were ready for battle. But they looked very stupid. Putting their hands together meant that both opponents were ready to fight. But this fight was not at all intriguing. The Cyclops managed to release huge tubers of fire, which actually covered a fairly large area. And it seems he dealt with his opponent without much difficulty. He was already lying in the smoke and immobilized. He was incredibly happy about the victory. Apparently for him, this was the first competition in his life. Adam and Richard sat and gloated, seeing how the newcomer won and rejoiced as if he had won 1 million. After fighting the next 2 wars, one of them won using the technique lightning. Next, 2 representatives fought. One who controlled the spiritual energy of fire, and the other who controlled the energy of water. There was battle after battle. Some of them possessed fairly strong black techniques. Now the time has come for our main character to fight. This time he got a muscular giant with shackles on his shoulders. He looked at our main character from above. You think that in front of him is some kind of ant that he will simply crush. John decided to tease him by showing him the middle finger and looked at the giant's reaction. Did the giant manage to summon a huge tiger spirit? He seemed determined. He didn't even move from his place. It seemed that it didn't frighten him at all. On the contrary, he even had some fun. Jessica watched this with caution, since if it weren't for our main character, he would definitely have passed on. Now the time has come for this giant to attack with his huge tiger. In flight, as if with his claws, he was trying to finish everything with 1 blow. But John hit everyone with just 1 blow. He managed to throw the giant very high. He lost all his spiritual energy instantly. The giant was struck down. The rest looked at this with horror. After all, if they were in the place of our main character, it seems they would have lost. The representative of the Moon Clan, Chloe, watched this with surprise. With a wave of his hand, he defeated such a giant who had rank 3 of the Holy Fire. It seems that John didn't even break a sweat. It seemed to him that everyone at this competition was somehow weak. At this time, Richard was gloating from behind, saying that it's not evening yet, and that karma will definitely overtake our protagonist. Adam won the 6th duel literally without feeling his opponent, using his divine technique on him. Now Richard's time has come. He also dealt with his opponent with ease. Likewise, the she-devil and the representative of the Moon Clan won their victory without even breaking a sweat. It seems that at some point the observers became bored seeing this picture in one direction. It seems that they even got some excitement about this and decided to place bets. The rest of the observers also agreed to take part in this game of chance. Harry placed several spheres that helped strengthen muscles. There were 3 of them. The old man put his spiritual weapon on Adam in the hope that he would take the victory. Beauty Jessica also decided to participate in this event regarding insertions. She bet on her armor from the Buddha temple, which shone with a bright golden hue, and she set them up, our protagonist. The swordsman also decided not to stand aside, placing his unusual sphere on Richard. The girl with blue strands decided to substitute the black technique of the mysterious cloud. It seems that everyone was watching this and wondering how diverse the items were for betting. Therefore, they immediately began to discuss who would win this competition. They were also incredibly jealous of the contestant who would actually win. The devil, it seems, didn't think so. After all, she thought that she had no equal in these competitions. However, apparently she was upset by the fact that no one bets on her at all. After all, she's still that little thing. That's why Harry perked up at some point. After all, you can't underestimate the rest of the participants. At the same time, he didn't care who it should be awarded to. The main thing was that the winner was worthy. She began to wonder what she would get if she won in general and in general. She considered herself more promising than others. And even at some point, she pointed her finger at our main character. John was surprised, but did not know what to do since he was taken into a stupor. But Richard did not want to go unnoticed, saying that it was he who would win. The others also perked up, saying that they had no less chance of becoming winners. Gary immediately decided to stop all these disputes, because the onset of round 2 is just around the corner. The round was called Every Man for Himself. No friends, no collusion or other nonsense. It seems Adam and Richard were very angry towards John, and the rest didn't like our main character at all, especially when he defeated such a big guy. But John understood that they were all stupid and were being provoked by simply snapping their fingers. There should only be 4 participants left, Harry said, who will move on to round 3 while the candle burns out. Also, one of the conditions was the following. You could only use your spiritual energy, but not hand-to-hand combat or edged weapons. He raised his hand up, saying that round 2 begins and wished everyone good luck. Now the residents were indignant. Who could win this difficult battle since it was every man for himself? And now the battle has already begun. Everyone perked up. In addition to the fact that you attack, you must also not forget about your defense. The crowd literally poured towards our main character, wanting to finish him off quickly. They began to use their spiritual energy, and more specifically, to concentrate it in their hands. John was ready for such a fight, and he already hurried the participants to quickly start attacking. And now all the attacks of spiritual energy rushed towards John, and very strong ones. It seems that Emily was worried about our main character, since she saw that everyone was attacking him. Samantha was also surprised by this fact. She even sympathized with Jean somewhere. A huge explosion thundered on the battlefield after using techniques towards our main character. Of the warriors gloated as each of these participants had 4 ranks of spiritual sacred fire. Apparently, they tried to incinerate him alive, but at some point he surprised them by holding back the pressure of their attacks by throwing back his whirlwind. Is the old man a master? He understood that our main character has rank 6 of the sacred fire. Emily was also happy for John, as if she were participating in the battlefield herself. Now their faces were not as joyful as before. After all, they were counting on others to destroy our main character. Apparently it was Adam's turn, since he also had rank 6 of the sacred fire of his spiritual energy. He decided to shut up John. And of course, we shouldn't forget about Richard, who recently received a priceless gift from his father. Emily was horrified because she understood. These two have really great inclinations to win? Harry glanced towards the swordsman Zabuza, as he understood that it was he who gave the gift to Richard. That is, the clan of the Divine Spear. Now they were both ready to incinerate our main character with their rank 6 equipment, trying to combine it. They released flames of their spiritual energy towards John, and they looked like 2 fiery demons that literally took shape. Our main character was absolutely calm as they both unsheathed their techniques. After all, he was not afraid of their attack, since he had an ace up his sleeve in relation to them. He kept wondering when the time would come to show off his fiery phoenix. And now the time has come. The fiery phoenix literally consumed these 2 techniques with its mouth. It seems these 2 losers' ship of hope has been stunningly wrecked. Was the old master in deep shock when he saw this fiery phoenix and how it absorbed the techniques of 2 fellows? He even suggested that our main character has a rank 9 sacred fire. Harry was also in crazy surprise, since their head of the Sun Clan did not have rank 9. The rest of the spectators were shocked, because before their eyes, for the first time in their lives, such a crazy technique was called. Now these 2 cowards looked confused as they did not expect such an onslaught. The king of the Village of Happiness also watched this picture, because he understood how strong John was. He remembers the story that ones could master rank 9 spiritual energy. And also the old man realized that today there were no warriors like our main character. Was he incredibly proud of the fact that he was one of the witnesses to that? How a person uses, skillfully, rank 9 technique. Beauty Jessica was also terrified, since her mentor had a maximum of 8 ranks. And it seems that she had only one thought in her dreams, for our main character to marry her and become part of the Buddha temple. Samantha watched this picture with surprise. How strong this incredible fiery phoenix is. In a moment, she raised that when our main character was dying in the desert, he wandered and looked for the strength to return. This is the evil fate of fate. After all, the father of Kimberly and Samantha wanted to become related to our main character, but it turned out quite the opposite. He decided to get rid of him, and in return, John killed the emperor. She looked to the sky, trying to reach out to her father so that he could see how strong John had become. Directing his spiritual power towards these 2 incompetents, he asked them a question. Did they really want to unite and get rid of it so easily? Now he sent a wave of sacred fire at them with an incredible concentration of energy. Now the two were literally burned by the Phoenix fire. The attack hit them literally instantly. Now these were not wars, but two burned human losers who believed in their own strength. But John was merciful. He decided not to kill them, because he believed that sooner or later they would do a favor for him. And this will happen precisely until he gains his true strength, that is, perfection in his technique. It seems to our main character that the competition was over. Why did John think so? It was simply because he was saving his true weapon for dessert. And now having drawn it, continuing the competition is pointless. Suddenly, at some point, John began to concentrate his energy, creating some kind of incredible fireball. Everyone perked up because they had never seen anything like this before. Also, Emily couldn't understand what she thought her fiancé was doing. The devil really liked it because she felt nostalgic while watching this beautiful picture. After all, her mission was not a competition at all. She reincarnated herself in this body. This technique was called the sacred fire sphere of the Phoenix. A lot of effort was spent to create this. Now our main character decided to attack everyone at once. After all, this technique carried with it the powerlessness of others. Everyone was terrified because they clearly couldn't hide from such technology. And there was nowhere to run. The picture was truly impressive. Where did he find so much energy in himself to absorb the others? The old man had never seen this before, because the use of this technique means that the Phoenix's attack will literally dry out the others. That is, deprive them? Spiritual chakra. It was incredible. All the wars and participants literally fell to the ground. The representative of the Moon Clan, Chloe, was also in deep shock. She still wanted to meet our main character. She thought John was crazy because only a crazy person would do this. The capital enjoyed what was happening. Since she was from a completely different world, she decided to leave and return when John became even stronger. However, now our main character seemed to be left alone in this arena. He stood, and the smoke slowly cleared. Did you really feel superior, especially if you deprive others of spiritual energy? Then you will automatically become a winner. He seems to have no doubts about his victory in these competitions. All four were amazed. They didn't say a word because they didn't know how to react. Adam was more indignant because our main character imagined himself to be an invincible warrior. His only goal was to kill John, regardless of his strength and the spiritual energy he possessed. Adam didn't want to stop. He gathered all his spiritual energy together and literally covered his body with a huge pile of muscles. In an instant, he found himself behind our main character, joining his fists together and trying to make his strongest blow. Beauty Jessica screamed for John to be careful because he was being attacked. But even earlier, our main character wanted to put him alive. But apparently not today. He summoned his ghost dragon using spiritual energy. However, Adam now fell into horror when he saw this monster, because John had not shown this before. And with one attack, he defeated this idiot who believed in himself, so much so that he literally passed out. He fell to the ground, blood literally pouring out of his mouth. Now he was not as hot as before. There was only one thought in my head. Why couldn't I defeat our main character? In a moment, our main character managed to summon a divine spear, which he pierced through this poor fellow, and the spear led his body in a completely different direction. A lot of blood flowed out of him. Now he was chained to a huge mountain, pierced through and through, and all because of his stupidity. Literally in front of everyone he was dying, and no one could help him, since he himself was looking for his own death. Now did the master understand when he saw that light in the sky? But didn't know who this divine spear belonged to. Now did the master realize how powerful a warrior John had become, and how dangerous he was to mere mortals. Immediately, Harry from the Sun Clan became beside himself, and he decided to fight our main character in battle. However, John managed to summon back his divine spear using spiritual energy. He now pointed his spear at Harry, and it seemed that he stood in bewilderment. In addition, he proposed to divide death 1 into 2 along with the murdered Adam. But Harry did not want to calm down. He again began to call on his spiritual power in order to fight. Jessica decided to stop Harry from this stupid thought. Plus, to all this, she added that John became part of their Buddha temples. Our main character asked her not to interfere since Harry also wanted to go to hell with Adam. Now Harry didn't want to stop. He was already going to attack John. Clenching his palms, he decided to summon the solar core with his spiritual technique. His body was literally covered with this solar burning light. It seems that he was determined to die. The guardian of the Buddha temple, Jessica, at some point was even afraid for our main character, because she knew how great this technique was. Plus, to all this, his polar sun technique was capable of enslaving the black magic that our main character used. He sent this huge cannonball towards John, and he put all his spiritual energy there. The solar core was so large that it literally darkened the sky. Our main character didn't even move. It seems that John did not take it seriously, since he was going to deal with this core with conventional technology. He began to concentrate his spiritual power into the divine spear, literally in one moment. But that was not the case. He decided to use the divine spear technique to the fullest. At the same time, and check how strong it was. Using his divine spear teleportation technique, he literally dug it into the core created by Harry. And a moment later, the divine spear literally began to pierce through its solar flaming core. The power was so great that the ground under our hero literally crumbled into small pebbles. The son of the Sun Clan chief could not believe his eyes that someone had managed to break the polar glow of the core. And in a moment, he himself was pierced by this merciless energy. The spear literally pierced his body. What was most surprising was the concentration of spiritual energy our protagonist used. Samantha was also in shock after our main character, without moving, standing on the ground, managed to reach such an unprecedented height. Even Jessica realized that this is one of the earthly techniques that not everyone is given. Emily had some mixed feelings. After all, John was an extraordinary warrior. Even the old man did not know what to do with our main character. After all, it would seem that he was expelled in the desert being perishing. So Harry fell to the ground. Just after one attack from John, he hadn't even unsealed his entire arsenal yet. The son of the head of the Sun Clan was experiencing incredible pain. After all, he had no chance of opposing our main character with anything. John approached him and put his spear literally to his opponent's neck. Jessica asked to take pity on Harry. After all, he will break one more law, and the consequences will be irreversible. However, John was not going to listen to anyone. He believed that everyone would be punished. Harry approached death, saying, "Won't the master intervene?" After all, the Weapon Clan and the Sun Clan had an agreement. At that point, the old man seemed to have broken free. It seems he was about to activate his spiritual energy, when suddenly he released his extraordinary weapon, a ring towards our main character, which literally attacked with waves of light. It seems that John has no other choice but to use his previously summoned Dark Dragon. And so the dragon appeared, trying to hold back the onslaught of Master Li's attack with his claws. Now, at some point, this ring began to crack. After all, we should not forget the spiritual energy that our main character uses. He managed to literally tear Master Li's attack to pieces. It seems that John fought on a completely different level. Harry asked for mercy and for the others to help him, because it seemed that his days were numbered. But at the same time, with incredible speed, John arrived in time to finish off the son of the Sunhead clan. And a moment later, his hand fell. He lay all bloody and showed no signs of life. But, as you already understand, our main character, if he promised, he will definitely do. The old man screamed. He tried to call John names in every possible way, because he understood that he seemed to have gone crazy. He decided to appear on the battlefield himself. It seems that his rage and anger were literally at the limit. However, Master Li added that he will answer to him for all the murders, and he will not be saved by the spiritual energy of the holy fire of rank 9. Our main character was only amused by this. It became funny to him that some old man was threatening to kill him. But now John's view has changed quite a bit. It seems he was going to remove one more obstacle in his path. Suddenly, our main character literally prepared apparently his next attack. He reminded the old man about his beloved girl. But Master Li didn't understand at all what he was saying. Our main character? He was confused. The king of the village of happiness also became interested. What girl is John talking about? And what does the master have to do with this? The old man continued to look at him, really perplexed. What is he being accused of? He couldn't remember a single moment. But the old man decided to interrupt our main character, start praising his abilities. He also noticed that there had been no warriors like John for a long time. Who could master the sacred fire of rank 9 spiritual energy? But at some point, the old man began to produce his technique, concentrating spiritual power in his hands. And so he produced some kind of afterlife skeleton ghost with the help of his spiritual power. He managed to turn his skeleton ghost into an extraordinary whip, which he immediately took into his hand. It seems that this was also one of the master's forbidden tricks. Which one did he keep for dessert? Zabuza, the swordsman, watched this situation and understood that the old man was going to destroy John. After all, he had summoned the afterlife technique. Now Master Li began to attack, waving his tail and pointing it towards our main character. John realized that things were bad. He decided to summon 2 of his ghosts at once with the spiritual power of a fiery phoenix and a dark dragon. Trying to concentrate his energy earlier, he spent quite a lot of it on dealing with the fallen. He managed to gather his strength into a spear and directed it against this incredible whip. The old man's leg actually trembled after colliding with such a spiritual power of such a rank. The old man felt confident in his victory, and he did not retreat one bit. On the contrary, he pressed on. And then it happened. He managed to hit our main character, breaking his spiritual chakra. Now John was in flight, amazed. It was really not easy for the old man. He had been accumulating spiritual energy for many years in order to release it in one moment. But John did not want to put up with this. Ours, the main characters, asked King Shan to urgently provide him with a reward for the competition. This is precisely the sphere that helps to collect energy spiritually. Now the old man understood that the further outcome of the battle depended on him. Without thinking twice, with all his strength, he threw this sphere towards our main character, which will help. Jonah gathered all his energy. John caught this sphere. It was a bright golden hue, but nevertheless it looked like a ball. And finally, our main character swallowed this sphere. After all, he was literally at the limit. Suddenly, he felt the presence of incredible power inside himself, as if a symbol had lit up on his forehead. He began to literally burst with spiritual energy that immediately arose. It was bright blue in color. Did the master begin to laugh at how our main character is trying to master this area because it will take several years to master it? But at one moment, he simply shut up, seeing something that really struck him on the spot. The muscles of our protagonist's arm began to tear his clothes from how quickly they grew. The spiritual dragon symbol lit up on his forehead, emitting an incredible blue hue of brilliance. This ghost was simply indescribable, apparently. The power that John gained in an instant was simply breathtaking. And John himself looked much more muscular than before. He was as collected as possible, and strength overflowed his veins in full. The old man was speechless. He could not believe his eyes, and the fact that John was able to assimilate this sphere within himself, as well as its instant example in action. Did he also continue to stand there in a stupor? Watching our protagonist literally feed on spiritual energy. With incredible lightning speed, John now began to attack with his spear, on which there were sparks of lightning. Now he had a ghostly afterlife dragon in his arsenal, which possessed dark energy. Also, a fiery phoenix, which could incinerate anyone who stood in the way with tongues of flame. And the newly created spiritual lion, which was also unique given its transcendental abilities. Now it seems that John was too determined. He decisively wanted to instantly kill Master Li. After all, he managed to collect all the energy of his animals into his spear. Why was he scared? It seems the old man realized for a second that he was doomed, and something urgently needed to be done. He decided to create a very strong shield from his whip, which he had summoned earlier by putting it together. While on the ground, he tried to repel this incredible attack. The ground seemed to literally crack under him, forming cracks. The old man put all his strength into this shield to stay alive. It seems that this was not enough. For a moment, John managed to change the spiritual form of energy. He managed to turn it into a huge ball. The power was so great that all the spectators, as well as the warriors, literally scattered to the side. The management was also indignant. What should they do? After all, this battle was already at some extremely high level. Now the smile has completely disappeared on the face of old Sean, because the force was ominous. But the master couldn't come to his senses after what he saw, because he failed to repel the attack. On the contrary, the energy ball literally passed right through him. Now he stood, barely breathing and bloodied, blood literally oozing from him. He was broken. He fell to the ground on his knees. Now, it seems, his days were numbered after all. He overestimated his capabilities. John stood in front of him in a rage, wondering how he would deal with him and how cruelly. Now it seems Buddha Temple guardian Jessica K wasn't sure if she wanted to get married. The king of the Village of Happiness was most touched by what he saw. After all, the technique that our main character was able to reproduce was on some divine level. Zabuza the swordsman now realized how lucky he was not to become John's next opponent. The old man asked for forgiveness for everything. Plus to all this, he begged for mercy so that John would not kill him. He looked very pitiful. He was broken, disgraced. He seemed to be in a dying state. But our main character didn't need anything. He wanted to end the old man as soon as possible. How in a moment this spiritual energy appeared again under his foot. Ominously, it seems that our main character was no longer the same. It was something like a funnel, but literally surrounded our main character. It looked like some kind of ominous ball that closed at the very top and most likely looked like a trap. This energy sphere seemed to literally absorb John. The strength was incredible. Samantha was very worried about our main character. Watching this picture, where is he helpless? It turns out that the old man initially thought out a scheme to introduce our main character into his spiritual abode. He, like an old madman, gloated that he managed to trap John, who was literally at a loss. Did the master admire? Then how? John managed to master the techniques, summoning 3 spiritual beasts at once, and how he was able to tame the energy sphere that King Shan gave him. But John's gaze was indeed very confident, although this sphere that the old man created was his secret weapon. In this area, could you lose instantly? Control over your soul because it literally absorbed you. When suddenly the old man decided to activate his technique to end the life of our main character. Now this sphere began to literally be fueled by John, surround him from everywhere. The old man was furious, because if he manages to absorb all the spiritual energy of our main character, he will die instantly. But in some miraculous way, our main character managed to evoke this new lion in us. It seems the lion was able to create an energy shield that protected John from being absorbed. Moreover, he literally devoured the attack that Master Lee Kem sent and defeated the old man on the spot. Did the master not understand how this happened, since our main character was in his world? Now, apparently, the time has come for John to attack. With incredible speed, he extended his hand towards the old man, and with incredible force he grabbed the throat of his opponent, who clearly did not expect this. It hurt like madness. The path that our main character took while dying in the desert cannot be compared with this trap. There was one nuance that broke the system. Attacks of this kind did not work for Johnny. I know the whole story of the old man and what he did. How many destinies did he kill? And ruined the shower. Now the old man tried to dissuade our main character from the idea of killing him because he would be hunted again. He asked not to kill him, literally begged for mercy and promised that he would even help him overthrow his enemies. John managed in one moment to deliver such an unexpected blow that literally tore his grandfather's hand. Nevertheless, he did not let go of his throat, holding him tightly until the blood literally poured out of his mouth. And now Master Lee was lying on the ground, bloodied and helpless. It seems that he lost miserably. Now John has stepped on the old man's foot, causing him more and more pain. He screamed like a slaughtered pig. Our main character has a feeling of superiority over this old incompetent, and tried to convey to him that no one can stop him. But what infuriated John most of all was something completely different, that the old man was trying to reason with him, promising that he would have problems if he killed Master Lee. Our main character continued to beat this poor old man, toying with him. He also had flashbacks from his memory. After all, how much evil did the master bring into this world? How many innocents did he destroy? But John was not strong enough at that moment. How is this time? So he sat and waited for his moment. He tried to restrain himself so as not to strike the old man. After all, the thirst for revenge overwhelmed him most of all. But now he was full of confidence and strength, and he had no doubt that he could handle it and kill this old man. And so our main character again delivered one of his powerful blows, causing the old man to scream in pain. The old man was terrified because his body was literally beaten, and he himself was in critical condition. Moreover, the will of our main character was incredibly strong. Nothing could break it. The old man was annoyed that some young man was killing him. She was losing consciousness. But the old man still didn't understand why John was so angry with him. What was the reason? Now our main character has stepped on his stomach with his foot, causing pain again and again. And so John decided to tell his story, thanks to which the old man aroused hatred in him. The story was about how pathetic the old man decided to carry out the order of his master and kill the girl whom our main character loved so much. Did the master mock her for a very long time, break all her bones, and then chain her? Our main character immediately began to cry like a river, since he could not tell this. He also added that the old man continued to mock him for the next months without feeling any pity. But the pathetic old man decided to add the following. This girl is still alive, and he asked for mercy, so that our main character would take pity on him and give him a chance to atone for everything. But John didn't want to listen. He created a fire sphere in his hand with the help of a fire phoenix. And I decided to send this vile old man to catch up with Adam and Harry, the son of the clan head of the sun. With his incredible spiritual energy, he was able to make a hole in this terrible sphere. Was the master literally incinerated and the sphere literally disappeared before our eyes? John was no longer in danger. The picture was breathtaking as our main character stood in despair over the fire. Emily and her grandfather could not utter a word because they really saw something transcendental. Samantha and the Green Mamba were also indignant because they had never seen him like our main character looked today. John could exhale calmly since the old man was already resting in hell. Now he will no longer commit any atrocities. Now our main character dreamed of going after the heads of Bruce and Kimberly, his worst enemies. Meanwhile, it was broad daylight in the village of Air, where our main character was from. Bruce has already tried to conjure a new technique in order to destroy the seal and regain immortality. To do this, he needed a girl who had spiritual energy compatibility, and so he began to slowly concentrate his power into a certain sphere in the hope of gaining strength. How suddenly he succeeded, this is not an ordinary sphere. It suddenly grew to enormous sizes and literally began to absorb Bruce. His body and muscles experienced terrible pain because the power, spiritual energy, was capable of enslaving him completely. The head of the Immortal clan was truly surprised to see how much powerful energy Bruce was absorbing. He looked like a demon who was summoned from the underworld. Now it seems he is not the same as before. Now he managed to completely enslave the seal that restrained his powers. However, he achieved a higher rank than he had previously. After all, Anthony from the very beginning told Bruce to marry Kimberly, since the incredible energy of the Village of Air is truly in her blood. But what he didn't expect was that Bruce also had to unlock the immortal seal that Kimberly gave him. The head of the Immortal clan continued to gloat about this, as he considered Bruce to be the chosen one. After all, literally only a few managed to master the technique of immortality, and Bruce is one of them. Now, the techniques he possesses will be equated to the devil, and also ordinary people will not be able to resist at all. Now Anthony had a goal, which was to create a very powerful organization, as well as strengthen the ranks of his clan. But Bruce decided to interrupt all Anthony's plans, since if the warrior manages to awaken the seal, immortality, then he should immediately become the head of the clan. Anthony did not contradict and agreed with him completely. After all, he was aware of the law of the clan. The only thing left was to subdue Anthony, to follow Bruce's orders. So how is he now considered the strongest in the family? Anthony was very wary after what Bruce said, because he was literally controlled by evil. He laughed as if in hysterics, but agreed to submit, having already been invincible in the war of the Immortal clan. He was incredibly proud that he was able to lead Bruce to such an outcome of events. After all, this is not the ceiling yet. Kneeling, Anthony decided to transfer all his powers to Bruce, and from now on he is now the head of the clan of Immortals. Also now, Bruce gave an order to Anthony to notify everyone about the new head of the clan, and that they listen to him in everything. Now Anthony, like a gallant servant, decided to fulfill all the whims that his master entrusted to him. Anthony asked what they would do with Bruce's wife. Should I just leave her like this? But Bruce took pity, as he loved her with all his heart and soul, because without her, he would not have become who he is. Besides, she was incredibly beautiful, so how could he brighten up his evenings? Without her marital duty and all that. Anthony promised that he would carry out Bruce's orders and leave her alive, and also bring her to her senses. However, now John and the competition management were visiting the king of the Village of Happiness. The old man decided to mention the murder of the master at such a young age and gaining such monstrous power. Sean also wanted to warn our main character that now he will be hunted by a clan, sons, and also a clan of weapons. But Jessica came up with a plan, a very unusual one, for John to join the ranks of the Temple of the Guardians of the Buddha. Then fewer problems await him. The girl with blue locks, smiling, said, "Won't his friend Samantha take care?" She also explained that he does not have to join anywhere so as not to expose other communities. But it seems that Jessica did not quite agree with the statements of the lady with blue locks. It turns out that the girl with blue locks meant that Samantha is part of her clan, and if you join them, John, no one will hurt him. She offered the position of the right hand of the head of her clan to our main character, promising a lot of goodies and great powers. Also, John will have very, very many people under his command. But Jessica decided to interrupt the girl, saying that she could offer the same conditions, and even better. The old man decided to resolve this dispute because the conversation had turned into a farce. But in a raised voice, it will not be possible to resolve the issue. But our main character still stood his ground. He decided that he would not join anyone's clan. The girls perked up when they heard John's decision and were even a little confused. After all, they had high hopes for him. But our main character had one condition. He still decided to get into the Temple of the Guardians of the Buddha in order to continue his skills training. Accordingly, the golden gem will be delivered to the temple. Beauty Jessica was incredibly happy about this statement, as she wanted it with all her heart. She was very touched by this, and she wanted to reward John with all sorts of honors. After all, he deserved it like no one else. The girl with blue strands still decided to give in and respected the decision of our protagonist. For some reason, he looked at her with caution, because he couldn't read her thoughts and what she was capable of. After all, judging by the story that our main character remembers, It was her fairy clan that helped the old man in many matters. Therefore, I did not see any prospects for the existence of clans in general, and in general, trust in this clan was undermined. Now the time has come to reward the bets that representatives of different clans made earlier. Old man Sean called our main character to hand him a ring containing the stakes of 4 great clans. But John squeezed his hand and said that he didn't need it at all. But John asked to keep the ring as a keepsake. King Sean was very surprised after what was said. Also, our main character added that this will be his gift to remind him of his great army, and so that he can spend his old age comfortably. The old man repeated John's words regarding the great army. He let go of his head, looking at his exhausted hands. Nostalgic, tears flowed from his eyes. Our main character, King Sean bowed. The old man began to talk about the exploits of the great army, which won hundreds of battles, leaving clear skies above his head. The old man also helped the families of the victims in every possible way. Also, the old man had to give away all the wealth that he had to help. He also expressed gratitude for all the fallen soldiers and for the help. With his hand on John, the king told him thank you for such kind words. He was also going to tell him something, but John interrupted him, adding that he should not worry. He also promised to protect the weak, to work for the prosperity of the world. However, the old man knew that the will of fire is now in the hands of our hero. Jessica also appreciated these words. Temple of the Divine Spear. Richard, his father, knelt to his ancestor. The father slapped himself on the ground, and he also apologized for his weakness and the fact that he could never return the greatness of his clan. Richard tried to apologize to his father, but his father slapped him in a fit of rage. His father slapped him and ordered him to hit his forehead on the ground. But Richard decided to justify himself to his great-grandfather and father, saying that his opponent was inhumanly strong, and he was weak. But the old man began to threaten Richard with violence because he dared to justify himself to his father. Suddenly, the temple caught fire with some kind of blue flame. Having formed the image of their ancestor, he was ashamed that his descendants had become so pitiful. Father and son were shocked to see their ancestors in person. The ancestor took a deep breath, saying he couldn't take it anymore because Richard had a long pedigree. He will also have to open his spiritual consciousness, after which he will be obliged to revive the clan and return it to its former greatness. The ancestor raised his hand to his chest, and I was going to give him a unique token of his clan, which will open the way to the mountain monastery so that he can be cultivated. Richard realized that everything was serious. The ancestor also ordered him to find the remaining treasures so that he could fill his family with wealth, after which he simply dissipated. Richard immediately began boasting to his father that his ancestor had given him a unique token. The father also said that in the time of his great-grandfather, his family was one of the greatest on the continent. Also, no one could compare with him in strength. Once he insulted the clan of immortals. His clan fell into decline. Now the father was confident that his son would be able to revive the greatness that had been taken from them. Now Richard didn't care. What powers did our main character gain in the desert? Promising to take revenge on him. When suddenly father and son heard someone's familiar voice, they were shocked. Looking back, they recognized Harry of the Sun Clan. Seeing Harry, Richard completely fell to the ground. He also screamed, "Was it a ghost or him?" To which Harry replied that he is more alive than before. Richard asked him, "John killed you earlier. How did he survive?" But Harry told him a story that before the Sun Clan had 18 spiritual sons, and he became the last. So he replied that he is the 5th spiritual son. Asking them, "Do you know why?" He also added, "Are you wondering where the other 13 went?" He had to fight his way through the flesh's blood. When he managed to kill his 8th brother, did he decide to take his death technique? Now Harry asked Richard again. He also wants to kill John. To which Richard replied that he would not rest until he did this. It seems that Harry has come up with a plan. He said that Richard has a great opportunity. The main thing is to lure our protagonist to the mountain monastery. After all, Harry needed the sacred fire of rank 9, which John owns. Richard asked how he could defeat him. After all, even the master couldn't stop our main character? To which Harry replied, "You'll see?" After all, he knew that our main character would follow his air village back to the Divine Sword Clan. Once they manage to lure John, his days will be numbered. Harry immediately disappeared after that. Richard asked his father what would they do. But the old man, without hesitation, suggested that they go together to John and politely invite him to come with them. Courtyard, Shona Kingdom. The girls from the clan of killers decided to congratulate our main character on his victory. Now they admired how John had managed to defeat Master Li. Our main character said that this is all nothing, because tomorrow he will go to the Empire of the Divine Ball to take revenge on the enemies. What about these 2 young ladies? Coming closer to them, he said that there was one thing for them. At some point, they were very shocked. The proposal, King Sean's chambers. Everyone suddenly gathered here because they wanted to wish John an easy journey? The Green Mamba wished him good luck. Emily objected. Since our main character killed Master Lee, now he will blame a lot of problems on himself. John was confident, saying that this time Bruce will not escape death. Jessica decided to go with our main character and will be with him until he takes revenge so that he can return to the Temple of the Heart of the Buddha. From the servants addressed King Sean, he said the following. Richard and his father Jerry from the Divine Spear clan came to visit. The king did not disagree and told him to invite them. John was a little puzzled. What was their purpose? Old Jerry and his son were already standing literally in front of our main character. They greeted the king with folded hands, slightly bowing. The old man asked them what he owed such an unexpected visit. Richard fell to his knees. I'm trying to apologize to John for being impudent and insulting him. His father added, What would be glad if John? We'll forgive him and will not take revenge. Richard, as a result of his inappropriate behavior, decided that their clan would share something. When suddenly he fell silent, but John decided to calm him down, since everyone was here. Richard began to talk about the mountain abode of one of the best warriors, and he wanted to invite him to share the remaining treasures there. John in his thoughts began to remember that in a past life, it was much later. Jessica screamed at Richard that he wanted to lure our protagonist into a cave where an ambush would await him, asking if he really thought John would fall for it. Richard and Jerry were very shocked by this statement. The old man decided to immediately relax everyone, saying that they just wanted to apologize. Richard desperately wished in his mind that John would agree. Emily also added that they should go to hell with this proposal, as it is a trap. Our main character interrupted her by agreeing with the proposal. However, he added, since they apologized so sincerely, he asked when they should move out. Emily was shocked. Richard's father said the faster the better and began to tell where it is. If they leave tomorrow morning, they will get there in one day. John replied that they would leave at dawn. Richard and Jerry strayed, have a nice day, while the others watched as they left the room. Emily tried to reason with our protagonist by talking about the trap. Doesn't he understand that? But John decided to calm her down, because he believed that he had everything under control. Jessica offered to go with our main character. He replied that it was not necessary. Immediately, she humbled herself and said, let it be so. The old man decided to warn John, saying that even though he was strong, his self-confidence could ruin him. John respected the king and said he would take his advice to heart. The next day at the foot of the mountain range, John jumped off the rhinoceros that was carrying them. In his past life, Richard clearly had a hard time here. Thought hero. In this life, he was called apparently because he was able to win the conquest of the sacred fire, so the course of events in the future changed. Jerry turned to John, saying that the ancient monastery is located at the foot of the mountain, and ahead there will be an entrance to the cave. He asked to show him the way, to which the old man agreed. Most of all, our main character was wondering if they have an escape plan or if they want to die. The old man pointed to the place, saying that they had arrived. With your soft palm hitting the rock, he managed to form an entrance to the cave. He asked John to go ahead while they followed him. Father and son looked at each other, planning something. In front of them stood the statue of the Divine Clan's ancestor, Spear. Jerry pointed to the place, saying, Here it is. These were treasures that were kept for more than 100 years in this cave. Richard felt incredible joy at the sight of a first-class divine weapon. The old man told our main character that now these treasures belonged to him. But Jean sensed something was wrong, because he knew that someone's spirit was kept inside the statue. And since all three weapons have a magical seal applied to them, only the one whom the statue allows can take them. If someone else tries to take the weapon, his body will immediately be torn to pieces. But John was not stupid, and plus his high level of skills. He was sure that these tricks would not work on him, when suddenly he grabbed the divine spear. At that very second, an explosion occurred, from which our main character tried to dodge. He began to collect air in his lungs. An instant with its incredible whirlwind blew out the flame. Without even breaking a sweat, he held a ring and a spear in his hands. Then, he managed to literally absorb the divine weapon into the ring storage chamber. Now, our main character has the idea to combine this power of 3 divine weapons to strengthen the spear, the god of war. Jerry Richards stood in incomprehension. But after one moment, under the statue, some kind of projection appeared that glowed. And at some point, it became clear to everyone that this was a unique token. John suggested maybe this was a token with the seal of immortality, but the conditions were different. The seal with immortality can only be awakened by an immortal or their descendant. What did that mean? That after the awakening of the seal, immortality is the power of those who awakened it. It grows to unprecedented heights, but in the worst-case scenario, their body strengthens 10 times. But for a mortal, there is only one way: to kill one of the immortals to awaken the seal, using a secret technique. Our main character remembered how in a past life Richard tried to awaken a seal, immortality, but his token was defective. Richard also guessed that this seal is immortality. It seemed to him that his ancestor had left this unique token just for him, giving him the opportunity to return the clan to its former glory. John turned to Richard and asked him to give him his badge. After all, they were identical. In a moment, the unthinkable happened. From 5 points on the earth, some ominous energy began to be released. They looked like ghosts in dark guise. How suddenly it turned out that it was the head of a clan of killers with his creatures summoned. John, without hesitation, recognized the unexpected guest. Harley was surprised that John knew about his existence, to which our main character responded as follows. Who doesn't know about such a scoundrel? He decided to thank the head of the killer clan for 2 beautiful girls. Assistance. Harley perked up. So how? Because I thought that winning the competition had blown John's mind. He also heard a lot about how our main character killed Master Lee, and a couple more, incompetent. But who the Death Clan is, he clearly doesn't know. Before John, there were 4 best warriors from the Assassin Clan. They all reached the peak of the spiritual realm. And Harley was 5. The head of the Assassin Clan was furious, as he recalled that he had once managed to escape from the Assassin Clan, but John would not succeed the second time. Immediately, the war began to attack John, trying to take him by surprise from the first side, from the other side thereby perplexing him. However, after a second, John pulled out his divine spear, trying to convey to the head of the clan that if he was able to kill Master Lee, who was at the peak of the spiritual realm, could he really not be able to kill several warriors at once with the same strength? Immediately, he released the Fire Phoenix spirit and the illusory dragon. The Wars clearly did not expect such pressure. Phoenix smashed 4 warriors to smithereens. Didn't John have one? Rank 9, Holy Fire. He literally broke them by throwing them at the wall. Now they lay, immobilized, because the flaming Fire Phoenix will not spare anyone. Father and son were horrified, because before their eyes John managed to deal with 4 warriors who were at the peak of the spiritual kingdom with one blow. Self-confident John asked Harley if he had any more trump cards up his sleeve. Apparently, this even somehow provoked the head of the killer clan, and he decided to tell John. Doesn't our main character know that the clan of killers is capable of mastering the secret technique of creating golems? After all, he managed to turn these warriors into controlled golems that cannot be destroyed. After all, they are literally unkillable. He again ordered the golems to attack. It seems that John did not feel any anxiety or danger at all. However, he decided to summon a ghostly dragon. He immediately grabbed these puppets, squeezing them tighter and tighter, in his terrifying paws, clasping your palms together. John even gloated because earlier Harley said that they were unkillable, so this was like a challenge for our hero. The dragon turned them into a clay ball. Our main character immediately decided to destroy this lump of clay. Was Harley horrified to see his creations destroyed? And he became furious, as he spent a lot of his spiritual strength and blood when creating them. But John didn't want to stop. He immediately shut up the head of the killer clan. John managed to knock out a tooth and also a broken nose, grabbing him by the kimono, lifting him slightly. He began to tell, at the expense of whose blood he was able to create these monsters. Plus, how many innocent souls did he ruin? The main character also added to us that Harley uses forbidden techniques. Alien's blood. Therefore, there will be no mercy. John gave him a very serious blow to the stomach with a spear. Yes, so that Harley began to cough up blood, and literally threw this villain, promising that he will take revenge for all the innocent souls that he ruined. An explosion immediately occurred. Harley sat immobilized because he put the spiritual energy of a fiery phoenix into the blow. He turned to the father and son, asking what was their plan, when suddenly Harley's body, it stirred and he stood up saying, "How dare John?" While bloodied, he repeated again, "How dare he?" Suddenly, spiritual energy literally came out of his mouth. How suddenly he decided to create an energy sphere. However, the sphere began to fill him with some kind of ominous chakra. Harley transformed into some unimaginable devil. There were some sharpened bones sticking out of it. John suggested that he also turned himself into an immortal golem. But he was only half a golem. While in the air, he carefully chose the moment to attack. Die screaming, he rushed to John. But John was not taken aback, drawing his divine spear. Harley's attack was so strong that John was thrown away like a toy. And the whole point is that when Harley turned himself into a golem, his body became significantly stronger, and his strength became higher than the spiritual realm. Once again, the demon began to attack our main character, managed to attack with his spiritual demonic energy. John screamed, "Damn it!" But Harley didn't stop, and again he launched his crushing attack. The head of the murder clan now asked, "What will John do in this case?" The attack was really scary, and it would seem that John was simply blown up. Harley landed on the ground. Now he wanted to turn John into a golem. But for the first time in history, a golem will have a rank 9 sacred fire? John was covered in bruises. He couldn't believe that the power of the ghostly dragon was not enough to stop the power of Harley's destructive kingdom. John asked Harley to get ready. He was going to show him something interesting. Our main character summoned 3 ghostly beasts at once and decided to combine their power into a ghostly dragon, thus strengthening your body. Harley was horrified to see our main character wielding such equipment. Putting his hands together, he decided to prevent John from completing the technique. Having struck, he realized that our main character had instantly disappeared, leaving Harley in the cold. Richard and Jerry were immediately thrown back. Relaxing your hand? He didn't expect it to be so troublesome to fight this kid. But nevertheless, I spent a significant part of my resources. How did he suddenly feel an unusual aura and was shocked that this aura belonged to John? He was partially covered in scales. Harley couldn't believe his eyes. One of his eyes was ominously black with a red pupil. Harley screamed that John was not a man, but a werewolf, while Richard wondered, assuming that our main character is half dragon. After all, he managed to strengthen his body? But not completely. After all, the strength of his legendary beasts was enough to strengthen one arm. But this was only the 3rd stage of the destructive kingdom. Now it's John's turn to attack. Now he was accompanied by the power of the dragon. As a result, the destructive power of the dragon struck Harley. The energy of the phantom dragon literally sent him flying. After the victory over the head of the assassin clan, he changed back to human form, coughing up blood. Having spat out blood, he now realized that this was the end of his life. The main character raised his hand again and was about to finish off Harley. He called Harry for help. Why was John suddenly surprised? There was a sound coming from the wall that the Harley had disappointed him. Harry also said that John managed to survive, but next time he will definitely die. In a moment, Harry left this mountain. Now poor Harley was screaming how dare he throw it. But John told Harley that he was finished. But Harley said that if John kills him, Talon will never take revenge on Bruce. After all, just recently, Bruce managed to awaken the Almighty, the seal of immortality. So the Harley said, if he saves his life, then when Bruce is in the kingdom of the immortals, will Harley tell him where he will ascend from? Jonah was happy with this arrangement. Information in exchange for life. Harley smiled, asking our protagonist to swear on his soul that he won't kill him. John swore an oath and agreed to the deal. Harley sighed and said, according to the information we conveyed, Bruce's ascension procedure will take place on one of the mountains in the southwest of the Divine Ball Empire. However, he told him that if John did not manage to get there within 10 days, then he would never be able to kill Bruce. Since Harley provided him with such valuable information, John decided to kill him too quickly. He replied, Harley was outraged because he swore with his soul that if he broke his oath, the heavens would bring down punishment on him. Harley asked, are you ready to risk your soul? John, without hesitation, grabbed his opponent by the throat, and then he slammed him into the ground. After all, he did not consider it necessary to keep his word in front of such a scum of society. However, at that very moment, heavenly punishment literally descended and unleashed its fury on John. It was a lightning storm. Richard smiled, thinking that heavenly punishment would immediately incinerate him. But everything was not like that. He was protected by the called, the lion. He thanked his spirit beast, and Richard urgently needed a token. He didn't contradict. Richard took out his badge. Now he asked for mercy and said that he would not tell anyone that John was a werewolf and asked to let him go. Jerry's father said that he was to blame for everything and was ready to accept death in exchange. John must let his son go so that his family would continue. But John did not want to listen because he did not consider it necessary to leave him alive. Since the ghostly dragon was very angry, he screamed, there will be no mercy! And then he used his spiritual power on both of them. Now he had 2 unique tokens in his hands. However, he wanted to reunite them. The merger was not long in coming, and the ghostly dragon began to absorb this enormous power. The main character's hand began to transform before our eyes from the seal of immortality. John was very surprised that it was the ghostly dragon who decided to get this power. The beast was no longer the same as before, much stronger and more sinister. Now our main character was ready. True, there was one, but the dragon could not absorb all the power of the seal. Immortality. Now John possessed the rank 7 immortality seal. The remainder of the seal that the dragon did not have time to swallow was used to strengthen his own spiritual strength. The atmosphere inside the mountain was literally tense. After absorbing the power of the seal, his hand strengthened exponentially, and the hero's cultivation reached the peak of the spiritual realm. However, John was aware of one fact. He managed to destroy the enemy, who had the third stage of the destructive kingdom. John did not have time to go back to the Village of Happiness, since the path from the mountain to the mountain of the Divine Ball Empire would take a very long time. John decided to send a telegram to King Shan. In the letter, he apologized and wrote that he would go to take his revenge alone, so that they would not worry about him. Now he was ready to follow Bruce. That same mountain in the southwest of the Divine Sword Empire. Anthony, Kimberly, and Bruce stood on a piece of mountain. Kimberly asked Bruce, "What is it like in the Heavenly Kingdom?" To which he replied, "We will definitely check." He promised her, having become a ruler, immortality will make her empress over all people. She hugged him and thanked him. But Anthony watched this with caution. It seems that the kingdom of heaven was ready to receive Bruce. Steps appeared from the sky. The stairs that led to the very heart of the Heavenly Father. They were greeted by Eve. From the line of immortals, she was divine, strong, and it was impossible to go down the stairs because she could bring chaos to mortals. Former head of the clan of immortals. Anthony reported that she was talking nonsense once to intimidate from the threshold. But Bruce asked his uncle not to start. After all, she was already dead. Bruce Kimberly began to climb the heavenly staircase. How suddenly on the horizon someone called Bruce. All three immediately perked up with a surprised look. It was our main character who managed at the most important moment. It seems Bruce was confused when he saw his worst enemy. John told him that their differences were not over. And where was he going? Eve became very interested. She recognized John. The immortal asked Eve, "Should I kill him?" It seems, Eva was impressed, especially since our main character managed to awaken the Supreme Seal and said that there was no point in interfering. The immortal did not contradict her. There was deathly silence. John looked very determined. Kimberly couldn't believe her eyes. Bruce was surprised by the fact that Joan managed to reach the peak of the spiritual kingdom in the shortest possible time. But John immediately replied that he liked Bruce crying and begging for mercy more, and not as self-confident as he is now. But Bruce laughed and said, "Even if our protagonist has reached the peak of the spiritual realm, he is not worthy to challenge him." He also added that he used to be jealous of John, since John gained enormous power in the desert. But now this does not scare him at all. Brought gave the order to Anthony to kill our main character. A few seconds later, Anthony was literally next to our hero, saying that he managed to expel the mortal ball from the Empire, and he hid like a mouse, and now he has come to certain death. John replied that Anthony overestimates himself. An explosion occurred after these two warriors clashed in battle. The immortals watched this with joy. She asked her partner how many blows Anthony could take. He answered not at all, since John can deal with Anthony with particular ease, and then he will deal with Bruce. Cue answer. She said that Bruce managed to awaken the almighty seal within himself, and he is at the stage of the destroying kingdom. Does he really have no chance? Even though John is at the peak of the spiritual realm, a ferocious force of an unknown nature can be felt in his body. And the hatred when he was in the deserts increased 100-fold. The immortal also said that he could cope with Eve. She was shocked. Bruce understood that Anthony had put all his strength into the blow. He was sure that John was dead. But through this smoke came the voice of John, who asked where Bruce was in such a hurry. Anthony was defeated? In addition, he accused him of hiding his strength from his wives until the last moment. Now he regretted that he had not killed him earlier when there was such an opportunity. But John replied that not everyone gets a second chance, telling him bye. John snapped his neck in an instant and threw him to the ground like a sack, adding to his words that his uncle turns out to be such a weakling. Bruce was furious to see his relative lying dead. Now he began to call upon the power of his immortal seal. John screamed for him to show the true power of his seal. Bruce managed to call from the afterlife? Your demonic sword. In addition, he tried to convince John that everything had changed dramatically since their last meeting. But then he realized that Bruce surpasses the peak of the spiritual kingdom. He is now the stage of destroying the kingdom. Moreover, all this is strengthened by the immortal seal. Bruce decided to bring all his hatred down on our main character. But John took the form of a ghostly dragon. He also managed to summon his divine spear by investing spiritual power into it. Now their attacks have reunited. John managed to form lightning attack, but he was thrown back with incredible force. It was truly a powerful blow. Bruce told him that he no longer considered John his rival. The moment John flew was open to Bruce's attack, and he was about to kick him in the face, but our main character managed to catch his leg. Didn't expect such a reaction. And it was as if he stuck Bruce straight into the ground with a sledgehammer, saying that it was too early to think about victory. Bruce couldn't come to terms with this maneuver. After all, this time I acted as number 2. Both warriors immediately stood up to attack again. Now this was try number 2. Only sparks were visible from their opposition to each other. John managed to catch Bruce, and he hit his opponent in the chest with his knee, so much so that he instantly flew into the air. From the zones, he continued to watch this picture. How did the opponent take flight? Approaching Bruce again, he was about to make another attack, with a spear. Now this was the second attack of the thunderstorm, Spear of Fury. John managed to get, unleashing the enormous energy of a mixture of the power of the Phantom Dragon and the thunderstorm. It would seem that everything is over because the attack reached the opponent. In an instant, John landed on the ground to make sure Bruce was alive. He called him because he knew that he had not killed. In the area where Bruce fell, supposedly underground, lava oozed. In addition, he told John that he was not capable of killing him and did not even damage a single hair. Bruce was sure from the very beginning that John would not be able to defeat him. But thanks to the seal, immortality, the battle seemed more interesting. John did not understand what Bruce was talking about, but he realized that the seal of the Almighty is still stronger than his seal, immortality. While John was distracted, Bruce managed to get behind him. He was shocked. Now the sword attack hit John from behind, and not even one. The sword strikes were with incredible speed. Now John was bloodied. Clenching his fist tightly, Bruce decided to add, he broke through his defense again, gloating that he couldn't take the blow. He managed to throw John away. He looked like a true swordmaster. In addition, he said that he was literally bursting with strength. Every cell of the body was filled with energy. In addition, he considered that our main character's strength had run out. But John said that the sight of Bruce disgusted him. While Bruce answered him that our main character is calling, he feels pity. However, he considered John and one other his stepping stone to greatness. Now he began to concentrate a huge, strong spiritual sphere in his hand. And it seems he was about to bring down all his power. He screamed, "Die!" and sent this ominous energy straight to our hero, adding to his words so that John doesn't get upset. What is the stepping stone to Bruce's greatness? And that he was lucky to fight him. The Immortals continued to watch events. Eva even felt bored somewhere because his partner's predictions did not come true. When suddenly she looked at him, the Immortal replied that this is not the end. A real show awaits them. In one moment, Bruce decided to exhale after this fight because he thought that everything was over. After all, he thought that John, trying to take revenge, did not notice at all how much his opponent had grown and would not see what he would become. But apparently, John managed to escape thanks to the transformation of the ghostly dragon's hand. In addition, his seal was already rank 7. It seems that John himself has changed, or more specifically, transformed. He asked Bruce where he was going because the fight was not over. John was now ready for round 2. It seems that Bruce even began to feel fear at some point. The fact that he, being the owner of the Most High Seal, cannot punish a mere mortal. Eve, too, was uneasy, because she understood that our main character had gained some kind of strength in the desert. And how does he manage to fight Bruce? She asked her partner. I replied that the power of the legendary beasts that were in the desert is comparable to the power of the Immortals. But nevertheless, he himself was confused. However, he suggested that John managed to tame one of the most ferocious beasts in the desert. At some point, he was worried, realizing that he had to be stopped since he was developing every minute, which could become a threat to all immortals. But I did not agree with him, because the enmity between Bruce and John is their personal matter. Moreover, she did not want to interfere with the development of events. After all, it seemed to her that if John was able to defeat Bruce, then this would be a blessing for the Immortals. The second of the Immortals agreed somewhere, but Eva decided to stop arguing. Is the Immortal puzzled? John took a step, and he asked Bruce if he was really afraid, as he saw that his body was shaking. He grabbed his heavenly sword again, trying to justify himself, and also told John who he thinks he is. Does he really think he can cause fear in him? After all, Bruce considered the seal of his Almighty. This is the limit. John must kneel before him. He immediately rushed towards John, promising that he would bring him to his knees. He managed to hit our protagonist's face with his straight hook. Swinging your sword, he decided to repeat the attack he did earlier, decided to stab John, shouting that he would never win. It became funny for the Immortal to watch the picture while listening to unnecessary conversations. Eva smiled, thinking over a plan to get John to her side. Bruce had no doubt about his victory. Putting his blade to John's throat, Bruce looked self-confident, but a moment later he was already choking on blood. Our main character managed to stay ahead of the curve. With the paw of a ghostly dragon, he pierced Bruce's body right through, tearing out the sacred fire along with the seal. What shocked Bruce, and a moment later he pulled his hand back, holding the holy fire. Our main character looked much more confident than Bruce. He continued to joke, adding a metaphor about the fact that great wars love to play with their victims, like a cat plays with sparrows. He clenched his fist, crushing the orb, and a moment later something magical happened. Bruce couldn't believe he lost with the Supreme Seal. He began to ask the Immortals for help, and John looked at their reaction. Eva upset him, saying that even if she wanted to help, she couldn't. Choking on blood, he screamed in rage, and John dealt his final blow to Bruce. Yes, with such force that it was torn into atoms. Kimberly literally collapsed to the ground in shock. Her body was numb from the horror that had just happened. John began to rapidly approach Kimberly. Our main character asked her if she regrets everything. Tears flowed from her eyes. She answered that she doesn't regret it a bit. I'm trying to justify that she did all this in order to become stronger. She wanted to become the empress of this world and rule people, and she asked John to kill her quickly. John told her that everyone has a choice. He added that she was not mistaken in her choice and achieved success in becoming empress. Suddenly, she asked him if she had really become an empress. Crying out that she had made the right choice, she began to laugh, and continued to make this evil laugh. Our main character, standing in front of her, decided to say it's over. He raised his gaze to the Immortals. Eve asked him if he knew what consequences await John for killing Bruce. With a smile on his face, he replied that he would be happy to listen. She decided to tell him that Bruce had previously awakened the seal of the Almighty, and he was to become the ruler of all immortals in his family. Therefore, this meant that Eve was obliged to take revenge. However, John reported that she also wanted to see Bruce die. What is one of the immortals for? Said John doesn't understand what he's talking about. But still, John answered him that he always reacted this way to events with a sour face. It seems that the immortals perked up after what was said. I couldn't understand how he could know. So close to the immortals. After all information about them was protected by a magical barrier. It was incredibly infuriating for the immortal, because he communicated with them as equals. In John's head, he was thinking about how he managed to defeat Bruce so easily. But if these two hadn't existed, the battle would have been more spectacular. Also, our main character was aware that the leader of the clan of immortals, Eve, has a level 8 seal of immortality, and she does not kill innocent people. However, in a past life, thanks to her support, he was able to resist Bruce. But in the end, Bruce managed to destroy even her. As for the other immortal, did he beg John to kill Bruce as a matter of urgency? But he couldn't because he was weak. John called them down to talk. They became interested too. Based on John's curiosity, and now they were already walking up the steps. A moment later, they were already standing opposite each other. John opened his dragon paw to the seal of Bruce's immortality. He also believed that by killing Bruce, the seal would go to him. It seems the immortal did not agree with him. Eve tried to reason with him, because the almighty seal will not bring him any benefit. Only in the hands of mortal people it is, indeed, a useful thing. But no, in the hands of John. In addition, it is much more valuable than the seal of immortality. And those who can awaken it are born once every 1,000 years. And except for the race of immortals, no one can master it. She suggested that our main character try, if he doesn't believe. And at some point, John realized he couldn't absorb her. She didn't want to put up with the new owner. Continue to gloat, she repeated once again, that John will not be able to absorb her. Now our main character understood that he was not able to master the seal of the Almighty. But if he tamed the 5th son of the dragon, perhaps he would be able to make his spirit stronger. However, he will not have this power until he reaches the peak that destroys the kingdom. John was very far from that. Eva asked to give it to her for printing. Accordingly, not for free. She wanted to give him a level 3 divine weapon and a seal, level 7 immortality. But the fact that she offered even 1/10 of the Most High seal. Eve told him the story, because she knew Bruce's long-standing conflict and how he killed his father and stole his bride from under his nose. Now she wondered what John would say about her. He replied that she was heaven's favorite. She answered him, no doubt. Eva decided to offer a deal. That if now she called him his bride, then one day she would become his wife. John was a little puzzled. Reacting strangely, the second immortal asked not to do this, addressing John. He was infuriated by the fact that he made a face. After the proposal, he asked if she really wouldn't do. Our main character asked, what should he agree to now? The immortal was strongly against. Moving closer to John, Eve explained that she was speaking in all seriousness, pointing at his dragon scales. She explained to him that he is not strong enough to be her husband, but he has great potential, promising that she will help him develop himself 100%. She also added that he should not worry, plus besides, she was going to announce her future marriage to everyone. Eve's brother thought this idea was crazy. She also reminded John that he had lost Kimberly, and that she would be a worthy replacement. John was amazed by her determination. After all, she was ready to get married, just so that he would take her side. But he took her hand. After apologizing, he added that the offer was very interesting, but he would refuse. She asked him what he was afraid of. John replied that nothing scares him. He's just not interested in her. But Ava did not want to put up with this fact, since she opened her heart to him, pointing out that he is strong, and does he really hope to defeat his sister and brother alone? To which John replied that he would fight to the last drop of blood, to death. The immortal was indignant because the choice seemed very stupid to him. Take her as a wife and save his life or just die. However, John answered boldly that they could not kill him, although he knew what trump cards they had up their sleeves. In addition, he added, if they do not kill him, then John will pose a danger to the entire race of immortals. Now he felt angry. Now he again showed his seal of the Most High, threatening them that he would give it to someone else from their clan. The immortals asked him, is he threatening? To which John replied, what he is saying, in fact. Eva interrupted this verbal spat, and also asked, what does our main character really want? John demanded a tier 4 divine weapon, and also 10 rank 9 pills. After all, the almighty seal had no value for him, and holding it in the hope that he would someday be able to pump up his power is stupid. He also demanded 3 seals, level 7 immortality, which enraged one of the immortals. She promised that she would give him a divine weapon of the 4th degree, but she does not have 10 pills. In addition, she was ready to give him 1 rank 9 pill, 10 rank 8 pills, and 50 rank 7 pills as well as 3 seals, level 3 immortality. The brother was furious with Eva. She said that these things can be acquired. There is no need to worry about losing them. Now she asked if he agreed. He extended his hand in a way that suited him. She said she was glad to cooperate. Their hands missed each other. But most of all, he was surprised that she didn't give him anything, and the immortals decided to climb back up the stairs. She couldn't be happier with the seal she received. Her brother didn't want to put up with how arrogant our main character was. She told him to just swallow it, because they had received the almighty seal. Looking at John, Eva added that he is very cunning and thinks several steps ahead. After all, rumors about him spread all over the world, and the power of which I found in the desert is incommensurable. The brother did not want to put up with this and asked for clarification. However, Eve immediately replied that this John is no longer the same John that was before. Her brother wondered if he could die and be reborn, because then it would become clear where he got the sacred fire of the 9th rank of tamed legendary beasts. And he also managed to kill one of the immortals with the Most High and the seal. Eva said it's just a guess. I'd better stay on good terms with him. In a moment, they left the earth. But someone's foot is behind the mountain. It was the devil who watched all the events. What struck her most was that John managed to negotiate with the immortals, and that he was also able to use a beast from the desert. Now she had a dream of becoming his wife, since her parents would like John. She also added that they will definitely meet soon, and instantly jumped off the mountain. Village, happiness. Right at the main gate of the village, our main character appeared on the horizon. Jessica was incredibly happy to see him again. She immediately congratulated him. To her congratulations, he replied that he had managed to sort out old matters and that he had decided to visit King Sean, but Jessica disappointed him. Emily and Sean left the village. He asked Jessica if the borders were being attacked by werewolves again. She gave him a letter from Emily. John eagerly began to read it. It indicated that Emily congratulated him on killing Bruce and also apologized that she could not wait for John. The situation, which was very bad at the border, meant that she and her grandfather had to urgently leave the village. In addition, she had to join the great army of her grandfather. After all, she did not tell how skillfully she wielded a spear. She also added that she had no other option and asked John to take care of himself. It seems our main character was worried about them. Jessica tried to calm John down, saying that they would be able to repel the werewolf invasion, but he decided to hurry on his way. She agreed to go with him. The carriage wheels were spinning. While the guys were inside, they were also accompanied by a demon girl, Sandra, and a green mamba. He asked the green mamba if she also had business in the Buddha temple. The idea was that the green mamba was going to open an auction room there a long time ago. John liked this idea. The demon girl asked John where her 2 demon aunts were. He patted her on the head and told Sandra that they would meet them very soon. It was a village of Buddha temples. The guys have already entered the village. Sandra was surprised by the scale of this settlement. The green mamba also noticed that she is even more of a village. Happiness, Jessica suggested, taking a breather. And in a couple of days, will he go to the temple? And something happened ahead. John looked out the window. Jessica was puzzled. John turned to her and asked if she knew anything about this. These were free wars that recruited newcomers to their teams. Accordingly, for the sake of money, and John guessed that they were going to go to the desert lands for treasures. Jessica contacted him, to which John replied that everyone has their own path. It was a huge holiday estate. The guys got out of the carriage. The girls were shocked how huge she was. This manor belonged to Jessica. The main character would also like to rest, and then go for a walk tomorrow. Night has come. John began to practice on his spiritual energy with the acquired. More recently, divine weapons. He had to grab a spear to suppress the fire that the weapon emitted. And here he is, resorted to suppression techniques. The energy flow literally waved outward. Now he managed to concentrate energy into a spear. However, he managed to recreate his grade 4 divine weapon. Now he has already begun to concentrate the seals and the power of his ghostly dragon. He collected 3 seals into one, 7th degree immortality. The phantom dragon tried to devour it all. With unquenchable greed, he literally swallowed the energy. Burping, John realized that the dragon had left him no strength at all. He called him heartless. Now, after absorbing 3 stage 7 seal and immortality, John could summon both hands covered with dragon scales. Now he began to concentrate and absorb the energy of the pills. However, he began to absorb everything into himself. Moreover, an ordinary grade 7 pill can make a war the owner of the peak of the spiritual realm. But his goal was to reach the stage of the destructive realm. He became strong literally before our eyes. The bright source of energy was visible throughout the surrounding area. He managed to complete the merger. Now he was at stage 1, destroying kingdoms. His goal was completely different. Reach the peak of 7 stages. After all, he will become 10 times stronger. But John wanted to increase this to 100 times. After all, did he mean 7 stages? Spirit divisions, destruction, emptiness mergers. Ascension, inviolability, and supremacy. Given his new powers in the hands of the dragon, he could overcome the war from the 5th degree of the destructive kingdom. Now he was confident that he could cope with most strong warriors. Now in the Empire, there is no one left stronger than our main character. In his previous life, he managed to achieve in just 40 years. Now he was only 18. After reaching the Void Realm, would he be ready to go to the desert? The desert was divided into 7 boundaries. The first was the border of the lands. At this stage, very fierce beasts are introduced. The strongest of them reach the spiritual realm. The second stage is a giant depression, and everyone who tried to pass it was dead. But that was not the limit. In a past life, he accidentally fell into one of the faults, and fell into the very heart of the desert, where the ghosts of animals raged, and where he got the power. He immediately paid attention to the dragon. He was confident that he would be able to subjugate all the ghostly beasts, and he also wanted to see these ferocious and merciless, possessing incredible strength, 8 last beasts of the wasteland, that he couldn't subdue right away. Hearing a knock on the door, he asked to come in. It was one of Toher's sisters. She told John that the task was completed. The sisters managed to take all the treasures that belonged to the killer clan. They also killed all the remaining golems. She sent him a storage ring and a 9-tailed phoenix. He decided to take only the phoenix and leave the treasures to the sisters. He seemed incredibly happy. One of the sisters thanked him for his generosity. Another sister, Miranda, continued to spy, Tohura explained. John told her to be careful with the stealth technique he gave her, because if she was discovered, she would be killed immediately. She promised to convey information, and he told her to go. The next day in the village, the heart of a Buddha, John and the guys decided to take a walk. Jessica wanted to offer our main character to try the national local drink, but John knew that the wine of the village, the heart of the Buddha, was the best. Sandra wanted to try it too, but John said it was too early for her. She felt terribly sad about this. It was a famous bar. Jessica was surprised by the presence of one dubious citizen. John asked if something was wrong. It turns out that Jessica couldn't stand him. It was Mickey from the clan of Ice and Fire. Turning to John, he asked if this was his sacred fire of rank 9. He suggested leaving it alone in the village and joining him. Jessica, smiling maliciously, replied that John chose them himself. It seems like Mickey was beside himself because she got involved in the conversation. Since he was in a good mood, he decided that he would spare Jessica. This made her terribly excited. He again invited John to go with him. Mickey, not hearing an answer, turned away, but our main character did not know who it was. And then he added that he is one of the students of the clan of Ice and Fire. His name is Mickey. John replied that he knew this clan and had heard about it. Mickey was a little surprised that such a great warrior knew his clan, continuing to invite him to join. He also added that here he is only burying his talent. But with the clan of Ice and Fire, will he be able to fully reveal himself? But John is not a simpleton, because he has heard something about this clan. After all, they literally obeyed the clan of immortals, giving up their wives and daughters. Therefore, he did not want to join the cowardly clan. Jessica laughed too. His statement really hurt Mickey's feelings. John approached him, placing his hand on his shoulder, explaining why he considers this clan to be very weak, due to the fact that they bend under everyone. At that moment, he literally brought me to my knees. Using his spiritual power, he also added that he does not like weak-willed rags, especially those who obey the immortals. Michael seemed to be unable to cope with him, although he himself possessed the third stage of the destructive kingdom. After a moment, John let him go, adding that it was just a slug and he didn't want to waste time on him. Mickey continued to kneel. He was simply filled with anger. He promised himself that he would kill our main character. The guys settled down on the second floor of the bar. John drank the wine with great enthusiasm. It seemed to him that the taste was extraordinary, and he had never tried this before. Jessica decided to warn John because Mickey immediately complains to management about what happened. John said that there is no need to worry about a second-rate clan. Jessica was a little puzzled because the Ice and Fire clan also had their eyes on John. Suddenly, they noticed, looking out the window. Jessica couldn't stand it when someone harassed girls, and in such a bright place, she told John she'd be back soon. But our main character didn't want to stay put. The action took place on the first floor in the main hall. The thing was this. This man offered to tell the girl's fortune, and in the end he began to grope her. To her cry, he replied that this was his method. He also called himself a perfectionist. He immediately added that he never deceives and did not intend to offend such a beauty. Touching her beard, he whispered, "What a noble man is." Moving even closer to her face, he said that he helps beautiful girls find out their destiny. Now our main character was watching this picture. John was fascinated by the moves this guy was making. It would seem that he had already hypnotized the victim and was about to touch her breasts, inviting her to tell her fortune in another place, when suddenly furious Jessica was already standing behind him. He told her with a stupid smile that everything was fine, and he invited her to tell fortunes, but his hand was stopped by John, and he asked the man to tell his fortune, to which he replied that he doesn't tell fortunes for such young men. In addition, he called our main character a pervert. It was a temple employee whose heart would be named Chuck. It turns out John had heard of him. He was very talented. At the age of 18, he managed to break through to the stage of destroying the kingdom. He decided to serve the temple of the heart of the Buddha, and this is all because there is a very large concentration of beauties there, which brought him joy every hour. Nevertheless, he was very open, cheerful, and his main trick was to pretend to be a fortune teller and feel up women. In addition, he was a very brave warrior. After all, he managed to protect the entire city single-handedly from attacks by his neighbors. But in the end, the demon warrior managed to defeat him. However, his main goal was to pinch the warrior's ass, and he succeeded, which literally amazed her. She called him a pervert. After this incident, the demon empress could not get rid of such a memory for a long time. Maybe, as a person he is strange, but as a warrior he was outstanding. Chuck asked me not to look at him, so Jessica's father strictly forbade him to approach girls. She threatened him, as soon as she returns to the temple, she will immediately report. Chuck immediately began making excuses and apologizing for his actions. John offered to forgive him this time since it wouldn't happen again. Jessica decided to listen to our main character, which made Chuck happy, and she offered to continue drinking wine again. Now they are back at the table, but Chuck was already in the company. He tried to convey to John that his choice was the right one regarding the temple of the Buddha's heart. And again, he subtly hinted at white-skinned beauties. Jessica flared with rage. Chuck decided to skip this moment. Looking at Sandra, Chuck asked, "Is this John's slave?" John answered, "What?" He looked very warily, convincing our protagonist that she was very dangerous. John confidently replied that he knows, and I guessed that Chuck understood what kind of family she was from. How he immediately added that when she grows up, she will become a very attractive beauty, and that it will be difficult for her to fight off men. John was confused. Jessica said that if there is one case where Chuck's help is needed, he asked her again, right? She told about Mickey from the Ice and Fire sect that they want to take John. Chuck replied that they were serious opponents, but not for him and his family. He asked them not to interfere, to leave this matter to him. John replied that he had already climbed in and put Mickey on his knees. Chuck tapped John on the shoulder, praising him. He said that Mickey was still a provocateur. He also said that he would protect John. Our main character thanked him. Calling the waiter, Chuck asked for more wine. Sandra was very bored sitting with adults. John said she could go for a walk around the neighborhood with Jessica and Tahura. This made her incredibly happy. Jessica didn't seem to mind. She was alarmed that John decided to get rid of them. Apparently to talk alone with Chuck. And a moment later, they had already left the room. And Chuck asked John, how can he help? The thing was that John wanted to take something from Chuck. Looks like Chuck's got a start. After all, he did not want to give away what was especially important to him. After a while, they looked as if they were old friends. About the main character, he called us his brother. He decided not to refuse the request. Now John thought that Jessica would call him uncle too, when suddenly he felt something. Chuck asked what was the matter. John realized that the girls were in trouble. Chuck suggested that this is a clan of ice and fire. He asked to stay at the bar, and he decided to follow them. Chuck didn't want to stay. He decided to go with John. The thing is that Tohura sent a signal, but John asked him to stay put. And then he left the bar. In the mountain forest, the girls seemed to be knocked out. It was that same devil. At some point, she saw John. He was very angry, it seems. The devil still managed to create a provocation. John has already prepared his divine spear, huh, devil? Called him. But in a moment, a divine spear was already flying towards her, and at incredible speed, she jumped sharply. What struck her most was the flame that enveloped the spear. However, a moment later, John was already very close. Did he manage to catch her? Once on top of her, he asked if she wanted to die. She felt hurt. She tried to say something. He asked who she was. Where to pray? Asked him to loosen his grip, since I didn't intend to harm anyone. She was surprised by the hot temperament zone. She just passed the meeting with him. He asked her if she was from the clan of Ice and Fire, replying that Ice and Fire are just a bunch of pathetic losers and minions of the immortal clan. John couldn't understand what was happening, and asked what she needed him for. But she asked me to take my hand off her neck, and John removed. The she-devil told him why she needed him. She wanted to invite him to join her clan because John had tamed the beasts from the desert. It even shocked him a little. Now he was filled with anger. He asked who she was, and she knows about the ghostly dragon. The devil asked him not to be nervous. Since he possesses the desert beast, he is close to her, she said. And she decided to admit that her father, from guards like the black dragon in the desert lands, and the devil is his daughter. John, asked the black dragon. It seems that she managed to surprise John. After all, he did not know about her father. Now she was sure that he had been reborn after all. She asked him if he knew how big the desert was. He answered no. In response, she told him that the desert lands have more than 100 million kilometers in area, which is even larger than the kingdom of the immortals. Accordingly, it is divided into 7 stages. The devil's father belongs to stage 7, and also in strength he is not inferior to the head of the immortals. It seems John managed to surprise. He asked him about the black dragon, because in his previous life during his 10 years in the desert, he had never met. But did she know his ghostly dragon? It seems that the ghostly dragon himself tensed up a little. He began to say something in John's mind. The fact was that the black dragon was the brother of the ghostly dragon. John seemed to be amused by this situation. Accordingly, the she-devil believed that John should join her clan. John said that he was a loner, thanking him for the invitation. She asked him what he was afraid of or did he not trust. But the thing was that he wasn't interested at all. In response, the devil said that he no longer belongs to the human race, so he would feel better with her, also mentioning the conversation with immortals. John guessed how she knows about the conversation with the immortals. After all, at the moment when he killed Bruce, she was somewhere nearby. But nevertheless, John stood his ground and was not going to join her. As a result, she resigned herself, but said that he could join their clan at any time. Having finished there, he said that they had to go. What infuriated me most was the technique of this she-devil. Therefore, next time he promised that he would punish her. She didn't seem to like it. Pointing to Sandra, she asked to take the girl with her. After all, the girl had the blood of demons, and the devil believed that she had great potential in the future. She also promised that if John let her go with the she-devil, then she would find a family in her clan. John thought about it. After all, this little girl could not compare with the power of the ghostly beasts. He asked the question, where is the guarantee? But it turns out that everything was simple. They just have a spell that comes with the contract, and as long as they follow the rules, giving their word without betraying each other, they will be able to avoid death. John turned to his ghostly dragon. The dragon supported him, so John decided to enter into a contract. This answer pleased the devil. However, at some point she approached him, grabbing his lips. John clearly did not expect such pressure, and the spell was activated. Some mysterious spiritual force began to surround them. The ghost dragon sat and watched this. He shared his spiritual energy with John. From the outside, it was clear that they were lovers. Some kind of seal appeared on their body parts. The devil felt very good. Now their lives were interconnected. If John one day changes his mind, he can call the devil with his heart and she will feel it, immediately appearing. John found this ritual strange. When concluding a contract, you could touch any part of the body. She grabbed the girl and wished good luck to our main character. Immediately, she flew out of the forest. John realized that he had been fooled and already thought that his ghostly dragon was like a spy scent. Now the girls have woken up. However, Tohura noticed that Sandra was not around. John reassured her, saying that everything was fine. She decided to apologize to our main character, and Jessica joined too. John replied that he doesn't blame them for anything, and the girl has a good future. It seems that one of the sisters could not forgive herself for such a thing, tarnishing her reputation in front of John. True, Jessica did not understand what exactly he was talking about. John's room. The guys gathered at the table. Chuck, who had not yet come to his senses. After the wine, he asked if everything was okay. John replied, "There is no reason to worry." Jessica was surprised by Chuck's kindness. However, the hearth told Jessica that she and John were sworn brothers. She seemed puzzled. John stood up and said it was just a joke. He also added to his words that they should sleep well tomorrow morning. They will head to the Buddha's heart temple. She replied that they were looking forward to them. John was also interested. At the temple gate, the servants were already waiting for them. They greeted our main character with a smile. Of them understood what an honor it is. The old man asked to throw all jokes aside. After all, a warrior with the sacred fire of rank 9 will arrive. They agreed to take him. One of the ministers was also indignant about this. The carriage was already here. The old man was incredibly happy to see the carriage. John immediately moved the screen aside, letting everyone know they're almost there. The old man was jumping with happiness. Jessica tried to explain this reaction by saying that when the mentor sees Chuck, he immediately wants to fight. John wasn't even surprised. The old man seemed to understand that a warrior was standing in front of him. He walked up to him point blank and began to look at his strong body. One of the brothers turned to John, saying that he was a great fellow, since he possesses the sacred fire of rank 9 and also has potential in blacksmithing. This made John laugh quite a bit, but in his head, he was spinning the thought. If these idiots saw his true strength, they would really go crazy. Jessica asked her Uncle Louis to tone down his enthusiasm, but he responded by saying that it's not every day that you meet a young man with such strength. He also added that her father and mentor would not be able to meet them as they were busy. She didn't seem to be disappointed. One of the attendants greeted our protagonist, saying that they would be happy to spend time with him. His name was Connor. He was Jessica's temple brother. He also has rank 7 fire, but nevertheless, he is a born alchemist. But in his cultivation, he is at the peak of the spiritual realm. Having introduced them, she noted one more point, that Connor is friendly. I embarrassed him. He replied that they praised him too much. John liked Connor's reaction, but John felt some kind of connection with the Sun clan. He told John that they were going to have a banquet in his honor. He would also be pleased to teach John his techniques. Our hero thanked him. Jessica was happy that they would become friends. In response, Uncle Louis said that the Buddha's heart temple is always kind. Now everyone has decided to get inside? It was very beautiful inside the temple. The minister girls greeted John. Now he realized how right Chuck was about the girls. Connor informed our hero that they have a special order and restrictions. But the most important thing? Jessica is a student of the temple, and her father is considered the strongest warrior. The one who marries her will have the temple in his hands and many people under his control. He asked John to behave appropriately and be careful. John asked if he dreams of becoming the owner of a temple. He replied that he didn't need it, considering her as his own sister, and he was going to teach her how to brew elixirs and forge weapons. John reported that he would not achieve much success with this approach. John was wondering, one more point. Is it possible to train without temple techniques? Connor answered that they only train techniques that are provided to them by their mentors. However, John had the right to develop techniques that he began to master before joining the temple. Our hero liked this exception. They seemed to be interested in each other. Connor decided to invite John to the main hall. It seems that the banquet was getting ready in full swing. From the servants invited the guys to the table. They immediately joined dinner. Jessica asked, "Where are the others?" The servant replied that some were on the way, and the head of the clan should arrive soon. Louis was kind enough to invite our hero to dine. John agreed to try the food. After some time, everyone raised their glasses and made toasts. But Louis began to worry, why didn't the others show up? Jessica was also worried about where her father and mentor had gone. Louis told the story that they went to fight off a pack of werewolves, and the leader was the owner of the 7th stage, destroying the kingdom. Since he was a very strong and cunning warrior, the head and the mentor decided to deal with him once and for all. John considered that the beast of the 7th stage, which destroys the kingdom, is dangerous. But for the head of the temple, it does not pose a threat. Louis didn't feel at all calm and chalked it up to another reason. He also suggested a glass of wine. When Jessica's father suddenly appeared, he happily shouted Jessica. Holding the beast on his shoulders, he said he was sorry. The teacher was ultra calm. He immediately began asking her if she had lost weight. Jessica told him that he was too hyperactive. He immediately threw the beast to the floor, saying that he was glad to meet you. He complimented John that he looked very good. John was a little puzzled. The head of the clan asked his daughter why he was so unfriendly. Jessica contacted him. It turns out that John knew this werewolf. After all, this monkey had 4 eyes and was quite strong. But the head of the clan had never heard of him. Having said that, let him inspire some kind of horror, but for a general, he is weak. The mentor said that they had a banquet in honor of John's arrival and that it was a dead monkey, not worth attention. Jessica introduced our main character to the mentor, whose name was Salma. Her father, Henry John, also greeted them. What alarmed John most was the fact that this beast appeared in the human world. He asked the head of the Henry clan to talk to him one-on-one. The teacher was a little surprised, and she decided to take John to the meeting room. Lewis was also a little surprised. Why is John acting this way? Jessica suggested it was something important. Connor didn't like it. Now they were sitting on chairs in the room and their heads. Salma said that they are alone here and he can tell everything as it is. John began to explain about monkeys that they were very observant, dexterous, and cunning, and were different from other werewolves. And the fact that they are scouts of a kind before the arrival of the main army. It also collects information about the number of warriors and their strength. Salma suggested it was a werewolf invasion. Previously, they were simple monkeys, not posing a threat. But then something happened. After all, attacking people, they scouted out the situation, after which an army of huge werewolf creatures came. Due to the fact that people came to their senses late, this led to huge casualties, deaths. Therefore, he wanted to warn that the threat of werewolf attacks in unknown numbers will definitely be, after all, after their invasion of the temple, the heart of the Buddha will be in vain filled with blood. The mentor asked where he got this information from. He just added that he's telling it like it is. After the first appearance of the monkeys, not even a month will pass before the main forces arrive at your temple. The mentor wondered why she should believe John. John responded by saying that she could do as she wished, and also remembered that Jessica warned her about the mediocrity of our hero. She took him at his word and asked to go with him. Instantly, they rushed to leave the room. The teacher opened the door to the secret room, and after some time everyone gathered at the table. The mentor asked John to talk about the invasion again. Our main character was ready. Pointing to the map, he said that one assault squad was located here. Meanwhile, Connor was near the temple. It seemed to him that John had guessed about his true face. After all, Harry from the Sun Clan warned him to be careful. Harry immediately appeared. Since he had a stealth technique, no one would notice the aura presence in the temple. Connor was the second spiritual son of the Sun Clan. He demanded an explanation about Harry's arrival. Harry said he shouldn't worry about being discovered, and also the connection between them. John began to slowly explain what was going on. One of the mentors smiled sarcastically. Connor was wondering what the meeting was about. Harry kept talking about the invasion of werewolves who were about to arrive at the Temple of the Buddha's Heart. After all, his goal was the fall of the temple, after which he would take over the entire Temple of the Buddha's Heart. In a moment, Connor grabbed Harry by the throat. With an angry face, he explained to Harry that the Buddha's Heart Temple would belong to him. Harry tried to justify himself by saying that he needed John's 9th rank sacred fire. Connor asked him again, "Is this all he needs?" It's time to make excuses that he is not as great and a fighter as Connor. And having acquired John's sacred fire, he will have hopes of taking his place in the sun. Connor asked him why he needed it. Allow one more serious opponent. He continued to squeeze his throat. Harry tried to explain to him that it was nothing personal, and as soon as he received the sacred fire of rank 9, he would immediately leave the temple. Connor agreed. Harry thanked 2 spiritual sons, and wished good luck to Connor in capturing the Buddha's Heart Temple, promising to help. Connor seems to be interested in John. Gloating, he suggested why not take away the sacred fire. A week later, they began to discuss the wars. The zone is because of him. They have to patrol the area around the temple 24/7. John greeted the head. I asked how the progress was being made in preparing for the invasion. Mentor Salma warned all neighboring temples so that they would defend themselves and that they would immediately learn about the attack. Then one of the servants ran in. He reported that closer to the northwest of the temple, about 100 werewolves of the 3rd stage of the spiritual kingdom are making their way. He also added that they fit the description of an assault squad. The mentor asked that this information be passed on to all other mentors in order to continue to strengthen the defense and also send information to all major temples. The servant answered yes. Now John was getting ready to go. Salma had a request for him. He listened and very carefully. Since Salma has a daughter, she asked John to take her with him, having said that she is very gifted, talented, but she has a quick temper. But if she were next to John, everything would be quiet and calm. He immediately agreed. Salma thanked him. After all, she understood that he did not intend to enter the temple. It seems John realized that she had guessed. In addition, she added the following words. That she understands why he does not want to enter the temple, because he has such treasures from the desert. He also suggested that John arrived at the temple for the sake of the spiritual source. He replied that everything is exactly like that. Who needs 3 months to harden their body? After all, spiritually, the source was able to strengthen bones and joints in general, the whole body. This is what's happening. Even if John considered himself very strong, it wouldn't hurt. That's why Salma asked our main character to be with her daughter. John said that before he leaves the temple, he will give her one of the martial techniques where she will be safe in the future. Salma was very happy with John's words and promised that her daughter would come to the training arena. John answered well. And a moment later, I visited the training arena. She was already there. "Lisa!" shouted to John. "Look both ways," throwing a shuriken at him. Shuriken moved at very high speed towards John's back, but the main character easily caught him. He even became interested. After all, this was followed by one more attack. He immediately returned from her. Several more shurikens flew towards him, and there was an explosion, but John managed to escape. Lisa was nearby, standing in front of him. She complimented him but wasn't impressed. He asked her that she was testing him. After all, Salma told her that John would teach her, but Lisa read our main character weaker. John decided to teach her a lesson. Is it wrong to underestimate anyone? After one moment, he managed to fetter her movements, forming a circle of ropes of spiritual power. She couldn't understand why she couldn't move. Her shurikens immediately collapsed. Our main character said she lost. She guessed that he had led her into a trap, having lulled the vigilance that he had set in advance. He patted her on the head, saying that she was very smart. She accepted the loss and asked to be released. John snapped his fingers, and in a moment the ropes disappeared. She said it's time to move out. John didn't contradict her. The warriors were already sitting in the forest and waiting for the werewolves. Lisa asked about John and Jessica's good relationship. He responded by asking that she also thought he should stay away from her. However, she said that they are suitable for each other. But he was alerted by one person. John asked, "Who are we talking about?" She meant Connor. Our hero asked, "Why?" However, she told him that he was quite cunning. After all, every time she passed by him, she felt a very dark energy, but she had no evidence. He replied that she had good intuition, but Lisa said that he should beware of Connor if he wants an alliance with Jessica. John asked her if she liked who. Lisa replied no. He indicated his candidacy. She could not contain her emotions, explaining to John that he is indeed a very reliable person who can be relied on, and she loves such people. She also added, "If Jessica doesn't mind, then Lisa will happily seal the alliance with our hero." But John was just joking, and he said that it was time for them to move forward. However, Lisa did not want to put up with it. Suddenly, a warrior stood in front of them. He asked, "Is John and Lisa from the Buddha's Heart Temple?" His name was Robert. He was a senior student at the Black Tiger School. He also said that they had everything under control. However, Lisa said that she knows him and how talented he is as a student at the school. What is she calm about? John thought it was very familiar, but could not understand where and when he could have heard about this war. He also objected, saying that he was still far from being like Lisa and John. He asked me to follow him. They immediately set off. It seems that John was on his guard, because the guy managed to deceive the girl. However, John was embarrassed by the fact that he reported the situation immediately. It was late at night and John was cooking pheasant on a spit. He gave one of the fried thighs to Lisa. She asked our hero if werewolves could appear at night. He suggested that maybe, but if they don't come this night, then they will come tomorrow or in a couple of days. John asked to tell about Roberta. Lisa replied that he recently turned 20 years old and is a Black Tiger disciple, the eldest. He was a simple son of an ordinary farmer. At an early age, he entered the school of the Black Tiger. Incredibly talented, innate rank 7 sacred fire sword. Even if Lisa is considered gifted, she was much inferior to him, because he was at the stage of the destructive kingdom. John was surprised that he was the son of an ordinary farmer and immediately became such a strong warrior. She also added that just a year ago, when he was at the peak of the spiritual realm, he killed a werewolf at the 3rd stage of the destructive realm, and he became famous after this incident. When suddenly John stood up from the log, shouting that he remembered. Lisa shouted that he scared her and let him give her hip. John began to rummage through his memories. He remembered that in a past life, during the invasion of werewolves, people died in batches. However, things were not so sweet for the werewolves, and they decided to recruit their spies among people. And it seems he managed to bribe many, because they were looking for very gifted children, going to different churches and schools. The most famous traitor to humans was the Devil's Swordsman. He was very secretive, but after reinforcements arrived, he killed more than 500,000 people. Because he behaved very mysteriously, people did not understand or know anything about him. John believed that Robert was the Devil's Swordsman from a past life. Now he was on his guard. After all, he understood that the guy had been sent by werewolves. However, he had not yet given people. A moment later, a huge explosion thundered. John reported that the werewolves had arrived. They were very close. The quantities were uncountable. The guards immediately got ready and used their fire technique to incinerate werewolves. However, werewolves were not so simple. One of the warriors fell into a trap. How suddenly a sword appeared, which literally destroyed everything in its path. It was that Robert, the traitor swordsman of the devil. This time he fought against werewolves. Steel Wars were extremely pleased with the appearance of Robert. The ferocious beasts were extremely evil. Robert began to use his spiritual technique, delivering 1,000 sparkling sword strikes. He managed to deal with a bunch of werewolves. He thought it was too easy a fight. Lisa found out Robert's cultivation and how strong his sparkling sword martial technique was, which he himself produced. However, John understood that this was a fairly strong technique of the earthly level. But for a warrior at the first stage, destroying a kingdom, it was truly great. Now John and Lisa appeared before Robert. Robert greeted them again. Lisa praised him. But he became modest, saying that it was just a warm-up. He asked John if they would continue to be in the forest. John said that before the main army advances, they will send several more advanced detachments. He told about beetles, but subsequent waves will be extremely strong. Now Robert realized that he would not be able to relax. Lisa was sure that as soon as the invasion came, they would not necessarily be overcome. But suddenly, Robert looked at his hand, which had a wound on it. Lisa offered to disinfect it, Robert agreed, and also suggested everyone to sleep. Lisa asked John to go with her. However, John was concerned that in the past life, this wound had caused John to switch sides. This happened because of the red scorpion. After all, he was a very rare werewolf who had the natural gift of controlling the minds of other people. He secretly attacks the best warriors, pulling them to his side. However, every Scorpio has an advisor, which is why they win over people. In a past life, John heard what happened to the Buddha's heart temple and everything was confirmed. Now he knew that in this battle, there would not be the most insidious werewolves. Therefore, John could cope with the advisors himself. I didn't want to see how werewolves defeat people and fill the whole earth with blood. After a couple of hours in the cave, from the tiger advisors turned to the Scorpio. And the scorpion replied that Robert was already hooked. We must wait. The advisor understood that being a natural swordsman, Robert was of particular importance in their invasion. Plus, he promised a scorpion reward in case of victory. She thanked the tiger general. However, the general was aware that the owner of the sacred fire of rank 9 would appear on the battlefield and said that he also needed her. But it seems that the scorpion believed that John had immunity. The general suggested that John's cultivation is not that advanced yet. Therefore, he said that there is hope for the scorpion. Plus, in addition to all this, he will give her especially elite units to help. Now Scorpio did not doubt his abilities. The general sent her back to the battlefield. He believed that this battle would give him the opportunity to prove himself to the fullest, and he would be able to prove to the werewolf empress that he was the best candidate for the leader of all. A few days later in the forest, shurikens literally tore the werewolves apart. It seems the invasion was not so strong. Lisa managed to show her strength. John praised her. He began to have dinner, believing that the second invasion was much weaker. On the fourth, Lisa was like an experienced warrior. She asked where our hero got such a technique from. But he said it doesn't matter, because if she fully masters this technique, she will have no equal in the temple. Lisa thought that her temple was underestimated, but she decided to thank him. John became thoughtful. She offered to give herself to him. He said no need. Lisa seemed very cute when she was embarrassed and asked, maybe they will become brother and sister. Now she was wondering when the main army would arrive. John replied that there would be 7 false attacks in front of the main army, and then, within a couple of weeks, there would be a battle. Our hero was worried about something else, that he was unable to get on the trail of the Scorpio advisor. However, since he possesses a rank 9 sacred fire and stood up to protect the temple, he believed that he did not attract the attention of werewolves. Seems to be disappointed, believing that he is no longer the same as he used to be to those around him. After one moment, Robert was already standing in front of the guys. He said that something bad happened. John was very wary. Robert said that 30 kilometers from here there was an attack by an elite squad of werewolves of the 7th stage, the spiritual kingdom. Most of the disciples and warriors fell. John wondered how many werewolves there were. Robert replied that one of the students managed to record a video before his death. He took out a scroll. There were 16 werewolves visible in the picture. However, they divided into 2 squads and went their separate ways. Robert reported that they are closest to the troops. We must hurry. Saying that he could not catch up with 2 squads at once, he asked for help from John and the person. Lisa reassured him, saying that she would not let him down, considering that even if there were 8 of them with 7 of the spiritual kingdom, together they would cope. Our main character was very wary because he understood that this was the personal guard of the main advisor. Robert took out a badge, and he asked Lisa to quickly find her squad. He also said jokingly that after defeating the werewolves, they would drink for a week. She agreed with him, and Robert left them. She asked John, "Are they going ahead?" The guys arrived on the battlefield. Many wars have already fallen and lay dead. Lisa felt very sad watching this picture. It seems John has steel flashbacks appear in his head. After all, he understood that in a past life the battle was much bloodier. Lisa took the search token and decided to immediately catch up with the squad and finish them off. The token has been activated and pointed in the direction where the werewolf squad had gone. The guys were already in the mountains. Lisa felt the aura of the presence of werewolves. John said she was wrong. John said they were surrounded. These creatures looked very fierce. After all, they were unusual werewolves, but nevertheless very smart since they were able to set up an ambush. These were tigers, werewolves, but not at the 7th stage of the spiritual kingdom. But even higher, John drew attention to them. There were not 8, but 16. It turns out that another 1,000 small individuals were on another battlefield. Lisa began to worry because they were trapped, and even more so against them, there were such a number of the most powerful werewolves. And even if John managed to defeat Master Li earlier, then he has no chance before these creatures. Our main character understood the seriousness of the danger that surrounded them, and Lisa realized that there was simply no other way out. Activate your most powerful technique. After all, she wanted to clear the way for our main character so that he could convey this news to all the warriors. She also added to her words that if she dies, so that John will take revenge. And then the brave girl rushed into battle with the ferocious beasts, but John grabbed her hand, convincing her that these are not even rivals for him. In response, she said that he is a very strong warrior, but he cannot cope with so many. However, our protagonist said that she had not yet seen any trump cards up her sleeve. A second later, he managed to summon a divine spear. He also added that she would watch him very carefully, but not fall in love. The tigers were excited and decided to attack, but our hero was ready. It had been a while since he had used his spiritual energy. With incredible power, he literally took off from the ground, deciding to attack with lightning energy. Simple Earth, it literally turned into a pile of stones. The werewolves were terrified. After all, the thunder wave was so powerful that it literally threw them away by creating a large energy field. The energy was so great that it blinded Lisa, and in a moment he landed. Having said that everything is ready, she was in deep shock because she understood that with one attack, he cut off the heads of all the werewolves. But he proudly said that this is not all he has to show. The lightning spear technique belongs to the celestial level weapons, so the effect was amazing. Scorpio stood at a loss. After all, before her eyes, one warrior scattered 16 personal guards of the Tiger General. But nevertheless, she was ready to attack. Her poisonous sting would have overtaken our hero. She succeeded. She giggled, not expecting to hit him given his strength. You were besotted with the fact that if John came over to their side, their chances would increase 1,000 times, and immediately left the battlefield. John stood and did not understand what happened. Surely he had a plan for this. Lisa didn't understand why he missed the attack. In response, he said that they could return. She was still stunned. Meanwhile, in the barracks, Lisa yelled at Robert because he gave false information. He apologized, saying that he would not allow this to happen again. Turning to John, he asked for forgiveness. However, John patted him on the shoulder, having said that soon they will become brothers, adding that our hero will soon need his help. Robert was happy to hear this. However, Lisa did not understand what was happening. They decided to postpone the conversation until later. Night fell. Robert watched from the mountain. Are there any guests? John came to him. However, Robert's intentions were not at all good, because he told our hero that they would become the left and right hands of the Tiger General. John played dumb, saying that's why he was counting on Robert's help. Robert was delighted, and also asked to quickly take him to the general. However, Robert told him not to rush, adding to his words that very soon the general will organize a very huge attack, and also that they have to fight it off in order to gain the respect of people, and only then will no one doubt their authority. John believed that the general was really cunning and smart, since he knew how to make such moves. Robert hugged our hero, saying that very soon he would initiate him into all the secrets. Harry was very happy to see this picture. He was pleased with the fact that John and Robert were now on the side of the werewolves. Considering that this was really luck, he initially hoped to take control of the temple, the heart of the Buddha, but everything is much simpler. He assumed he wouldn't put in much effort, and then disappeared. On the territory of the barracks, was Lisa snoring from fatigue, dreaming? Our hero was thinking about how to find the Tiger General. After all, he would have to break through to the second degree of the destructive kingdom. And when he managed to figure out the location of the general, his goal was to grind him into powder. After all, having reached the second degree of the destructive kingdom, he will be able to summon a bull. He began to practice his skills again. He managed to summon his inner vision. After all, the 8th grade pills were ready, and he was going to devour them right there. After all, his strength will increase greatly. If he takes 10 of these pills, he will reach the 3rd stage, destroying kingdoms. However, since he was unable to sit, strengthening the body in the divine source, there is no other choice. He began to evolve again. However, after swallowing 10 pills, his muscles literally tore. This was a side effect because he did it too early. The ghost dragon watched this picture, and again shared his strength. After a moment, John accepted the partial transformation. He managed to enter the image of a werewolf in dragon form. The power was incredible. After all, he was going to combine all the elements in himself, more and more absorbing energy. Did he manage to form some kind of sphere? In a moment, he finished his cultivation. John has reached the 3rd stage, destroying kingdoms. He activated the summon scroll to call an angry bull to reunite with him. He greeted him. The power of this beast was simply great. John decided to hold a reunion ceremony. The bull symbol lit up on his forehead. Spiritual energy literally overwhelmed him. Our hero also managed to turn on his peripheral vision in order to find the general. No doubt he could do it. Who would have thought that at the 3rd stage of the destructive kingdom, he would improve his skills so much? Spiritual energy incredibly enveloped our protagonist. John decided to wake up the sleeping beauty. However, she was very sleepy. John decided to warn her that he would leave this place for one night, and she remained in charge. Lisa agreed with him. This was the Tiger General's cave. He praised the scorpion for the work he had done because he believed that a rank 9 sacred fire warrior and a swordsman were in his clutches. Now the general was ready for the final offensive. Scorpio congratulated him, saying that victory is very soon. The general promised that if he was appointed leader of all troops, then Scorpio would be showered with treasures. He also believed that if he was made a military general and a military advisor at the same time, there would be no competitors for promotion. However, John appeared here, saying that it was too early to rejoice. Both werewolves perked up. She screamed as he managed to find a place. Our main character replied that it was not difficult. Scorpio couldn't believe her eyes. Now General Tiger realized how wrong he was. After all, he did not expect that the power of the sacred fire of rank 9, John and the hero himself would be able to outwit everyone. And also with the help of its bite. Find the place of the general. The general also added that John turned out to be much stronger than the swordsman Robert. Now he stood up from his throne, looking down on our hero. The tiger also believed that if John came one, does he think he can cope alone? However, our main character was not lacking in confidence. In addition, General Tiger was aware of the origins of John and his family, which always fought for the good. But these same people destroyed all his roots. Why did he decide to stand on their side? After all, people live off their greed and meanness and are ready to literally bite each other for money. He considered werewolves magnificent in everything, adding that very soon they would gain power over the whole world. General Tiger again asked John to join his ranks, finding a lot of advantages in the fact that no one will discriminate against John for his origin, but on the contrary, they will consider him family. He also added a compelling argument that werewolves have a great future. However, our main character decided to interrupt him, saying that it all sounds tempting, but he will never stop his enmity against such creatures as General Tiger. And he promised to kill him. The general exhaled. Now he was convinced that people were pathetic and incapable of thinking rationally, and then he decided to attack our hero. After all, if before he had big plans for John, now he will have to kill him. General Tiger decided to simply crush the zone with his huge paw. However, our hero managed to fend off the threat. At some point, I realized how strong the general was. Immediately, the tiger flew into a rage, seeing the resistance of the pathetic little man, and struck John with his stunning energy attack. And at one moment, our main character's eardrums couldn't stand it and burst. He didn't even have time to recover when the general dealt him another blow, and it seems that he was invincible. In his aggressive style, he decided to finish everything with one blow, and our main character hugged the rock. It seems that the Tiger General had no doubts about John's death. He didn't want to kill because he thought he could win him over to his side. The general also ordered that his meat be distributed to the rest of the werewolves to feast on. Scorpio is about to overtake John, giggling. But at one moment, even the general himself perked up. Scorpio said that Johnny is a man. It's like he's a demon in the flesh. He managed to take on his true form. He asked if they really didn't want him to join their ranks anymore. Now the leader of the werewolves realized that John possesses beasts from the desert. Our hero asked if they were ready to die. The general's head was racing with a lot of thoughts. It seemed to him that people had called John from the desert. General Tiger decided that he should quickly inform the Empress. So what if the animals have wastelands, and people have a military alliance? Then their situation will be bad. The tiger decided to leave the cave. But John was clearly not happy with this arrangement. He immediately destroyed the portal created by the general. And I didn't want to compromise the chances of salvation even for a minute. After all, the general believed that if he didn't waste time and disappear, then John would have a chance to survive. General Tiger summoned his spiritual halberd, decided to launch a deadly attack. But it seems John was ready. He was amused by how the battle was developing. Now their attacks have literally created a head-on collision. Durable dragon skin that curved around John's body managed to crack the general's halberd. Tiger was very impressed, and by inertia, they jumped to the side. John looked more confident, and the general was filled with anger. He couldn't believe that with one blow of snot, a man managed to crush his axe. However, our hero decided not to give a break, because the general clearly underestimated him. But John hit him in the face with the outer side of his dragon fist. The general flew into the wall immediately, but literally in a second. The general decided to counterattack, and he succeeded, but our hero managed to defend himself, but the blast wave was so great that John was simply thrown away. General Tiger began to advance. He also managed to change his form, reaching the destructive realm. Now John realized that he had a difficult opponent against him, and he was at his peak, and so he began to attack again. However, John clashed his dragon fist with the tiger fist. Our main character seems to have met a train. After all, a moment later his dragon-like hand literally cracked from the onslaught. But the general also had a very hard time. John decided to initiate now with his left hand. However, the tiger, in a fit of rage, did not want to give in. An incredible explosion of energy flow occurred. The spiritual energy of our hero turned out to be much stronger. However, under John there was a pool of blood. John thought it was time to end this. The general did not want to retreat, because he also had trump cards in reserve. Also, his body was tempered by endless battles. Now he decided to use the full power of his kingdom-destroying peak. And he was preparing for a lightning attack, even if John managed to break his hand. It seems the battle was on willpower and character. Don't forget that the general has the Tiger Fury technique in stock when his strength increases 3 times. Now the tiger was head and shoulders above his opponent. Now John realized that things were bad for him, and with the strongest uppercut, it was as if he had counted all the ribs. Blood gushed from John's mouth. Also, in addition, the general managed to bite through the incredibly strong dragon armor. But our hero did not retreat. What strength did he have with his forehead? Collided with the enemy's forehead, so much so that I literally flew off to the side. But that was not all. He also managed to release a shockwave energy stream from his hand. The general dodged. He managed to escape only thanks to his transformation power. And at some point, he literally became disconnected from his spirit soul. Having immobilized our hero, it would seem that the battle is already over. After all, John understood what could happen in this case. The general immediately wanted to deliver his control strike. Die screaming, he's already approaching John. And our hero decided that it was time to pull the ace out of his sleeve. He called upon the power of the fiery phoenix to help. The general stood in bewilderment. And because I was distracted, I was struck by a kick in the face. It was as if it had been thrown back by a ricochet. He was shocked, realizing that John had somehow succeeded. Free yourself from shackles. Therefore, General Tiger decided to turn to the Empress in his thoughts, so that she would endow him with unimaginable power. The general's aura literally changed in a second. It became more sinister and much stronger than before. Now the tiger thought he would finish everything with one blow. John wasn't timid either. He had to pull out his divine spear, in which he wanted to place all the power of the ghostly beasts from the wasteland. The tiger took off, forming a huge energy sphere in order to bring it down on our hero. And in a moment she increased in size. John knew he had to put everything he had into the attack. You looked with rage and faith in victory. The general unleashed his fireball on our hero. However, John decided to meet the tiger orb with his thunderous hell spear. The attacks came together. Tiger, it seemed that this was all over. After all, underneath it stood what a dust cloud it was with a huge crater. And after a hard battle, he decided to exhale. Believing that he was overcome by him, he has no equal. But John decided to upset him. The general was incredibly confused by the voice he heard. A moment later, John was on top, piercing the general with his spear. Blood began to gush out in a stream. However, John put in all the strength he had left, and literally drove a tiger into the ground. And our main character himself stepped on the wound of the body of the general. The general realized that he had lost. John immediately blew up a cave that was hidden deep in the mountains. Our protagonist was incredibly exhausted as he managed to defeat a werewolf at its peak, destroying kingdoms. He collapsed to the ground as all his strength left him. However, after 2 weeks, he was finally able to wake up, and he himself could not understand how he was passed out for so long. However, by destroying the Tiger General, now the temple, the Buddha's heart can sleep peacefully. He took out his ring with relics. How I immediately regained my lost energy. After all, he understood. He must return to the barracks as soon as possible. After all, Lisa doesn't know what to think. A moment later, he found himself in the barracks camp, but I didn't find Lisa there. However, from behind him, he could hear someone approaching. It seems the wars recognized him. They decided to capture him and put him in captivity. John asked who they were, but the warriors were hostile towards him and asked him to surrender, since the entire forest was surrounded. He couldn't understand why they were excited, but he clearly didn't want to surrender. And yet they decided to attack John, shouting that he was a traitor and sided with the werewolves. Our hero has no choice but to summon his phantom dragon, which literally stunned them with its energy shockwave, and they scattered to the side like splinters. Now they realized that they attacked the wrong person. John asked why people were so hostile towards him, and again they continued to raid in order to catch him. He summoned his divine spear, asking them to stop, again throwing them aside without killing. Connor. Once upon a time, he said that our hero disappointed him, and he went down to earth. He began to accuse our main character of betraying people and entering into an alliance with werewolves. He justified the actions of our main character in that only he knew when the werewolf invasion would happen. Therefore, it was to his advantage. Also, Connor asked him to give up and repent in front of everyone. However, John decided to answer him by asking if he was a traitor. However, Connor began to make arguments about how John managed to develop a rank 9 sacred fire in human form. He also pointed out that our hero had superhuman strength, which meant that he got it from werewolves, and again asked our hero to surrender without resistance. John laughed hard hearing all this nonsense without any facts or evidence provided, answering simply that he would never betray people, but on the contrary, he protects the weak. I asked in whose interest Connor is acting? However, Connor himself decided to scare our hero, saying that people from the Sun Clan would soon appear. Now John has managed to add 2 plus 2. When Lisa suddenly appeared, shut up screaming. Yes, and she had a mentor with her along with Jessica. Lisa herself argued the opposite, that John, on the contrary, always acts in the interests of people. The mentor agreed with Elizabeth's opinion. She also didn't stand aside because our hero's guilt has not been proven. Therefore, he has no right to even think about it. But Connor decided to justify himself, saying that John is a traitor. If they let this go, then the temple, the hearts of the Buddha, will suffer. He was outraged that the mentor took John's side. However, she decided to still shut his mouth, and just like that, the guests arrived. The aura of one of the guests was incredibly strong. It was the head of the Sunsmith clan. He claimed that the temple, the heart of the Buddha, worships werewolves. His daughter Hilda stood next to him. Accordingly, the pitiful puppy Harry was here too. Now Smith wanted an explanation of why the temple, the heart of the Buddha, protects the traitor. After a couple of seconds, a whole army of clan minions appeared. The Sun. If before everyone considered John a hero, but now everyone was opposed to him. The teacher perked up a little. Since Salma sincerely trusted John, she asked for an explanation of where he had been for several days. Our hero began to explain that the invasion was led by General Tiger. And also our main character managed to track him down and killed him. And since John was severely wounded, he managed to wake up only after 3 days. But Connor stood his ground, saying that he was crazy and there was no way he could defeat the werewolf military advisor. As evidence, Connor asked to bring the natural swordsman Robert. His hands were chained. He was severely dehydrated and exhausted. Connor demanded that Robert tell him everything that really happened. And then, in one movement, he tightened the chains on his hands, forcing him to speak. He experienced incredible pain in his hands. Robert admitted that it so happened that he had to become a traitor. But John literally sold my soul to werewolves. Our hero's view has changed. The crowd began to shout for him to finally admit his betrayal. Some wanted him dead and, as punishment, to be skinned and left to die in the scorching sun. Our main character understood that all the moves were against him and that he couldn't do without blood. Elizabeth tried to somehow defend Joanna, saying that this was all a provocation. And she pointed at Connor, saying that he was a sent man from the clan of the Sun, who set everything up. But it seems that Connor didn't care about that. He only added that John managed to wrap Lisa up. Now he asked the head of the temples, the Buddha, to make the final decision. She was very puzzled by all these exclamations. However, the head of the Sun, Smith, decided that her words had no weight. After all, they are also traitors. And he also decided to take our hero captive and only a few days after convening all the other temples to bring him to trial. In addition, he added that the Buddha Heart Temple should not interfere while the investigation is ongoing. However, if he is innocent, that John will be returned back. Gary began to gloat, saying that our hero turned out to be a traitor and even framed the entire temple. Now John realized that it was Harry's plan. He praised him, saying that everything was very plausible. However, will they be able to capture our hero? But Harry felt too self-confident. Hilda told John not to put up any resistance and just give in, otherwise he would be crippled. The rest of the warriors perked up. They knew that the girl had a sacred fire of rank 7, and she was at the 3rd stage, destroying kingdoms. As if everyone started rooting for her, saying that she would kill him with one blow. However, the mentor said, since our main character is part of the temple, they will conduct an internal investigation. The head of the Sun clan, Smith, said that she is naive, but at the same time beautiful. But there is little reason to believe in the temple, the heart of a Buddha. And even if the clan doesn't mind the sun, the rest of the warriors will be indignant. That's it, they were very excited. But Salma was already starting to get nervous. Otherwise, Smith said that then, he would have to fight with their army as well as the members of the Sun clan themselves. John thanked for the support, but decided to deal with everything himself. Now our hero understood that it was not in vain that he entered the temple, because they stand behind him with all their might. John, without hesitation, put his spear forward. He offered a bet. If Hilda can withstand the blow of our hero, he will surrender. She seemed to be very amused by this exclamation. Smith continued to gloat, but what was most infuriating was the fact that John did not take his clan seriously. However, John shouted at him to shut his mouth because he would come for him too. Hilda was very angry because John insulted him. And then I decided to punish our hero. She created a huge stream of energy with her axe that broke the soil. But I didn't notice the main thing. John was already nearby. Now she realized that she was in trouble. She decided to create a certain field against the attack of our hero. And John, together with his divine spear, literally dug into this shield. Our hero managed to break the barrier that she created. Moreover, on a bunch of small fragments, and also carry out an attack on the target. In one instant, he managed to hit Hilda from the mouth, from which blood gushed out. Was there an explosion after that? Old man Smith couldn't believe his eyes. Basically the same as Harry. And a moment later, Hilda was already lying on the ground. Poking his divine spear into her body, he said that she had lost. She was incredibly shocked, because she didn't even have time to uncover her arsenal. But in one blow, our hero stunned her. Smith believed that werewolves gave him incredible strength, because he had previously managed to defeat Master Li. Jessica arrived in deep shock. However, Elizabeth was most happy for our hero. Now Mentor Salma also didn't know how strong John was. Now it's Harry and his father's turn. John summoned his ghostly dragon, telling them to attack and try to capture him. All the warriors stood in horror. Harry screamed, a traitor, saying that he unleashed his rage against people from which to fall altogether. Accordingly, stupid people decided to listen to Harry after all. This is a mongrel from the clan. The son believed that John had no chance. Smith wondered how long our main character would last. He immediately released the power of the divine spear combined with the energy of the phantom dragon, literally scattering these fools. They also decided to use their spiritual energy on John. And our hero again summoned the dragon. This is what tore apart the combination of techniques of these incompetents, also adding colorfulness with his thunder spear scattering opponents. The head of the Sun clan now understood how great this skilled warrior was, because a few minutes later, he was already standing on a pile of bodies. He asked the head if there would be anything else, or is that all? The remaining soldiers began to literally run away from the battlefield. However, this happened for the first time in front of Smith's eyes, so that the army would run away in fear, aware of the fact that John hadn't even revealed his true power. It seems that the head of the Sun clan himself was eager to take to the battlefield. The teacher was about to intervene, but our hero asked her not to interfere. He could handle everything himself. John promised that he would teach them about their impudence because of false accusations. She seemed to literally admire him. People screamed that although he managed to defeat the soldiers, there was no way he could cope with the head of the Sun clan. But this only made our hero laugh. Smith has now entered into spiritual unity mode, promising to finish John once and for all. Suddenly, the sky and everything around took on a completely different color. It seems that the old man was shocked too. John felt some kind of ominous and very dark aura. Summoning your phantom dragon again. He asked him if it was worth hiding. Some long chains began to descend from the sky. The people couldn't figure out what was the matter. It turns out that these chains completely drained the victim, leaving only bones. Instantly, they killed dozens of warriors. John had no doubt now that they were in big trouble. Was this the same empress of all werewolves? She became interested in seeing how many people came to die. The head of the Sun clan also began to snap at her. But a second later, she was already behind me. Since he was old, she decided to kill him the very first. The werewolf princess literally split him open. So much so that only blood splatters remained. Everyone fell into some kind of horror. The mentor tried to figure out who it was. However, John replied that she was the Empress and werewolves. But why did she come? She turned her gaze towards our main character, and he seemed very familiar to her. She guessed that John had killed the Tiger General. John remembered her because she, like a blood-sucking bat, is capable of immobilizing with just one glance. I realized the complexity of this situation. After all, she was head and shoulders above John. She had first level, the realm of fusion. However, John decided it was time to attack before she killed everyone. She managed to get as close as possible to John. She asked our hero again, did he kill? General. She liked to play with her victims, and looking at John, she became somehow bored. However, he replied that he was sick of her and how ugly she was. However, she thought differently, that John was attracted to her. Most of all, she wanted to taste John and taste his blood. But our hero thought through his further actions. He managed to activate his spiritual energy and free himself from the shackles. She jumped back sharply. John really wanted to summon his maximum energy, but after a moment, she touched his forehead, interrupting the concentration of energy. It seems he stood immobilized again. Now she was going to bite him. And she succeeded. She sank her fangs into John's shoulder, and it was as if she was pumping the blood out of him. And along with the blood, the vitality of our main character also disappeared. The vampire was content, having fully dined on John. And since he was truly a skilled warrior, she was fuller than ever. John lay half dead. Elizabeth screamed with tears in her eyes. Now everyone saw that he did not give people. Jessica couldn't move either and watched John leave this world. Even the teacher began to behave very strangely. At some point, Connor sensed something was wrong with Harry. After all, he literally became petrified. Connor was terrified. Now the wars have realized how wrong they were about our hero. And others, on the contrary, condemned him. Now this warrior was not interested in anyone at all, and she decided to get rid of everyone at once. Activating my death technique, she managed to gather spiritual energy together. It seemed that everyone was doomed because she was seriously strong. A natural swordsman, Robert couldn't bear to watch this scene. I didn't want to accept death, but nevertheless, he understood that, being a traitor, it is better to be on the side of the strong than the weak and pathetic people. Since everyone was shackled and immobilized, it seemed that this was already the end. However, in an instant, the lady arrived in shock, when suddenly blood was literally gushing out of her body from her mouth, and she seemed to lose consciousness, falling to the ground. She was in terrible pain, as if she had swallowed glass. The teacher watched this picture from the side. Jessica also wondered what happened. The natural swordsman began to scream, Madam approaching the leader. He asked her how she was feeling. However, before the days John now appeared, the vampire asked him what he did to her, and everything was simple. He fed her with the blood of a wasteland beast. She was incredibly shocked to hear this and that he possessed a beast from the desert. After all, John knew from his past life that if you mix the blood of a werewolf and a beast from the desert, it is fraught with death. The moment she swallowed enough of John's blood, her organs seemed to be incinerated. In response, she screamed that he used a forbidden technique and that the immortals could punish him for it. How in a moment he extended his hand. He grabbed the vampire by the throat and lifted her above him. He simply answered that he didn't care about any laws between werewolves and immortals. He was a man. She found it very difficult to breathe. He didn't explain to her where he got the beast's blood from because he wanted to end her life right there. She couldn't believe that they managed to trick her like a girl. But nevertheless, before her death, she decided to take everyone with her at once. She decided to activate a technique, a curse that works on all people, and wanted John to regret for the rest of his days. The black sphere literally began to destroy everything in its path. John responded by saying that he doesn't feel sorry for anyone at all, and he instantly split it. However, the curse began to act immediately. It had a very detrimental and destructive effect on people. It felt like this curse was literally tempting the organs. The mentor turned to our main character. She apologized, even if these people were her, and asked him to leave the place as soon as possible. Jessica said goodbye to our hero forever. Even Lisa asked him to survive and take revenge for all of them. However, he was very puzzled, because this technique was an ordinary curse that clearly does not lead to death. John decided to get rid of him by once and for all activating the 9 heavens, destroying fire technique. The fire managed to incinerate the floating remains. Curses. Now John said it's time for them to go all together. However, he decided to teach people a lesson and wait a little until they began to beg. The whole crowd began to ask him for forgiveness so that he could save them. They do not want to die. They asked to quickly dispel the curse as it was unbearable. John even began to joke that he could stop this suffering without doing anything. They were literally already on their knees begging him. He asked them if they were counting on his help. However, everyone seemed dumbfounded. It was precisely these faces that he wanted to look at. Having called him a traitor, they wanted to seize him and bring him to trial. To rise higher, why wouldn't he ignore their request? And now they are waiting for some kind of help when they don't deserve it. They asked him if he was really so heartless that he would allow people to simply die in front of his eyes. John thought it was very funny because he had to go through such tests, swim through boiling water, wade through barbed wire, and he considered them parasites who do not have their own opinions, so he does not feel a drop of pity. Blood was literally gushing from the mouths of the poor fellows. Initially, John wanted to kill them painlessly, but now he had completely different thoughts. Our hero turned to his mentor Salma. However, Salma answered John that he should take Hilda with him and leave. The guys left the battlefield. However, after him, one of the warriors shouted that he had sent it to all clans. How cruel he is. John watched as the natural swordsman lay in the ground and wondered what to do. Now he looked far away, and not like the fierce warrior that he once was. After all, John did not forget about him and his betrayal. He decided to incinerate him with his Phoenix Fire technique. In the end, there was nothing left of Robert. He asked the girls if he had acted too cruelly towards them. Jessica justified the actions of our main character, saying that they themselves were to blame, even if the outcome was sad. However, Lisa believed that they got what they deserved and even little. And it seems that John finally breathed deeply and freely. But at one moment he felt very bad. Apparently he had a headache. He was screaming in pain. Jessica came over to ask what was happening. Our hero believed that this was due to the fact that the vampire drank a lot of blood. He needed to recover, and he just passed out. The girls woke him up and tried to understand how deplorable his condition was. However, something unknown was happening in the desert lands. The devil decided to return back to her father, who was resting. However, the same girl was with the devil, the demon Sandra. She took on her true human form and greeted my father. The black dragon was incredibly happy to see his daughter, and even with a guest, Sandra had goosebumps all over her body and was afraid. He immediately felt the girl's aura and how close she was to werewolves, thanking his daughter. The black dragon immediately opened its mouth, trying to literally swallow the girl, but the devil stopped him. She asked her father not to rush, because the purpose of her coming to the desert lands was to cleanse herself of the werewolf and become one of the beasts of the wasteland. It seems that the black dragon was completely out of sorts, and his anger clouded his mind. He did not understand what his daughter was talking about. However, the other animals were very excited. It looked like easy pickings to them, and at some point, they simply surrounded the girl from all sides. Sandra hid behind the devil's back because fear enveloped her even more. But it seems that she was already furious when she saw such a reaction, and the fact that they refused to listen and understand her. She seemed to ask everyone with an angry roar to step back immediately and not to scare the girl. The animals immediately went to the kingdom of dreams. It seems that the father was indignant. After all, purifying the blood of a werewolf is not a common occurrence. But the she-devil was not going to argue with her father. She simply confronted him with a fact. Interrupting all this demagoguery, she decided to talk about the fact that she met our main character, describing him as a very unique and interesting character. The father became interested, asking what was wrong with him. The she-devil replied that he was a vessel for the beasts of the wasteland. The black dragon's eyes sparkled like never before. The father suddenly blew himself up, so much so that all the animals started up at once, and the black dragon turned himself into a half-human form. He couldn't believe that someone like them was walking on Earth. The she-devil said that his name is John. He owns the sacred fire of rank 9 and is quite young. He refused the invitation to become one of them. However, when the animals from the desert want to get to the Earth, our main character can help them with this, which is why she entered into a contract with him. The father was angry because he was not satisfied with the situation that his daughter was making a deal with someone unknown. He grabbed her hand and asked to see the seal of the deal, but as soon as he touched it, he sensed his own blood. The image of the ghostly dragon John appeared before him. The black dragon was very surprised, because it was his brother. The devil thought that her father was completely delusional and was talking some nonsense. Now his opinion has changed dramatically. He approved the contract that she concluded, since it was necessary. The black dragon pointed at the demon girl Sandra, and he allegedly ordered to follow him immediately. However, the devil tried to calm the girl down, saying that everything was fine and her father approved of her choice. Sandra followed the black dragon, but she was uneasy at heart. However, tears began to flow down the cheeks of the fierce black dragon. After all, if it turned out that his brother had to leave the wasteland, there was a reason for it, and he promised himself that he would take care of John as a son. He immediately wiped away his tears. The black dragon turned towards the demon girl, saying that in a few months a holiday would await them, and then they will become full-fledged members of the family. It seems that the girl was both happy and scared at the same time. It was a werewolf palace. On the throne sat the mistress of the world of werewolves and their creator. The werewolf queen was the most merciless among all the inhabitants of the earth. One of the commanders decided to report that the vampire bloodsucker failed to complete the task. Another, the commander of the werewolves, said that Bloodsucker died at the hands of a man, and he has one candidate to replace her. The half-turtle werewolf said that it would be very difficult for Bloodsucker to find a replacement. It seems that the queen of the werewolves was not upset at all. After all, she understood that after her departure, the other commanders began to be afraid. They immediately perked up. The Bloodsucker had your candidacy in this regard. But most of all, I was interested in who managed to defeat her. Even if the Bloodsucker didn't have crazy strength, she certainly had no equal among people. The semi-dinosaur lizard dared to suggest that this was apparently a gifted one-off, and most likely, the Bloodsucker simply underestimated his opponent. She decided to give the order to the commander so that the three of them would go to the temple and find this man in order to win him over to her side. Well, if it doesn't work out, then just kill him so that it happens with all cruelty. However, the werewolf commander asked why send all three when he could defeat any person alone. But it seems the werewolf queen realized something, and she didn't describe what was what, but simply gave the order. The commanders immediately left the queen's mansion. A very strong aura was formed in the air. It was one of the immortals. The werewolf queen welcomed such an unexpected guest into her chambers. The immortal informed the queen that the tribute she previously gave to the immortals was doubled. She was literally stunned by such conditions. But the immortal did not want to discuss anything. He simply presented it with a fact. And he also added that if they get close to John again, they will be in trouble. A moment later, the immortal left her mansion. Fury burned inside her. She was indignant. Who is this John? Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm of the immortals, Eve rode on a swing above the holy springs. How her brother suddenly appeared, interrupting his leisure time. He asked Eve if they had gone too far with the conditions regarding werewolves. However, she said that it would be fair, considering that the werewolves decided to attack her future groom. She seemed besotted by him, especially after defeating one of the commanders. She just melted. But his brother decided that she was a little alarmed, because John was too closely associated with the animals of the wasteland. It was better not to discuss this topic. However, she took on the appearance of her supreme seal, and she believed that she would become the next ruler of all immortals. And even if there is enmity between the immortals and the beasts of the wasteland, it will be endless. But John will help put an end to all this, Eve believed, and will also force them to submit to the immortals. The immortal brother decided that there was no point in arguing. Eve tried to calm him down and also asked him to look after John in the mortal world. After all, in that battle with the bloodsucker, he was lucky. Next time he may not be so lucky. John began to cultivate and strengthen his body at the source, and Mentor Salma kept an eye on this. After all, he literally fell into a trance and did not wake up for 10 days. Jessica arrived unexpectedly. She was endlessly worried about John's health, and why did it take so long? Doesn't wake up. However, the mentor believed that a little more time was needed and asked how the investigation was going. Jessica managed to find out everything. Connor was a spy who was infiltrated by the Sun Clan, but that's not all. He was also the second spiritual son of the head of the sun. After such movements, the mentor believed that they should be executed. Jessica also managed to find out that the brothers began to gather their strength and announce to all other temples that the temple, the hearts of the Buddha, were to blame for everything. Now the whole clan, the Sun and the Fairy clan, are preparing together. Almost attacking the temple of the heart of the Buddha, they also managed to attract the rest of the clans. This news literally stunned the mentor, and she said that if they have to take a fight, then they will take it. She asked to convene all the mentors and best students of the temple and also find out from the closest neighbors who would be on their side. Jessica promised that she would do everything. Now the teacher believed that this was bound to happen someday. After 10 days, everything is in the same spiritual source. John woke up in an instant. Having strengthened all his bones and muscles, he also managed to increase the strength of his control over energy. He summoned a scroll and an energy field formed around him. The field was of such enormous power that it literally ascended upward to the sky. Now he felt his strength and how much his body had strengthened. However, his body was already much stronger than before. Now his next goal was to comprehend the 5th stage of the Destroying Realm. He would also combine either the 9th grade and the trophies of the Tiger General to complete the cultivation. The next technique he was going to master was the 9th Heavenly Fire Destroying. He slowly began to concentrate on completing his cultivation. The water underneath him literally split to the sides. He looked into his mind again. After all, he had to combine all these elements together to achieve results. He immediately began to absorb this colossal energy, and he managed to reach the fifth stage, destroying the kingdom. There was no doubt that any enemy who stood in his way would be immediately defeated. He summoned the desert scroll again. Wanting to get one more animal for your asset? It was the famous dragon Thomas. He was incredibly fierce and strong at the same time. John completely absorbed the natural energy of this beast. Now, possessing 5 beasts at once, his combat power was comparable to level 3, the realm of the void. However, John most of all wanted to get one more beast. After a long cultivation, it would seem that you would like to stretch the bones. Looking left and right, he realized that the spiritual source had simply dried up. Now our main character had to find an excuse for his disappearance. The teacher didn't seem particularly happy about this fact. She felt like it was a dream. She couldn't believe her eyes. John felt very awkward. The teacher screamed very loudly, "Where is the source?" A moment later, they found themselves in the common hall of the Buddha temple. The girls were worried about his condition in general, because earlier he had simply collapsed to the ground. However, the mentor was haunted by where the source went. John replied that he had fully recovered, had even become very strong, and he was sorry that it all turned out this way. But Salma couldn't come to her senses. John tried to justify himself and said that he would somehow compensate for this. He immediately summoned 3 scrolls with heavenly-level martial techniques, which he wanted to give in return to the spiritual source. Even Jessica appreciated the gift that our main character gave. Lisa also thanked him from the bottom of her heart. He even managed to embarrass his mentor. She was modest and said that for now they are installing at home and the technicians. She may have been old, but she was very sweet. Elizabeth's father entered the temple hall. He kindly asked our hero how he was feeling. Saying that he looked much stronger and much fresher than before, John thanked him. Henry's father came to tell him that all clan members were ready for battle. But most of all, Henry was worried that the Sun clan would not turn to the supreme demon. However, his mentor interrupted him, saying that he had not left his mountain for decades. Jessica asked what kind of supreme demon, but in response, Salma said that no one knows. He always behaved strangely, a proud loner. Once upon a time, he came down from the mountain to terrorize the territories. And even then, he owned the first stage of the Kingdom of Emptiness. When Salma was very little, her mentor introduced her to this demon. It was a bloody evening that she will never forget. After all, the demon managed to defeat her mentor with one blow, but that's not all. He also challenged the rest of the heads of 4 great temples, which he also extinguished with one blow. John listened very carefully, delving into this story. After doing the math, he guessed that the head of the Buddha's heart temple was about 50 years old. Even her hair stood on end. After all, she was only 49. Accordingly, after this, the demon went to the desert lands. He returned from there wounded, but not empty-handed. He also challenged one temple after another, never losing. But the temple, the heart of the Buddha, called upon his ancestor, who managed to defeat this demon. And after that battle, he hid high on the mountain. He did not appear for 40 years. It seems John remembered him from a previous life. This old man looked very crazy. To increase his cultivation, he was willing to do anything. However, our hero suggested that the Sun clan could interest him in something. Now Henry had no doubt that it was necessary to call on the Supreme Ancestor to help them. But the mentor said that it would be very difficult. One of the temple servants reported that a man from the school of the merciless sword had arrived. Salma ordered that he be allowed into her abode. The servant immediately hurried to carry out the order. Now there was an unusual girl on the threshold. Jessica seems to recognize her. It was Chloe, who used to be in the Moon clan, but now she was already in the Divine Sword clan. She greeted everyone present, and she said hello to our main character. A lot of time has passed since the competition took place, but Chloe appeared for a reason. She came to indicate a position regarding the upcoming battle. The Divine Ball clan was ready to assist the temple against the Sun and Fairy clan. Salma was interested in the terms of this help. After the battles are over, they would like to borrow John for a while, but our main character wondered why. But the mentor also joined John's question. They want to take advantage of his rank 9 holy fire? Salma asked John if he was ready to agree to such conditions. John replied immediately that he agreed, which made Chloe very happy. Since they were already allies, Chloe waited. When would their clan be summoned? The mentor said that the battle will not be weak, but with such support, they will definitely snatch victory. Chloe should have already left the temple, as she had important matters waiting for her. When leaving, she asked John to meet in the city and talk to you. He was even a little intrigued. It's late evening. Jones walked towards Chloe. She behaved somehow secretly, hiding behind a tree. John got straight to the point. What question is she concerned about? She asked John to follow her. He was a little puzzled by this proposal. Chloe invited him to the hotel on the second floor. This added more and more intrigue because she also invited him to her room. But for some reason she didn't want to go in. He asked why. She broke him off, saying that this was not a date and he would not be harmed there. Our main character began to wonder who could be behind this door. John opened the door intriguingly. A very beautiful girl with green eyes sat in front of him. She was glad that our hero had arrived. But John had never met her before, because he didn't recognize her at all. She named him Baby John, saying that he looks a lot like his father. It was his aunt, the deceased's father's cousin. She put her hand on his shoulder and was glad that he remembered her. After all, a long time ago they grew up with his father. Everything was fine until troubles came. She also praised our main character, saying that he has become such a strong and worthy person. However, John said that he would never disgrace the name of his father and ancestors. She was incredibly happy to hear this and somehow even proud. But she did not come in simplicity. The temple is the heart of a Buddha. She had a very important message for the hero. John became a little wary when he heard this. She asked to be very careful and not to trust the Divine Sword Clan. This phrase caused him great bewilderment. They pretend to be kind, saying that they will help the temple with the heart of the Buddha. But this is a conspiracy. After all, they made a deal with two clans, so they are all birds of the first flight. Accordingly, the temple of the Buddha's heart is in trouble. But it seems John has seen the light because his aunt was right. And the aunt also added that this plan will work out 100%. His aunt was in the Soul Clan, and she decided to reward our main character with hidden powers that would help neutralize the dysfunctional clans. She handed him a ring with a vault inside which contained one interesting pill. When John is in danger, be sure to take it. The most important thing is that there was the spirit of the spear of the god of war. John was seriously surprised after what was said. However, the aunt gives this gift for a reason. It is something like compensation for lost loved ones. So she believes with all her heart that he will use this power wisely. Now John understood where the spirit was kept, the spear of the god of war. It was with his aunt. After all, in a past life, when he returned from the desert, he searched. After all, John believed that the spear, died with his father and his uncle. However, in a past life, Auntie died after being attacked by werewolves. She also warned him to be careful because his father died because he trusted the wrong people. And since he is the last in the family, he needs to save his life at all costs and continue the family. Our main character reassured him, saying that he could be relied on and that he would return his family to its former glory. She felt very warm in her soul after hearing what she heard. And most importantly, she had an incredibly good time, even if John thanked her and asked her not to take risks, for the sake of eliminating the divine sword by the school. If there is danger, it is better to avoid problems. John didn't have to worry. She wasn't as old as she was skilled. He wished her a good evening and she wished him too. Chloe joked that she wasn't going to see John off because he knew the way. He replied, undoubtedly, he will find a way, and immediately left her. She was surprised that he turned around and left so abruptly. She apparently expected something completely different. John was impatient to urgently get to the sacred spring. Our hero decided to summon the spirit of the god of war. After one moment, his dream finally came true. The spear appeared. And as usual, he couldn't help but attract the attention of a huge beam. The energy literally ascended upward. John felt an incredibly strong aura. Now the real true spirit of the war god spear appeared before him. It seems that the spirit itself did not expect to be called to this world. After all, according to legend, what if a person can reunite and become one with a weapon? That will be able to awaken the spirit. Not every warrior was able to awaken the spiritual component of a weapon. Once upon a time, my father told our main character that the spear of the god of war is their heirloom, a family heirloom. A moment later, the spirit asked John why he called him, but John was in emotional shock, observing how strong the spirit was. Our hero replied that he is the son of his father, who is eager to punish his enemies, and also that he wants to protect people and the weak. He needs the spear of the god of war, so that he can fight off werewolves and get rid of them once and for all. This phrase greatly cheered my spirit. However, if John wants to get the spirit of the spear of the god of war, then he will have to prove it. But Jonah had no doubt that this would not be an easy task. John decided to summon his spear along with a ghostly dragon, and at that moment they were ready to fight. Both attacks were very destructive in their power. Now the spirit, the weapon, and John stood looking into each other's eyes. But he managed to throw our hero away. However, he was not going to give up. He decided to use the Thunder Spear technique. Accordingly, the spirit called upon this technique. Once again, two energetically powerful waves came together. A huge sphere of energy was formed that literally struck the earth, forming a crater. Now John summoned two Thunder Spears. But that wasn't enough. But wait, it seems the spirit was amazed at what he saw. After all, a moment later, a dragon rushed from his thunder spear towards the spirit. John managed to grab him. However, John decided to finish the attack with his third thunder spear, and it would seem that the attack reached the opponent. Duha managed to make a projection. Our main character clearly did not expect this, because it seemed to him that he had won. Now it's time to attack the spirit. He called upon the power of his ancestors to help. It seems John overestimated his capabilities. He moved with lightning speed, and in an instant he was behind our hero, and he was preparing to strike with his two spear. John barely managed to expose his weapon to attack, and yet two struck him down. He flew down like a stone. But John managed to fend off the threat by forming a pillow from his dragon and asked the spirit if he was ready to give up. The whole uniqueness of this summoned creature was that it could copy techniques. Also, the spirit of the god of war, the spear, said that in skill and dexterity with weapons, an ordinary person is no match for him. But John decided to bare his arsenal and show his true strength. After all, he clearly does not intend to retreat. John managed to create the illusion of multiple attacks. Spears. This was not a problem for the spirit. He again managed to copy our hero's technique. But John only used a diversion to strike, and after a moment he broke through the defenses of the spirit. Punching him hard in the face, the spirit flew away with incredible speed, cutting through the wind, forming a dust cloud, and after the fall the stones literally scattered. The spirit of the spear guessed that our hero had cheated. However, John said that in love and war, all means are fair and was ready to continue. But he wanted to use his 10 directions technique similar to Heavenly, almost like copying. Our hero was sure that the spirit would not be able to copy this technique. He seemed quite intrigued by it. True, at one moment he laughed, saying that he would obey him and would serve faithfully. After a second, it dissipated, creating an energy sphere, and entered the spear of our protagonist. The power that filled the divine spear simply knew no bounds. Now it seemed to John that he could reach the heavens with such a gift from fate and also turn his divine weapon into a 9th-class weapon. John decided to take the pill that his aunt gave him. After all, it had 9 rotation cycles. Even though it was class 5, it would nevertheless give him full strength. A second later, he swallowed it. The main thing, the unique cut, was that when you die, the heart will not stop beating, giving you 2 life. Now, our main character was ready to take the fight against the clans that were approaching them. However, at night, guests arrived at the forging clan. All the ministers, as well as the head, were on their knees trying to justify themselves. These were werewolves who were unhappy with the result. The head tried to justify himself by saying that his students did not even return from that battlefield, adding that the Sun Clan knows better. The commander decided that he no longer needed these people. Flying up, he was ready to blow them up. The fireball was so huge and powerful that it stunned people. And a second later, he blew up the premises, adding that it's time to move on. The rest of the commanders watched this picture, rejoicing. Meanwhile, in the Sun Clan hall, now the head of the clan was Connor. He drank tea, enjoying his position, but it seems his plans will soon be interrupted. Connor had a very strange grimace on his face when he saw the werewolves. One of the werewolf commanders decided to turn to this pathetic little man, asking if he is the head of the clan. But this coward got very scared and decided to run away. The werewolf managed to destroy the throne on which Connor was sitting. Now he realized that his life was over, and the commander could not believe how a man could overcome. Bloodsucker. Connor tried to justify himself by saying it wasn't him. But the commander became furious, saying that he would not have thought even for a second that it could be this vile man. Connor replied that he didn't know what happened that day, but he didn't know who was responsible for Bloodsucker's death. It was John. However, one of the commanders had never even heard of him. A 3. The commander believed that it turns out that in this empire there is a person who possesses cultivation, realms of fusion. But Connor explained that he is only at the stage of the destructive realm. The werewolves immediately perked up when they heard this. They thought he was mocking them and joking. The commander created a sphere in his mouth to kill Connor. He tried to justify himself by saying that he was telling the truth. After all, that day the bloodsucker cursed everyone, trying to kill. When she realized that she herself was dying, one of the werewolf commanders thought that this dead guy wasn't lying. The Minotaur did not want to agree with this mortal's opinion that a person at the level of destroying a kingdom could kill a commander. This is impossible. However, the lizard began to make fun of him, saying suddenly John is a puppet and someone is controlling him from the shadows. Therefore, we urgently need to find him. And about Connor? He was already bowing at their feet, begging for mercy and saying that he would serve until his last breath. He was pleased to watch this picture because he understood how pathetic people are. The turtle duck asked to leave him alive in case he comes in handy. The werewolves decided to fill it with their energy. His eyes took on a different color. Now they have named him to be the servant of the werewolves. And now the commanders decided to leave the premises. While they were disappearing, something incredible happened to Connor. He looked like a demon in the flesh, and he was incredibly glad to receive such power, especially from the werewolf commander. And he just went crazy because his aura will never be the same again. Now Connor believed that no matter how John managed to defeat the bloodsucker against 3 generals, he would have trouble. And as soon as he is killed, Connor will be able to take possession of the Temple of the Heart of Buddha. Connor ran into the hall to call everyone. The servants of the Sun Clan perked up, coming to the voice of their leader. Connor gave the order to surround the Buddha's Heart Temple and warn the rest of the allies. The servant replied, "It will be done." Meanwhile, the main character decided to train in the arena with Lisa. Both Jessica and Lisa were already at the limit of their capabilities. However, he asked if they were tired. Lisa couldn't understand where the main character got such enormous power from. Jessica has never experienced such grueling training. But John explained everything in simple terms. Since they do not have talent, it means they need to work hard. One of the attendants ran straight into the arena. He had an important message. The head of the temple calls all the warriors and students. It seems John guessed that the clan is the sun is coming. The servant answered absolutely correctly. John was happier than ever that this moment had come. Main hall of the head of Buddha's Heart Temple. There was pitch silence in the room. No one ever said a single word. After all, everyone was waiting for our main character. John greeted the head, as well as everyone present. Since everyone was assembled, the mentor said that very soon the troops of the Sun Clan will move towards the temple. About 3 days. Therefore, this means that the battle is about to come and will be fierce. Salma asked Henry if the troops were ready for battle. He replied, "Yes, too much." It seems that Lisa's father most wanted to fight the traitors. One of the advisors added that the Sun Clan must be exterminated forever. One of the servants immediately ran in, screaming that something bad had happened. He turned to the main one, the mentor, but she could not understand the servant's confused speech. Everyone who previously entered into an alliance with the temple sent letters refusing help. The advisors immediately perked up. Henry suggested that it was all most likely under pressure, so they refused. One of the mentors told Salma that they will fight to the end, regardless of whether there are assistants or not. Henry objected, saying that the main thing is not the number of warriors, but the quality of combat. The mentor was very serious and agreed with the other mentors. Everyone bowed down and seemed ready. John and the girls arrived back at the training arena. All the warriors were already ready to fight. It seems that Jessica was most worried about the outcome due to the clash with other clans. John tried to cheer everyone up, saying that victory would be theirs. However, Jessica stopped our protagonist, asking if he was hiding something. John replied, "No way, because in 3 days everything will be decided." The girls were left perplexed. Where did he rush off to? Meanwhile, at the top of the mountain, 3 werewolf commanders appeared again. They were very close to the Buddha's Heart Temple. However, on a mental level, I did not feel the presence of strong warriors. However, the half-duck, half-turtle suggested that they still find John. One of the immortals immediately appeared behind them, asking what they were going to do. The commander was stunned by such a bright appearance and unexpected. All 3 bowed before him and greeted him. Immortals forbade them to approach the temple of the Buddha's heart, but one of the generals wanted to know the reason. The immortal did not want to explain anything to this leader of the werewolves, slapping him in the face. What made the werewolf commander very angry? Therefore, the immortal once again gave him cabbage soup. The immortal once again ordered them to go back to where they came from. However, the werewolf did not want to put up with this. He objected to the immortal, but after a moment they resigned themselves and disappeared. But he felt uneasy, because of his sister, he had to go down to earth and communicate with all this brat. Buddha temples very close to the heart. The Polar Sun Clan warriors have already gathered. Now Connor had no doubt that he would be able to take over the temple. However, he did not feel the aura of these 3 werewolf commanders, who apparently did not come to support. Therefore, Connor decided that he himself would cope with our main character and bring his head to their feet. However, he turned to one of the warriors, asking where the rest of the allies were. Military answered that the fairies, the fairy clan, were ambushed and were delayed. The rest were already on their way. It was clear to me where else the spiritual sons of the Sun Clan were. However, they arrived moments later and welcomed their new head. Connor said to warn the temple. The heart will be that he gives 1 day to leave the temple, otherwise everything will be filled with blood. But then, out of nowhere, a spiritual demon appeared. He was convinced that 1 would be enough for the battle with the temple. Connor thanked him for the honor. The supreme demon wanted revenge for his loss in the past. He was not particularly thirsty for blood, but he believed that this would end the life of the temple once and for all. Appearing right in front of the temple, he told them to protect their people and not send them to meet. The temple, the heart of the Buddha, sat and watched what this demon was saying. However, Salma did not want to put up with this. She said that there are no panties in the temple. The demon remembered her, having said that destinies are connected, so let him listen. Otherwise, they will see how people will die again. The Supreme Demon believed that even if they called on the Supreme Master for help, he would not save them. However, Henry interrupted him and said that he had come to fight or communicate. The demon praised them, saying that the aura of strong warriors was indeed felt here. But they were no match for him. And after one moment, he destroyed the earth with his spiritual energy at once. Everyone seemed to be in shock. Henry felt how strong this demon had become. After all, his strength was at the 6th stage, the realm of destruction. He gloated about how he had managed to impress them. John arrived in time with his ghostly dragon. It seems he knew all sorts of tricks of this demon. The demon was slightly confused when he saw our hero. He laughed and noted one moment that finally the temple had brought its abode to a truly strong warrior. He pointed his cane at our hero, asking what his name was, but John rolled the barrel at the demon, saying that he would not tell his name to the person who was above him. This amused the demon supreme even more. He immediately descended to the ground, standing opposite our hero. The demon said that it was in vain that John came to protect these weaklings. He introduced himself to the Supreme Demon. However, what impressed the Supreme Demon most was that after using the technique, his pressure did not even flinch. Noting the moment that the temple of the Buddha's heart was already doomed, he invited him to enter into an alliance with him so that his talent would not be wasted. But John turned to the demons, asking on what conditions he decided to side with the Sun Clan. He smiled and said that at the end of the war, the Sun Clan would give them the most talented student who would promote the views of the demon. The demon said why he needed a student if a genius was already standing in front of him. He invited him to go with him. Accordingly, the temple would not suffer. Connor watched this picture and was very angry when he heard what this damn demon was saying. One of the spiritual sons asked Connor what they should do. It seems this werewolf henchman didn't have an answer to the question. The Supreme Demon still sat and waited for our hero's answer. John took out his magnificent divine spear. Asking him what he thinks, the demon became more and more excited when he saw the spear of the god of war. John asked, "Do you really know what kind of weapon this is?" Now the blood of the Supreme Demon literally burned, because he learned that our hero is a descendant of the Divine Sword Empire. Now he was, without a doubt, going to kill our hero. But John replied that not in this life, and rushed towards the demon. Their attacks converged. However, there was one, but the Supreme Demon used the technique with his spiritual energy, throwing John away. The main character couldn't believe his eyes. How strong is this demon? This monster guessed that our hero is at the level of the Kingdom Destroyer. Once he managed to withstand his blow, the Supreme Demon has never seen anything like this. Well, more precisely, in the last many years. And he decided to summon his ghostly beast, and a second later the demon decided to attack. Without hesitation, John summoned his ghostly dragon to strike back, literally cutting the paw of this summoned beast. The Supreme Demon was stunned when he saw this. After all, he couldn't believe his eyes when he saw where this kid got the desert beast from. John's gaze was very confident. The Supreme Demon noticed that John is truly a talented warrior. After all, he remembered John's grandfather, who was in the Great Wasteland. But the demon added that this force did not save him. The mentor believed that the demon did not know our main character at all. John became angry and decided to attack with his divine spear because he was enraged by the way this demon spoke about his ancestors. However, the demon summoned some kind of poisonous cloud in front of our hero. But John didn't care. He decided to break through this black magic, what literally struck this Supreme Demon. And this moment really provoked him. The battle was indeed very dangerous. The Supreme Demon began to advance again, forming some kind of energy field. However, John did not take it. Now the Supreme Demon understood who he was dealing with. A skilled warrior and not a rag. Our hero landed on the roof after dodging a demon technique. However, John was worried that this old man knew how to wield a heavenly level sword, and this is a Class 2 divine weapon. The Supreme Demon summoned his beast again, saying that he was simply testing the abilities of our hero. Now the jokes are over. But John began to snap back, saying that usually old people end up very poorly. However, with such classes of forces, this is simply impossible. Now they both started attacking each other again. John managed to summon his 4 beasts. The Yinglong dragon, which is very mysterious but nevertheless strong, collided with the fist of the summoned beast. But the Supreme Demon said that this would not even the chances of our hero one bit. John decided to summon the spirit of the divine spear. The Supreme Demon beast was horrified when he saw this. After all, after one moment, John managed to pierce the ghostly beast right through. And with him, the Supreme Demon. He couldn't believe his eyes, the way our hero managed to hit him. Thanks to the concentration of energy in the spear, a huge explosion occurred. But what surprised John most was that the demon was still alive. He also only had guesses about how our hero managed to break the demon's Class 2 weapons. John replied that it was nothing. The Supreme Demon did not want to accept defeat and did not admit that he had lost. After all, once upon a time he lost to the ancestor of our hero. The bloody demon seems to have realized that he has no chance against the entire family of our protagonist to fight. He reached out to John, but after one moment he died. But the main character could not understand because his grandfather fought alone with this demon. Moreover, in just decades, he has pumped up to an unknown level. Also, our main character, trying to add 2 plus 2, did not understand why the demon did not come to his family to take revenge earlier. Connor was very disappointed about the demon and that John managed to defeat him. Of the Supreme Sons understood what trouble he was dooming himself to, and a second later Connor attacked him, threatened that he would kill him. He also screamed that he could defeat the Supreme Demon himself. After all, he incredibly wanted to end the life of our hero once and for all. John guessed that Connor had joined the werewolves. Henry seemed to be very amused by this, and after one moment he decided to attack our main character, but John managed to teleport with lightning speed behind the back of his opponent, whom he struck with one blow to the back. Connor was in incredible pain and was choking on blood. John hit with such force that he literally drove the enemy into the ground. It seems that the power that was awarded to Connor, the werewolves, did not give him a chance. A moment later, Joey was pressing his foot on his opponent's face. John tried to reason with him that, even with strength and werewolves, there is a huge difference between them, and it wouldn't be difficult to kill Connor so brutally. Now the pathetic enemy tried to call someone for help. John believed that there might be werewolves somewhere nearby, but he did not sense their presence. There was deathly silence. Connor couldn't believe that the commanders never came to save him. John stood with a grin, and our main character literally crushed his opponent's face. The rest of the wars from the Sun Clan, as well as alliances, realized that things were bad, but John didn't even consider it a battle because it ended instantly. However, Salma was worried that none of the mentors of the Sun Clan were. Suddenly, the voice of the Sun Clansmen was heard from the sky. They insisted that victory would be theirs. Some kind of strong solar aura was observed in the sky, and there were 2 people in it. These were the main mentors of the Sun Clan. After all, they sent their clanmates just to have fun, but everything turned out to be much sadder. They considered themselves the strongest in the clan and the best warriors of decades. Harry appeared behind them, who, as always, behaved like a rat, watching from the side. His joy on his face did not disappear, because he understood that 2 of the best ancestors were fighting for him. From the mentors realized that Connor was, as always, worthless. He ran ahead of the locomotive. However, another mentor read that it was they who were to blame for everything since they allowed this to happen. The mentors began to visually study our main character. They understood that John had the power of werewolves, but the main forces were previously drawn from desert lands. The old man could not understand how our hero managed to survive in such conditions and return there with the loot. Now the mentor sensed danger because these are 2 supreme ancestors. Now she decided that she would also call on one of her ancestors for help. The wise old man she summoned was so strong that he had previously defeated the Supreme Demon and could fight alone against an entire army of warriors. The elder immediately understood where John came from. For our main character, it was an honor to see the ancestor of the temple, the heart of the Buddha. The elder also believed that the agreement that was between the clan is now not worth a penny. However, the old people joined the opinion of the sage from the temple. One of them understood that the clan of the sun was to blame for everything, and in order to avoid conflict, they demanded to get John in return. However, the battle will be decided if the mentor from the Sun Clan loses. Then they will be obliged to give 10 spiritual items. But if the sage from the temple loses, our main character will be captured by them. The old man agreed to these conditions, but Harry didn't want to put up with it. He said that he needed to kill everyone without any deals. John agreed. After all, the destruction of the Sun Clan would be the best gift of fate. He knew that he was much stronger than him, but compared to his ancestors, he was just a non-entity. Since Harry turned out to be a real pain in the ass, John decided that he needed to get rid of him. The ancestors decided to teach our main character a lesson, saying that he should behave appropriately. Plus added to this that no matter how talented he is, he will not withstand the blow of his ancestors. The sage from the temple asked not to interfere with John. After one moment, our main character stuck a spear into the ground. However, he also added that this is his battle, and he wants to destroy the entire clan. The sun. The old man thought he was a fool. However, another ancestor thought that our main character wanted to die quickly. The sage wanted to dissuade our protagonist, but he was assertive, saying that they would just believe in him. The old man grumbled a little, but still agreed. The mentor also tried to dissuade John from this idea. In addition, she turned to the sage to help him. However, the sage said that our main character is not a bit inferior to him in strength. Salma thought it was a joke, but inside John, there is truly enormous potential and incredible strength, which allows his opponents to underestimate him. John enveloped himself in spiritual energy. Grabbing a spear, he allowed the old men to start first. The ancestors didn't fully understand what was the matter. Since the sage was left behind one, we were a little wary, because we thought that there was some kind of catch. The ancestors agreed, but this clearing was too crowded. They needed a place that was much more spacious, and they decided to move to a larger area, somewhere in the mountains. 3 wars were already impatient for battle, and a moment later they took our main character by surprise, attacking from 2 sides. However, John activated the dragon's spiritual energy, creating a shield from his aura, and he managed to push back the ancestors of the Sun Clan. John was even slightly amused by this. The old man decided to call upon the spirit of the Ice Dragon to help, also summoned the Flame Dragon, and they began to attack ours. The main character decided to use his level 4 Divine Spear. John was stunned by the dragon attack. A moment later, he found himself on the ground, trying to stop from the force of inertia. He became very interested. Order knew that he possessed the 5th stage of the Destructive Kingdom, but he managed to repulse the joint attack. They rushed to attack again. They reunited ice and fire as if it were yin and yang. I'm trying to scare the kingdom of emptiness with my power. John was impressed. After all, the ancestors managed to create an aura above and below him, something like a ceiling technique. The old people said that our main character found himself in a world of illusions. The ancestor also added that this is comparable to death, and caused a huge wave of ice power, combining it with the fire technique of the 2 ancestors. He believed John to be dead, despite his power in the wastelands. The ancestor explained that not a single person or creature on this planet has yet managed to evade their joint attacks. They even felt sorry for the Supreme Demon. They were offended that John managed to defeat him. However, in a moment, through a dust cloud, he turned to the old people, who were shocked. John looked completely different now. Thanks to the ghostly dragon, he managed to protect his body with his scales. The ancestor was terrified. Did he hear? How terrible the desert lands were! I didn't expect that John poached so much power. After one moment, John was already moving towards his opponent, trying to strike him in the face. Managed to conjure a barrier in front of him, creating ice matter. However, John managed to break through this defense and complete his attack. The mentor did not want to put up with this and went behind our hero's back. But John parried the threat, attacked his opponent with his feet, so much so that he flew away instantly. Both came terrified, not understanding why our main character cannot be stopped. John, with the help of his ghostly dragon, created a sphere. And I was about to unleash all this power on these 2. John managed to distract them, and a moment later, he summoned the spear of the god of war, which rushed towards his opponents. The old man decided to create a mirror that would reflect the attack from the flames. They managed to transport themselves to another place. John was even surprised at this at some point. What the old man frowned at the most about this was that he had to use a divine class item. The ancestor was filled with a thirst for revenge. He managed to create a yin-yang aura around our main character. John was amazed, because thanks to the terrain, the ancestors had a much better chance. However, they did not expect such a skilled warrior to be in front of them. Now John wanted to see the 3rd stage, the realms of emptiness from the ancestors. The old man asked if John knew from the very beginning. Then why did he? But John interrupted the old man, saying that he wanted to make sure. Our main character decided to awaken all the animals at once. The atmosphere was incredibly tense, and the energy of the animals was literally absorbed. He managed to take on the full form of a ghostly beast from the wasteland. And at that moment, he broke the spell of the ancestors of the Void Realm technique. The old man was horrified to see how easily he managed to do this. John expected these opponents to be the strongest. But do not forget that our main character has become stronger than all his previous and current rivals. Now he looked very terrifying. It seems the old people are completely confused. Now John wanted to show his true strength and power. Waving his finger to the heavens, he began to summon a whole cloud thanks to his spiritual energy. It was the 6th beast that inspired terror. He decided to unleash the full fury of the beast, the Wasteland Dragon Power technique. The old man realized that this technique is called the Mirror of Change. John managed to copy the technique and bring down all the power slash, and after a moment they literally sintered. It turns out that John only needed one call of a red dragon to destroy these ancestors, from the forbidden techniques of the Eye of Chaos, which sucks the souls of those whom the technique brings down. Now these were 2 empty shells, or more simply put, vegetables. John managed to acquire the Ice and Fire technique. and after one moment he already grabbed these two bastards by the collar and rushed off. Meanwhile, in front of the Buddha's heart temple, Harry felt some strange sensation that something happened to his ancestors. After all, he believed that no one could cope with them on this earth, for sure. Therefore, he had one equipment in stock. The old man began to laugh as if he was losing his mind. Salma asked why she was laughing at such a tense moment. He only said that now the ancestors have become puppets of the temple. The head perked up a little after these words and was happy at the same time. Now John appeared in front of them with two lutes. The spiritual sons of the Sun Clan were surprised. Harry was especially sad when he saw this picture. However, a second later, John brought his technique to Harry. The moment it was destroyed, in just one moment he got rid of this slug. To all this, he added one phrase that there are no more clans of the sun. John told the mentors that next, it's up to them, and left the temple. Salma now did not understand at all who our main character was. Now he was rushing in a different direction. His aunt sent a message that she managed to escape. After all, the fairy clan had the support of some warrior. Therefore, they retreated. However, they are approaching the temple. Now it was the fairies' turn to die. Somewhere in the mountains, the leader of the clan was a little disheveled because they managed to avoid a collision with John, and the ninth son of Emperor Carey helped them in this. However, they did not yet know that the Sun Clan had crashed. Carey wasn't worried about this because he thought that the Fairy Clan would be able to stop John. Now the mentor understood that if she had gone there alone, she would definitely have died. The head thanked the prince and promised that she would serve him faithfully. Now he proposed to speed up so that all the glory goes to the Sun Clan. The head said it's time to hurry up. They instantly found themselves on the mountain. Suddenly, one of the prince's servants appeared, asking what he was doing here, advising them not to get involved in the battle. He replied that he was very bored being in the palace, so he decided to take a walk, but the servant did not object. At one moment, they felt a very strong aura. Our main character appeared in front of them. The teacher was very surprised to see him. The head saw John for the first time in all his glory. After all, she had heard a lot about his fifth degree, destroying kingdoms. John said that today the Fairy Clan will collapse and cease to exist. He was going to use the 9 Heavens lightning spear. However, John was very surprised to see the prince. After all, this was the next successor who would rule the empire? The head was a little worried. Why did he come one? John addressed the future emperor. After all, John had heard a lot about how he managed to subjugate the will of all people to himself. In his past life, he was a real emperor. When everyone was confused, he managed to give the impression of a skillful ruler. In the beginning, he joined the Immortals. Then he became with an invincible warrior who possessed the majority of heavenly seals, was able to take away divine-class weapons from many warriors from all over the continent. So he became the emperor of the Empire of Happiness. Tama managed to fight off many waves of werewolves and no longer came to his land. However, his patrons suffered setbacks and defeats, and the prince was executed by Kimberly along with Bruce. Now he turned to John, because he heard that he is the owner of the sacred fire of the 9th stage and is successful in everything. One of the mentors shouted to our main character, "How dare he communicate like that?" as if he were a friend of the future emperor. The prince immediately closed her mouth. She stood there frustrated and confused. John began to address him as you, saying that he did not mean to show disrespect. He was just overtaken by memories. Prince was surprised at how confidently our main character spoke, and he knows what will happen in advance. He asked to be addressed by his name Cairo. John agreed with him. He asked if the Fairy Clan was ready to fight him. The servant tried to warn the prince and said that he was very dangerous. However, the prince knew that John had skillful techniques and beasts from the desert lands. Our main character asked what connects the prince with this clan, and pointed his weapon at the head of the clan. The mentor was shocked, because he tried to overcome everyone alone. Moreover, he added, if they are an obstacle to him, let him get rid of them. The prince and the servant immediately left. The teacher didn't understand why he was doing this. She was already about to use her spiritual energy. But a moment later, John pierced her right through with his spear. She instantly collapsed, bloodied and dead. Now John wanted to kill the head of the Fairy Clan. She decided to use a shockwave, a ban on the technique. However, our hero was ahead of her, killing her instantly. Blood immediately gushed everywhere. One of the mentors shouted, "Don't die!" But John literally struck them with his gaze. The warriors immediately ran away and John didn't even break a sweat. The prince was shocked because he realized that he complimented our main character, also noting that the Sun Clan, as he understood it, also did not exist. The prince also noted the point that John has not yet completely destroyed the Fairy Clan. He thanked the prince and said that he would sort everything out himself. He asked if our main character should go to their temple now. John answered without hesitation that he wanted to get this over with as quickly as possible. He asked me to join him. They immediately left the battlefield and rushed forward. In front of the fairy temple, she was one of the most important mentors of the clan. She felt that her daughter, as well as another thing, her mentor, was destroyed by our hero. But one of the girls decided to hurry to warn about the impending danger. Now the mentor was really mentally broken. In addition, she realized that the warrior who managed to do this upset the balance of power in the empire. Therefore, the fairy clan automatically does not exist. The warrior asked, "Are they really no more?" The mentor said that there was no point in staying here anymore. It was time to pack up and go to the desert lands. The warrior thanked for the honor and salvation. A few days later, John and his company finally reached the fairy temple. However, John discovered that not a single soul was there. The prince's servant decided to tell him that he did not feel a single spiritual aura within the clan's territory. In addition, he added that all the treasures were also taken with them. John suddenly decided to close his eyes and call his sixth beast. And thanks to this, the dragon, he still smelled something. He also asked me to follow him. After one moment walking, they stopped in front of a well. The prince was slightly surprised. How did John know these places? However, the main character asked the prince if he was ready to go down with him. The prince agreed, but his servant was not particularly keen. Now Prince Cairo knew that John seemed to be guests from the future. The prince became interested. It seemed to him that they would find something interesting there. However, the prince's servant did not sense anyone's aura. John asked Cairo to borrow the divine seal. A second later, the prince released her. John walked up to the rock. The servant was surprised, because this seal was 7th grade. However, the prince did not regret it one bit. After one moment, John succeeded in the rock. Open portal. The guys went through this passage. It was a very ancient tomb. Prince asked John if he had met her earlier. The tomb belonged to the rulers of people. However, our main character added that the prince also has the spirit of the ruler. He was very surprised. John smiled and said that they would soon see for themselves. John began to apply his spiritual energy to the tombs. How did we disturb the lions from the statue? They seemed to be quite unhappy, and they were about to destroy our main character. John watched their actions very carefully. After some time, he decided to open the tomb. It contained truly valuable relics. Our main character decided to keep the divine weapon for himself. What about Cairo? Give the scroll. But after one moment, the spiritual energy of the scroll seemed to fall upon the prince. An ancestor appeared before him, and the ruler of people himself, who asked if he really wanted to receive his inheritance. Prince greeted the bishop. The old man felt the spirit of strength and that the prince's chances of becoming the same ruler were 100%. However, he turned his gaze to John with surprise. A second later, this lord turned into some kind of beast, using his spiritual energy on the prince. However, John understood that meeting with the spirit of the ruler of people, as well as with its carrier, was fate. After a moment, he felt the power of his ancestors, because the ruler of people awarded him with his inheritance. Carrie thanked our protagonist for giving him the opportunity to become much stronger than he was before. However, the servant asked to quickly get out of here. Managed to get out of this hole. Cairo turned to our main character. However, upon reaching the surface, he discovered that the sky, and indeed nature, was raging. Accordingly, his spiritual energy instantly reacted to this. It seems that nature rejected the young prince. The servant also stood in confusion. All this happened only because the empire currently has an emperor. And how was it clear, according to legend, that a tiger and a dragon cannot get along on the first battlefield? John realized that it was his mistake because it would lead to chaos. A second later, two beasts came together in this brutal battle for power. Emperor of the empire, happiness in the moment awakened. And he began to choke on his own blood after the prince slayed the dragon. His strength has disappeared somewhere? He was terrified and did not understand how to solve it. The emperor's mentor immediately appeared at this cry. The emperor explained that his strength had left him. However, the mentor was not enough to put up with this, could not understand why, and promised to resolve this issue. However, a second later, his eyes and bodies changed completely. It seems that the young prince's punishment overtook him too. Now the mentor guessed that I would soon appear on Earth. The energy of the new emperor is much stronger than the current one. The prince managed to swallow the power of the mentor and the current emperor. Therefore, the mentor was powerless against this Cairo. However, he hastened to reassure the emperor, saying that he would not lose his position. The mentor advised to gather all the cultivators, or rather their energy, and use it to confirm his position as emperor. The emperor asked to explain in more detail. However, on the side he said that all destinies are closely interconnected. If you gather all the martial arts masters together, you can force them to fight for you, and then it will be possible to suppress this spiritual energy of the new emperor. Therefore, he tried to convince the emperor that there were still chances. The emperor was instantly stunned because he did not know that this could be used. Since the Happiness Empire itself has been isolated for many years, therefore, it is possible to unite neighboring empires and hold a competition between cultivators. However, at the moment, the strength of the cultivators is not enough to accumulate, was lost by the emperor. Therefore, the emperor immediately agreed, laughing. Now they were about the same fairy temple. The young prince asked if John would like to go with him. However, our main character said that he would be powerless if he ended up in the imperial box. Therefore, he wanted to return back to the temple, the heart of the Buddha. He also asked Cairo not to show his true strength. The prince replied that he understood everything. A second later, John left them. Cairo felt the most confident. The mentor wanted to warn the prince about John that he was dangerous. However, Cairo said that on the contrary, John was their savior. Meanwhile, at the Buddha's heart temple, John appeared. He was greeted by the wars. He smiled because the temple took all the treasures that were kept by the Sun Clan. Jessica Elizabeth was very happy to see our main character. Lisa was as happy as a child, asking if the main character succeeded. Destroy the fairy clan. However, John approached the head, and she ordered a meeting with one of the mentors of the fairy clan. Since the fairy clan was considered a traitor, therefore, a girl from the clan was kept locked up. But suddenly, the silence was interrupted by our main character. The girl was very sad. She asked John again, did the fairy clan really no longer exist? He replied that because of their meanness, they had brought trouble upon themselves. He patted her on the head and said that she needed to be with our main character, and he would protect her. However, he greatly embarrassed her with his openness. Now he understands that he needs to be a little more restrained. John began cultivating again in the temple's secret spring. He stayed there for a whole month. He really wanted to reach the 9th stage, destroying kingdoms. After all, if he can awaken one more dragon, then he can instantly go to the desert lands. Suddenly, the cultivation was interrupted by Elizabeth. John asked what happened. Eliza said that a championship would be held soon, more like a competition between cultivators. She said that the number of participants is not limited, and the prizes are very serious. John asked what prizes there might be. We were talking about 100 divine and 1-class weapons. John believed that talented students would come to these competitions. However, there was one, but it was our main character who guessed to give his spiritual energy to the emperor. Now John wanted to get all the treasures to enter the desert lands. Now he has decided that he will participate in these competitions. It seems that Lisa didn't doubt this at all and wanted to be with our main character. However, Jessica will not be able to go with them, as she has very urgent matters to attend to. Lisa even began to urge John a little, but he replied that he needed to say goodbye to everyone in the temple. John, the girls from the fairy clan, and Elizabeth told the head and mentors about the upcoming competitions. The head wished them good luck and not to return without victory. Salma would also like to see John move up another notch. This time he didn't go alone. He took sisters from the former murder clan with him. Also, Uncle Louis. Louis believed that he could take second place in these competitions. However, Elizabeth is not happy with this arrangement. But Louis explained that John will 100% take first place, and he will be second. After all, he believed that if he became 2, he would definitely be able to marry one of the princesses. Elizabeth called him a pervert. The guys were already near the border of the Happiness Empire. However, it was very dangerous to retreat further because adventures awaited them. One of the sisters suggested that this is connected with werewolves. John explained that this is not only because of the werewolves, but, 1, there may be several cultivators on the way, and they will pose a great threat. Louis also knew what was coming. But at that moment, someone managed to destroy the cart. The guys were shocked. Now John had only one thought, to walk. In the evening, they enjoyed the fire burning in silence. Louis took out a scroll, where on the map he indicated that they need to get to the village of sorrows. Suddenly, out of nowhere, guests arrived at them from the forest, who wanted to take all the precious things in exchange for life. John turned sharply to them. Now the wars are on alert. Our main character gave them a chance to just leave. After all, he felt the aura with which they came and how weak they are. What literally got the leader excited and angry. He decided to attack our main character with a sharp lunge, and he said that he was giving him a chance to give away all the jewelry without sacrifice. However, our main character explained to him that he clearly would not give up his divine weapon. A second later, the warrior seemed to wake up and realize that he had to quickly run away. They left the guy's area and Louis asked if he wanted some. Follow them. John replied that it was not worth doing this, since the guys realized that they were mistaken. However, he changed his mind and decided to follow them and see what was happening. It was a village of sadness. The old man seemed to have gone through several world wars because he looked very lousy. Tears began to flow from him, because he also used to stand in the family of our main character. Realizing that he had disgraced the family, John burst in and asked who this old man really was. The old man answered a counter question. Who is he? John explained that he is a member of the Divine Sword Dynasty. The old man suddenly exploded. It seems he wanted to attack. But after a moment, John used spiritual energy and immobilized the enemy. His minion decided that it was time to intervene, but the old man told him not to interfere. He shouted and asked everyone to leave the premises. Now John is left one-on-one with this disabled person. Our main character freed him from his shackles, and again he asked the question, who is he with? The old man said that he is a descendant of one of the ancestors and is also a soldier of the buff camp of the Divine Ball clan. John had never heard of this camp before. The old man decided to tell everything. Once upon a time, his father was one of the servants of the Divine Ball clan and received an order to lead the buff detachment. John guessed that it was his grandfather's guard. On that day, the Divine Ball clan was raided by strong warriors. Arriving there, the father and the old man managed to repulse the attack and defeat everyone. However, out of nowhere, a very interesting and mysterious warrior appeared. He managed to destroy the entire camp, Buff. The father gave the order to his son to run away and save his life, risking his life. After that, he wanted to return back to the camp, but he found out that this man had connections with other clans. In addition, he sent troops to search for the camp. At one moment, they blocked all escape routes. Therefore, everyone rushed to run. The old man wanted to regain his name. He failed. Now the goals of his life are simply lost. He also decided to change his appearance and began to engage in robbery. He did it only for children whose fathers died then. He bowed to John and said that he deserved to die for his cowardice and actions. Our main character thought a little. Suddenly, one of the minions burst in and said that cultivators were heading here. The old man cried out that John was a traitor and not from the Divine Sword. However, our main character said that this was not true, and he would be happy to meet the cultivators. A considerable army appeared before them. The warrior said that taking the lives of everyone because the wars were like full-fledged disabled people. John decided to go outside, and he asked the guest what he wanted from the clanmates of the Divine Sword. This was a girl who wanted murderers and exterminate the entire clan, taking away all the wealth. John warned this warrior, saying that he had a chance to survive, and a second later he grabbed me by the throat as if it were a rope. Wars, and the leader himself was shocked by this and promised that he would give up all his wealth in exchange for life. The main character besieged him with a slap in the face. The warriors saw their leader fall and immediately rushed to flee. However, John did not want to let go and decided that he would punish them. The old man was delighted. Literally a second later, they were gone. John wondered what other people might be hunting this clan of disabled people. However, the old man decided to explain that by killing one of the chiefs, they brought disaster upon themselves. Our main character wanted to know more detailed information. Now the old man explained that the rest of the enemies belong to the government, the villages of sorrow. It seems John's eyes lit up. He wanted to punish them all right away. Uncle Lewis was a little surprised because he found people who served the family of our main character. The old man wanted to urgently convey this information to his clan. But our main character said that this clan no longer exists. Since John was about to move on, he left his subordinates for further explanation. One of the servants asked to take him with him. Even if he didn't have the abilities, he wanted to see for himself how revenge would be accomplished. The old man screamed that this shouldn't be done. John immediately agreed to take with him a young guy with one eye. He grabbed him and, using spiritual energy, they flew away. Village of Sorrow. The sum of the hero and his companion happened to get where they wanted. However, inside the tower, the ruler of the Village of Sadness was enjoying the hot springs. A servant approached him to ask if he would like some refreshments. However, the enraged ruler immediately gave the order to capture those who destroyed his squad. But literally 1 moment later, someone burst into the ruler's room. This was our main character and the one-eyed guy. The ruler was in anticipation because he realized that in front of him was the very person who beheaded his squad. He told his servants in vain to urgently kill our main character. The ruler considered himself the strongest and the smartest, believing that his wars could easily cope with John. However, John summoned a ghostly dragon, which easily dealt with these losers. The ruler was terrified and, it seems, became afraid of John. The ruler wanted to get rid of our main character with wealth, but it seems John wanted something completely different. The ruler guessed that our main character came for revenge. John also added, did he really think that the ruler would get away with anything? Now this pathetic brat was ready to tell anything. However, the young man wanted the death of the ruler. The sender asked John to swear that he would not kill him, and he would tell everything and why they were pursuing the clan. Our main character swore that he would not kill if he told the truth. The ruler told a story about his village, how small it is. Moreover, on his own, he cannot carry out such orders. But John got very angry because he was diluting oil water. The ruler told the story that he was the crown prince, and the chief of the camp buff would appoint him sovereign. John surrounded himself with spiritual energy and lifted him above himself, grabbing this ruler by the throat. However, he immediately began to talk further, saying that the head of the buff camp was a very strong warrior. It seems that John began to guess the species in a past life. This person was related to his family. Now he asked to let him go, because he said that by the will of this leader, he was following orders. John tossed him aside, saying he wouldn't kill him, but in an instant he tied up the ruler. I told the young boy he can do whatever he wants. He, without thinking twice, began to beat him. The guy began to take revenge for all the injured and dead warriors of the buff camp, and with a control blow, he decided to avenge himself too. The ruler was very badly beaten and told the guy that this would not end. He added that he has a son who will avenge him and kill them both. However, the guy decided to still achieve incompetence. Now John ordered to follow him. At this time, Lisa's uncle was telling stories to the soldiers. A moment later, our main character and the young guy appeared. The old man fell to his knees, bowing to our protagonist. The boy told the old man that he had killed the ruler of the village of Sadness with his own hands. John raised the old man in response. He thanked him, saying a huge thank you because his dream came true. But John said that the real instigator of all this is not in the village, and John decided to give orders to the soldiers, and he ordered the following: for them to return back to the clan of the Divine Ball and restore his family. However, they promised that they would complete the task at all costs, and John was already approaching another village where he wanted to find the true instigator of the attack on the warriors. The girls were shocked by how huge this village was, but a moment later, John felt someone's energy. It was some kind of ferocious dragon that seemed to descend from heaven. It was the old maid of the village of Oblivion. The holy maiden was extremely beautiful, but at the same time a cold-blooded killer. John understood that she was part of the imperial family of the warriors, told John that she is one of the 4 most beautiful ladies of the village of Oblivion. Moreover, this stranger, whose name was Demetrius, was extremely strong and at the same time quick-witted. After all, he noticed the sacred fire of the 9th rank of our hero. However, John asked how he knew. When Elizabeth's uncle suddenly got involved in the conversation. Why are you interested, Holy Virgin? In addition, he was interested in who was in first place, but Demetrius said that he needed to follow him, and he would tell everything. They arrived at the courtyard in the villages. It seems that one of the servants recognized Demetrius. They sat down at the round table waiting. Louis introduced himself, where he was from, and the purpose of his arrival. Explained. The guys were already inseparable, after all. Both of them were united by a passion for girls. Demetrius said that in 4th place was the most talented girl. I am a very strong cultivator. Louis was very interested in this. In 3rd place was the Queen of Wolves, who was the bravest among these young ladies. Demetrius was suddenly distracted when food was brought to them, seeing the prince. The prince was dissatisfied because Demetrius spent his wealth left and right every day. Demetrius was one of the kingdom's subordinates. It seemed to him that the prince had some instructions for him. Prince gave one of the relics to send to his sister, because tomorrow was his sister's birthday. In addition, the prince wanted to give his relative an elite beast from the arsenal, which is very difficult to tame. And the prince didn't care how he got this beast, John remembered. At lunch in a past life, this man betrayed the entire village. His name was Morty. Louis also guessed who this person was. However, Demetrios decided to explain that he is a prince of the imperial family, quite talented and has strong cultivation. He has the 5th degree of the destructive kingdom. However, that's not all. He visited the wasteland and took something with him. Last year, at just the 4th stage of the realm, he managed to defeat a cultivator from the 7th stage of the realm. Uncle Elizabeth decided to interrupt this conversation by asking who is in first place? Among the beauties, it was Demetrius' sister. Louis was stunned at the moment when he heard this. At that moment, Demetrius simply went crazy, promising that he would show her. Our guys settled right at his house. The house was a little neglected because I had no one watching it. In the backyard, Lisa's uncle determined that the beast was located there. John also realized that something was wrong. Also, our main character asked everyone to leave this yard because the animal is very dangerous. After a moment, Demetrius decided to break the seal, and the ferocious beast burst out. It seems my uncle was in shock. The guy and his family managed to keep the beast captive because they had interesting spells. John understood how insulting this beast was and how annoying it was to be locked up. He appeared before our main character. John asked to give him this beast. However, Demetrius replied that this was impossible. Then Elizabeth's uncle joined in and said, if it's about wealth, then we can come to an agreement. However, this was not the case at all because the 3rd prince wanted to get it. If he gives it up, then death awaits him. John decided to talk to the prince himself. However, out of nowhere, two beautiful girls appeared. Demetrius introduced his guests to the young ladies. It was his sister and also the prince's sister. They were incredibly beautiful. It seems the uncle wanted to spend the night with one of the sisters, but he immediately got hit in his impudent face. The sister reminded Demetrius that tomorrow is the birthday of the prince's sister. She desperately wanted to get this beast, but Demetrius told her that it would be her gift, so her brother ordered. John decided to approach her and ask her to give up this beast to him. She immediately agreed. He was immediately amazed when he heard this. Accordingly, so do the rest. After all, this beauty could easily tame wolves. But there was one condition. It had to be surpassed before the beast was taken away. However, Demetrius's sister gloated because she knew that this girlfriend had no equal in this. After all, the story was long. The girl grew up with animals from childhood. Everyone perked up when they heard this. Looks like they were ready to start. The beauty approached the beast, wanting to get it. He was very strong and fierce towards everyone. She had some kind of spell. Apparently, it somehow influenced the subconscious of the animals. The monster smelled it and immediately changed his anger to mercy. After one moment, he collapsed as if he was enchanted. It was as if she began to penetrate his soul. From the outside, it was clear that the beast seemed to submit to her. Louis warned our protagonist, but John believed that this was not so. The beast literally went berserk at one moment. John alerted his ghostly dragon for this case. Unleashing all the power before this beast, the beast was instantly stunned by what he saw. He even felt a little uncomfortable seeing our main character with such strong spiritual energy. The girl was surprised. John asked a simple question, and the ghostly dragon spoke for him. Is the beast ready to follow him? As the phantom dragon approached, it grabbed its head, holding its fist in front of its muzzle, and it seems that he instantly became tame. Now Demetrius realized that our main character is an unusual warrior. Elizabeth's uncle praised him. The girl wondered how our main character managed to subjugate the beast. John decided not to tell his secret. However, the girl still invited him to her birthday tomorrow. Without hesitation, he immediately agreed. Demetrius said it was time to leave because tomorrow there will be a serious fight. But John wondered if this was a serious fight. However, Demetrius replied tomorrow that he would find out everything tomorrow. The girl began to celebrate her birthday. She got up and competed in drinking with others. Now John understood what Demetrius meant. The girl came up and invited him to drink with her. John agreed to drink until he was drunk. However, a prince appeared and interrupted this competition. Her brother was furious that John had taken the beast and wanted to take it back. The prince decided to present a gift to his sister in a box. It seems she wasn't exactly happy to see him. It was a relic that could allow animals to be tamed. But she asked her brother to leave the premises. And finally, the Holy Virgin has arrived. She immediately hugged the girl but didn't prepare anything as a gift. Our main character decided to greet the Holy Virgin. In addition, he introduced himself, saying about his origin. She was very surprised to learn about him because she knew that he was very talented. But the Holy Virgin had a lot of things to do, and she decided to leave the birthday girl's chambers. Immediately, the prince asked a question to our main character. Is he really from the Divine Sword Dynasty? John replied that yes. The prince was so happy about this, adding that he also participated in the buff camp. Even this made John a little wary. But the prince decided to suggest having a drink and not talking about business. Instantly, all the guests raised a toast to the prince's sister. The prince asked if he was going to take part in the battle. John replied yes. Lisa's uncle and John realized that the prince was very knowledgeable about everything. In addition, he added that the cultivation of our main character and his friends is not enough to win. However, Lisa screamed, "How dare he underestimate them!" The prince said that there are 8 ruling dynasties, but there are 3 who are worth paying attention to. They are the leaders: Juice Dynasty, Gas Dynasty, and Huang Dynasty. John inquired about the cultivation of these 3. Marilyn is at the peak of her ascension. However, even earlier, the head of the Immortals himself dealt with it at one time. A warrior, but an image that is 35 years old and was able to break into the kingdom of inviolability. He is very mysterious and it is difficult to predict his actions. And 3 is a warrior. His name is Idris. He is very secretive, but nevertheless achieved fame, since he defeated all the leaders of the dynasty, becoming invincible. Many clans even studied with him. The prince promised that if John still meets these 3 people, he will share his weapons with him. Night has come. John wanted to know if the prince had a connection with the buff camp. Just 20 years ago, this happened when there were attacks by a demon clan in a neighboring village, and it was necessary to send an army to rescue. It seems that something didn't add up in John's head. However, the prince said that he was surrounded by these demons, and thanks to the Bath camp, he remained alive. The prince was glad that he was able to meet one of the participants of the Bath camp. Moreover, this camp was his savior. John chalked it up to fate. However, he was on his guard. He could not understand who was deceiving. Either the old man from the buff camp or this is the prince. The prince said that it was time to leave, since tomorrow they would arrive at the chambers of the Holy Virgin. In addition, she would like to personally thank John. Now John believed that he would have the opportunity to reveal this secret and lie. The next day came. John and the prince visited the Holy Virgin. But he noticed something, how the Holy Maiden scolded her subordinates. She scolded them for performing their tasks very poorly. But in a moment, her anger changed to a smile. She greeted our main character. She pointed to her expensive stools, inviting them to sit down. John complimented him, saying that the Holy Virgin's treasures were truly amazing. The Holy Virgin invited our main character to tea. Besides, she prepared a gift for John. Suddenly, one of her servants ran in, addressing the Holy Virgin. She perked up and asked what happened. But the servant did not have time to tell anything, since the same cultivator Idris showed up to visit her. John met his old friend the prince. They were surprised that they were in one place, at one same time. The Holy Maiden asked to introduce her to this prince. He introduced himself to her, saying that he was the 9th prince of the Empire of Happiness. And a moment later, they were already sitting and discussing why Idris and the prince had appeared. Idris said that the mountain of the ancient demon is in some kind of extremely calm. However, the Holy Maiden was a little disappointed that Idris was interested in this, and John noticed this. But after a moment, she agreed. She understood that Idris wanted to get the demon core. Idris was very happy about this and thanked the Holy Virgin. However, the 9th prince asked our main character for help on this journey. Accordingly, John immediately decided to agree. The prince decided to hurry everyone up because they have little time. The Holy Virgin ordered that the children be delivered in her cart. The guys thanked her again and decided to leave. Accordingly, Lewis was even here. He saw how close John and the prince were, saying that he would go first. Meanwhile, the cave near the ancient demon mountain. The servant finally delivered the guys to their destination, but he could not go further due to low cultivation. John turned to the prince to explain what was the matter. The prince revealed that Idris wants to take his cultivation higher. Plus, the prince said John could trust this guy. Idris said that he practices and his technique is called absorption, the sun. He explained that if he managed to subdue the demonic beast, he would gladly take its core. John realized that this warrior was very powerful. However, he does not remember him in his past life. Idris also said that before he managed to absorb ordinary animals, but there was no benefit. Now he needs to cultivate a stronger beast. Moreover, he believed that high-level demonic beasts were not so difficult to find. But the 9th prince spoke about the grief of the ancient demon. John asked the prince if it was he who caused the riot. However, he replied that it didn't matter. The guys continued further into the cave. They reached the core of the ancient demon, which was created by hundreds of masters. However, the balance must not be disturbed, as demons may break out. In addition, if you try to restore the shape of the core, it will take a lot of money and time, and accordingly, it will damage the cultivation. The prince and Idris decided to get down to business. The prince decided to wake up the demons by adding fuel to the fire. He released his spiritual energy towards the demonic core. Did he manage to destroy the sphere? The furious dragon burst to the surface, more furious than before. However, Idris really wanted to get his power. He volunteered his divine weapon and rushed into battle. John was very surprised to see a level 4 immortal weapon. Moreover, his cultivation was truly at a high level. Seeing that John was surrounded by demons, he summoned his god spear. He managed to summon an extraordinary storm that literally demolished everything in its path. The prince realized how much stronger John had become by using one technique. The demon was motionless even after several blows from Idris. Now he was forming an attack again. He used the Thunder God technique combined with the Sun Peak. Now the monster was a little scared. Idris managed to inflict a very strong destructive attack on the demon. John understood that this is the art of the highest degree of heaven. The hammer technique is truly an enraged thing. In addition, John suggested that using the technique requires having 2 hammers. Moreover, it causes great harm to the body. Idris was still able to take the demon core. However, suddenly some strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. John and the 9th prince couldn't believe their eyes. It turns out that the sphere that Idris previously tried to subjugate is out of control. When suddenly a demon came down from the heavens and was even more furious, trying to kill everyone, now our main character understands. If Idris dies here, then the competition will have a completely different winner. It was a trap for everyone. It turns out that this idea was originally planned by the prince and the Holy Virgin. John understood that the night this monster was going to throw was similar to the events of his past life. Idris also understood how serious everything was and what danger threatened. But after a moment, everyone realized that the monster they had named themselves was invincible. He was about to attack Idris. The prince managed to grab him by the collar. The demon was going to destroy them without sparing anyone. Our main character summoned his thunder spear, and he managed to fend off the attack of this demon. But it seems this monster still has a lot of moves in stock. Besides, he wanted to test how strong people can be. John understood that he had not yet found the energy that he would like to have. It turns out that there were other demons that surrounded our main character, and the guys were more frightening. The demon attacked John again, so much so that he was confused. But in a moment, he reflected his power.